Book. Chapter 15. The Fifth Battle at the Ships. The anger of Jupiter on awaking appeased by Juno's denial that she had instigated Neptune to aid the Greeks, Iris dispatched to recall Neptune from the field, Mars. Enraged at the death of his son Ascalaphus and arming to aid the Trojans. Is restrained by Minerva, Hector healed by Apollo, his return to the field, the Greeks driven back to the ships by the Trojans, who attempt to set the fleet on fire, defense of the ships by Ajax. Now when the Trojans in their flight had crossed rampart and trench, and many had been slain by the pursuing Greeks, they made a halt beside their chariots, in despair and pale with terror. Meanwhile Jupiter awoke on Ida's height from slumber by the side of Juno, goddess of the golden throne. At once he rose and saw the Trojan host routed, and, following close upon their flight, the Argive warriors putting them to rout, aided by Neptune, sovereign of the sea, and Hector lying on the field among his fellow warriors, breathing painfully, vomiting blood, and senseless, for the arm that smote was not the feeblest of the Greeks. The father of immortals and of men beheld and pitied him, and terribly frowned upon Juno, and bespake her thus. O evil-minded Juno, full of guile! Thy arts have made the noble Hector leave the combat, and have forced his troops to flee. I know not whether it were not well that thou shouldst taste the fruit of thy pernicious wiles. Chastised by me with stripes, dost thou forget when thou didst swing suspended, and I tied 2 anvils to thy feet, and bound a chain of gold that none could break around thy wrists? Then didst thou hang in air amid the clouds, and all the gods of high Olympus saw with pity. They stood near, but none of them were able to release thee. Whoso came within my reach I seized, and hurled him o'er heaven's threshold, and he fell upon the earth, scarce breathing. Yet the passion of my wrath, caused by the wrongs of godlike Hercules, was not to be so calmed. For craftily hadst thou called up the violent northern blast, to chase him far across the barren deep, and drive him from his course to populous Cos. I rescued him at length, and brought him back to Argos famed for steeds, though after long and many hardships. I remind thee now of this, that thou mayst see of what avail hereafter thy dissembled love and all thy cunning strategies will be to thee. He spake, and Juno, large-eyed and august, shuddered, and answered Jove with winged words. Be witness, earth, and the great heavens above, and waters of the Styx that glide beneath, that dreadful oath which most the blessed gods revere. Be witness, too, that sacred head of thine, and our own nuptial couch, by which I would not rashly swear at any time, that not by my persuasion Neptune went, the shaker of the shores, to harass Troy and Hector, and to aid the cause of Greece. He went self-counseled, he had seen the Greeks pressed grievously beside their fleet, and took compassion on them. Yet would I advise that he obey thy word, and take his place where thou, the cloud compeller, bidst him go. She ended, and the father of the gods and mortals smiled, and said, in winged words, Large-eyed, imperial Juno, wouldst thou sit in council with the immortals, and assist my purposes? Then Neptune, though at heart he were averse, would yet conform his will to mine and thine. If thou dost truly speak, and from thy heart, go now to where the gods assemble, summon Iris, and with her the archer god Apollo. Give in charge to Iris that she hasten to the host of the mailed Greeks, and bid King Neptune leave the battle for his palace. Let the god Phoebus, preparing Hector for the fight, breathe strength into his frame, that so he lose the sense of pain which bows his spirit now. And he shall force the Greeks again to flee in craven fear. Then shall their flying host fall back upon the galleys of the son of Peleus, who shall send into the fight his friend Patroclus. Him the mighty spear of Hector shall o'erthrow before the walls of Ilium, after many a Trojan youth shall by his hand have fallen, and with them my noble son, Sarpedon, roused to rage. Then shall the great Achilles take the life of Hector. Be it from this time my care that all the assaults of Trojans in the fleet be beaten back, till by Minerva's aid the Greeks possess the lofty town of Troy. Still am I angry, nor will I allow one of the ever-living gods to aid the Greeks, until the prayer of Peleus' son shall fully be accomplished, as my word and nod were given, when Thetis clasped my knees, entreating me to honor, signally, her son, Achilles, spoiler of walled towns. He spake, the white-armed goddess willingly obeyed him, and from Ida's summit flew to high Olympus. As the thought of man flies rapidly, when, having traveled far, he thinks, here would I would be there, and flits from place to place. So swiftly flew imperial Juno to the Olympian mount, and there she found the ever-living gods assembled in the halls of Jupiter. These, as they saw her, starting from their seats, reached forth their cups to greet her. All the rest she overlooked, and took the beaker held by blooming Themis, who in haste had run to meet her, and in winged accents said, Why comest thou, O Juno, with the look of one o'ercome with fear? Hath Saturn's son, thy lord, disquieted thy soul with threats? The white-armed goddess Juno answered her, Ask me not, heavenly Themis, thou dost know the cruel, arrogant temper that is his. But sit presiding at the common feast in this fair palace of the gods, and thou and all in heaven shall hear what evils Jove has threatened. All, I think, will not rejoice to hear the tidings, be they gods or men, though some contentedly are feasting now. Thus having said, imperial Juno took her place, and all the gods within the halls of Jupiter were grieved. The goddess smiled, but only with the lips. Her forehead wore above the jetty brows no sign of joy. While thus she spake in anger to the rest, Vainly, and in our madness, do we strive with Father Jove. We come and seek by craft or force to move his stubborn will. He sits apart, unyielding, unregarding, proud of the vast strength and power in which he stands above all other of the deathless gods. Bear therefore patiently whatever ill he sends to each. Already, as I learn, hath Mars his share of sorrow in the war. Ascalaphus hath perished, whom he loved dearly, beyond all other men, and whom the fiery god acknowledged as his son. As thus she spake, Mars smote his sinewy thighs with his dropped hands, and sorrowfully said, Be not offended with me, ye who make your dwelling on Olympus. If I go down to the Achaean fleet, and there avenge the slaughter of my son, though I be doomed to fall before the thunderbolt of Jove, and lie in blood and dust among the dead. He spake, and summoned fear and flight to yoke his steeds, and put his glorious armor on. Then greater and more terrible had been the avenging wrath of Jupiter inflamed Against the gods, if Pallas in her fear. For all the heavenly dwellers had not left her throne, and, rushing through the portals, snatched the helmet from his head, and from his arm the shield, and from his brawny hand the spear, and laid the brazen weapon by, and thus rebuked the fiery temper of the god. Thou madman, thou art frantic, thou art lost. Hast thou not ears to hear, nor any shame, nor reason left? Hast thou not heard the words of white-armed Juno, who so lately left Olympian Jupiter? Wouldst thou return in pain and sorrow to the Olympian heights, driven back ingloriously, and made the cause of many miseries to all the gods? For Jove would leave the Trojans and their foes, the gallant Greeks, and turn on us, and bring ruin upon Olympus. He would seize guilty and guiltless in his rage alike. Wherefore I counsel thee to lay aside resentment for the slaughter of thy son, since braver men and stronger have been slain, and will be slain hereafter. Vain it were to seek from death to save the race of man. She said, and, leading back the fiery Mars, seated him on his throne, while Juno called Apollo forth, with Iris, messenger of heaven, and thus in winged accents spake: Jove calls you both to Ida. When ye reach its heights, and look upon his countenance, receive his sovereign mandate and obey. So spake imperial Juno, and withdrew, and took her seat again, while they in haste flew toward the mount of Ida, seamed with rills, and nurse of savage beasts. Upon the top of Gargarus they found the Thunderer, the son of Saturn, sitting in a cloud of fragrant haze. He sat concealed. The twain entered and stood before the god of storms, who saw them not displeased, so speedily had they obeyed his consort. First he turned to Iris, and in winged accents said: Haste thee, swift Iris, and report my words to royal Neptune, and report them right. Bid him, withdrawing from the battlefield, repair to the assembly of the gods, or the great ocean. If he disobey, contemning my command, then bid him think maturely, whether, mighty though he be, he can withstand when I put forth my power against him. Greater is my strength than his, and elder-born am I. Yet in his pride of heart he dares to call himself my peer, though all the others look on me with awe. Thus spake the god, and Iris, whose swift feet are like the wind, obeyed, and downward plunged from Ida's height to sacred Troy, as when snowflakes or icy hail are dropped to earth from clouds before the north wind when it sweeps the sky. So darted Iris to the ground, and stood by mighty Neptune's side, and said: O dark-haired shaker of the shores, I bring a message from the aegis-bearer, Jove, that thou, withdrawing from the battlefield, repair to the assembly of the gods, or the great ocean. If thou disobey, contemning his command, then hear his threat. He will come hither and put forth his power against thee, and he warns thee not to tempt the strife. For greater is his power than thine, and he is elder-born, though in thy pride of heart thou dost declare thyself the peer of him whom all the rest regard with awe. Illustrious Neptune answered with disdain: In truth an arrogant speech, he seeks by force to bar me from my purpose. Who can claim rights equal to his own, though great his power? We are three brothers, Rhea brought us forth, the sons of Saturn, Jupiter, and I, and Pluto, regent of the realm below. 3 parts were made of all existing things. And each of us received his heritage. The lots were shaken. And to me it fell. To dwell forever in the hoary deep. And Pluto took the gloomy realm of night. And, lastly, Jupiter the ample heaven. And air and clouds. Yet doth the earth remain. With high Olympus, common to us all. Therefore I yield me not to do his will. Great as he is, and let him be content. With his third part. He cannot frighten me. With gestures of his arm. Let him insult. With menaces the daughters and the sons. Of his own loves, and give them law, since they perforce must hear, and patiently submit. Then the fleet-footed Iris spake again. O dark-haired Neptune, shall I bear from thee this harsh, defiant answer back to Jove? Or shall it yet be changed? The prudent mind yields to the occasion, and thou knowest well. The Furies wait upon the elder born. Then spake in turn the god who shakes the shores. O goddess Iris, thou hast wisely said. An excellent thing it is when messengers know how to counsel well. But in my heart and soul a wrathful sense of injury arises when he chides with insolent words. Me, who was equal with him in my lot, and born to equal destinies. Yet now, although offended, I give way. But this I tell thee, and 'tis from my heart, if he, in spite of me and Pallas, spoiler queen, and Juno, Mercury, and Vulcan, spare the towers of Troy, if he refuse to bring ruin on her, and glory on the Greeks, then let him know that hatred without end or intermission is between us two. As thus he spake, the shaker of the shores quitted the Grecian army, took his way seaward, and plunged into the deep. The host perceived their loss. Then cloud-compelling Jove turned to Apollo and addressed him thus. Now go at once to Hector, mailed in brass. Beloved Phoebus, for the god who shakes the earth, departing to the ocean deeps, avoids our wrath. Else had the other gods, even they who far beneath the earth surround old Saturn, heard our quarrel. Well it is for both of us that he, although enraged, braved not my arm, for otherwise the strife had not been ended without sweat. Now take the fringed aegis in thy hands, and shake its orb before the warrior Greeks, to fill their hearts with fear. I give, O archer god, illustrious Hector to thy charge. Revive the might that dwelt within him, till the Greeks reach, in their flight, the fleet and Hellespont. Then shall it be my care, by word and deed, to give them rest and respite from their toils. He spake, Apollo hearkened and obeyed. His father, darting down from Ida's height, like the fleet falcon, chaser of the dove, and swiftest of the race of birds, he found Hector, the warlike Priam's noble son, no longer on his bed. He sat upright. The life was coming back, he knew again. His friends, the heavy breathing ceased. The sweat was stanched, the will of aegis-bearing Jove revived the warrior's strength. The archer god, Phoebus, approached, and, standing by him, said, Why, Hector, son of Priam, dost thou sit languishing thus, apart from all the host? Has aught of evil overtaken thee? And then the crested Hector feebly said, Who mayst thou be, O kindest of the gods, that thus dost question me? Hast thou not heard that the great warrior Ajax, with a stone, smote me upon the breast, and made me leave the battlefield, where I o'ertook and slew his comrades by the galleys of the Greeks? I thought to be this day among the dead, in Pluto's mansion, even now it seemed that I was breathing my dear life away. Then spake again Apollo, archer god. Take courage, for the son of Saturn sends from Ida's summit one who will attend and aid thee, Phoebus of the golden sword. Long practice to defend thy Troy and thee. Rise now, encouraging thy numerous host of charioteers to press with their swift steeds straight toward the roomy galleys of the Greeks. I go before to smooth for them the way, and turn the Achaean bands, and make them flee. He spake, and into the great ruler's breast breathed strength and courage. As a stabled horse, fed at his crib with barley, breaks the thong that fastened him, and, issuing, scours the plain, where he was wont in some smooth-flowing stream to bathe his sides, he holds his head aloft proudly, and o'er his shoulders streams the mane. Consciously beautiful, he darts away on nimble knees, that bear him to the fields he knows so well, and pastures of the mares. So after he had hearkened to the god, moved the swift feet of Hector, and he flew to cheer his horsemen on, as peasant men rush with their dogs in chase of horned stag, or mountain goat, whose refuge is among thickets and lofty rocks, nor can they take their prey, for at their clamor there appears a maned lion in the way, and turns the chasers back, although in hot pursuit. Thus did the Greeks embattled close pursue the men of Ilium, striking with their swords and two-edged spears. But when at length they saw Hector among the ranks of armed men, their hearts were troubled, and their courage sank. Thoas, Andranon's son, the bravest far among the Aetolians, skilled to cast the spear and combat hand to hand, addressed the Greeks. In council few excelled him, when the youths assembled for debate. With prudent speech, Thoas bespake his fellow warriors thus: Gods, what a marvel do mine eyes behold! Hector has risen from death. We fully thought, each one of us, that, smitten by the hand of Telamonian Ajax, he had died. Some god hath rescued and restored to strength this Hector who hath slain, and yet will slay, I fear, so many Greeks. He comes not thus, leading the charge without the aid of Jove, the god of thunders. Now let all of us follow this counsel, bid the multitude retreat upon the ships, and let the rest, who boast ourselves the bravest of the host, stand firm and breast his onset, and so break its fury with our lifted spears. I think, with all his rage, he will be slow to fling himself into a band of armed Greeks. He spake, they hearkened and at once complied. The Ajaxes, the prince Idomeneus, Teucer, Marians, and Meges, peer of Mars, assembled all the chiefs, and ranked their files to encounter Hector and his band of Trojans, while the multitude fell back to the Greek galleys. Then, in close array, the Trojan host moved forward. Hector led the van in rapid march. Before him walked Phoebus, the terrible aegis in his hands, dazzlingly bright within its shaggy fringe, by Vulcan forged, the great artificer, and given to Jupiter, with which to rout armies of men. With this in hand he led the assailants on. The Achaeans kept their ground in serried ranks, and a sharp yell arose from Greeks and Trojans. Arrows from the string flew through the air, and spears from valiant hands. Some pierced the breasts of warrior youths, but more fell halfway ere they reached their aim, and plunged into the ground, still hungering for their prey. As long as Phoebus held the aegis still, the weapons reached and wounded equally both armies, and in both the people fell. But ever when the god looked face to face on the Greek knights, and shook the orb, and gave a mighty shout, he made their hearts to sink within their bosoms, and their courage fled. As when two beasts of prey at dead of night suddenly, while their keeper is away, scatter a herd of beeves or flock of sheep. So the disheartened Greeks were put to rout. For Phoebus sent among them fear, and gave victory to Hector and the men of Troy. Then, as the lines were broken, man slew man. First Stichius fell by Hector's hand, and next Arcesilaus. One was chief among the mailed Boeotians, one the trusty friend of brave Menestheus. Medon fell before Aeneas, and with him Iasus died. Medon was great Otylius' base-born son, and Ajax was his brother, and he dwelt in Phylace, an exile, for his hand had slain the brother of his father's wife, the stepdame Areopes, late espoused. Iasus was appointed to command the warriors sent from Athens, and he claimed his birth from Sphelus, son of Bucolus. Macestes fell before Polydamas. Polite struck down Echius in the van, and Clonius died by great Agenor's hand. And Paris, when Diaicus had turned to flee, among the foremost combatants, smote him upon the shoulder from behind, and drave the brazen weapon through his heart. Then, while the Trojans stripped the dead, the Greeks fled every way, and, falling as they ran into the trench and on the stakes, were driven back o'er the rampart. Hector lifted up his mighty voice, and bade the Trojans leave the bloody spoil and hasten to the ships. And whomsoever I shall find apart in any place, at distance from the ships, there will I slay him. None of all his kin, women or men, shall build his funeral pile, but dogs shall tear his limbs in sight of Troy. He spake, and on the shoulders of his steeds he laid the lash, and urged them toward the foe, and cheered the Trojans on. They joined their shouts to his, and charged with all their steeds and cars. And fearful was the din. Apollo marched before them, treading down with mighty feet the banks of the deep ditch, and casting them back to the middle, till a causey rose, broad, and of length like that to which a spear reaches when thrown by one who tries his strength. O'er this the Trojans poured into the camp by squadrons, with Apollo still in front, holding the marvelous aegis. He with ease o'erthrew the rampart, as a boy at play among the seashore sands in childish sport scatters with feet and hands the little mounds he reared. Thus didst thou cause the mighty work, O archer Phoebus, which the Greeks had reared with so much toil, to crumble. Thou didst fill their hearts with eager thoughts of flight, till, hemmed between the assailants and their ships, they stopped, and bade each other stand, and raised their hands to all the gods, and offered vows aloud. Gerenian Nestor, guardian of the Greeks, with arms extended toward the starry skies, prayed earnestly, O Father Jove, if e'er in fruitful Argos there were burned to thee the thighs of fattened oxen or of sheep, by one who asked a safe return to Greece, and thou didst promise it, remember him, God of Olympus, and avert from us the day of evil. Suffer not the Greeks to perish, slaughtered by the sons of Troy. So spake he supplicating Jupiter. The all-disposer thundered as he heard the old man's prayer. The Trojans by that voice of aegis-bearing Jove were moved to press the Greeks more resolutely, and were filled with fiercer valor. As a mighty wave on the great ocean, driven before a gale, such as rolls up the hugest billow, sweeps o'er the ship's side, so swept the Trojan host with dreadful tumult o'er the wall. They drave their steeds into the camp, and there they fought beside the galley sterns, and hand to hand with two-edged spears, they from their cars, the Greeks from their black ships on high with long-stemmed poles, which lay upon the decks, prepared for fight at sea, and strongly joined to blades of brass. Patroclus, while the Greeks and Trojans fought around the wall, at distance from the fleet, sat with the brave Eurypylus in his tent, amusing him with pleasant talk, and dressed his wound with balms that calmed the bitter pain. But when he saw the Trojans bursting in over the wall, and heard the din, and saw the Achaeans put to rout, he gave a cry of sudden grief, and with his open hands smote both his thighs, and sorrowfully said, Eurypylus, I cannot stay with thee, much as thou needest me, for desperate grows the struggle. Now let thine attendant take the charge of thee. I hasten to persuade Achilles to the field. Who knows but I, with Jove's good help, may change his purpose yet? For potent are the counsels of a friend. The hero spake, and instantly his feet bore him away. Meanwhile the Achaean host firmly withstood the onset of their foes. And yet, though greater was their multitude, they could not drive the Trojans from the fleet. Nor could the Trojans break, with all their power, the serried lines, and reach the tents and ships. As when a plumb line, in the skillful hands of shipwright well instructed in his art, by Pallas, squares the beam that builds a bark. So even was the fortune of the fray. While some beside one galley waged the war, and others round another, Hector came to encounter Ajax the renowned, and both fought for one ship. The Trojan could not drive the Greek away, and burn his ship with fire. Nor the Greek drive the Trojan, for a god had brought him thither. Then did Ajax smite Hector, son of Chryses, with his spear upon the breast, as he was bringing fire to burn the ship. He dropped the torch, and fell with clashing armor. Hector, as he saw his kinsman lying slain amid the dust by the black galley, raised his voice, and thus called to the Lycians and the men of Troy. Hear, men of Troy and Lycia, and ye sons of Dardanus, who combat hand to hand. Stand firm, and never yield this narrow ground. Rescue the son of Chryses, who has fallen before the ships, nor let the Achaeans make his arms their spoil. The hero spake, and aimed his shining spear at Ajax, whom it missed, but smote Lycophron, master's son, who served Ajax, and dwelt with him, for he had left his native land, Cythera, having slain one of the gallant Cytherean race. Him Hector smote upon the head beneath the ear with his keen weapon, as he stood near Ajax. From the galley's stern he fell headlong upon the ground, with lifeless limbs. Then to his brother Teucer Ajax spake, Dear Teucer, see, our faithful friend is gone, the son of Master, from Cythera's isle, whom we had learned to honor equally with our own parents in our palaces. He falls before the great-souled Hector's hand. Where, then, are now thy shafts that carry death? And where the bow that Phoebus gave to thee? He spake, and Teucer, hearkening, came in haste, with his bent bow, and quiver full of shafts. and, standing near him, sent his arrows forth among the Trojan warriors. There he smote Clytus, Pisenar's eminent son, the friend of the renowned Polydamas, who claimed his birth from Panthus. Clytus held the reins, guiding the coursers of Polydamas, where most the crowded Grecian phalanxes wavered and broke, that so he might support Hector and his companions. Soon he met, brave as he was, disaster which no hand had power to avert. The bitter arrow struck his neck behind, and from the chariot seat he fell to earth. The startled steeds sprang back. The empty chariot rattled. This the king Polydamas perceived, and came to meet his steeds, and gave them to Astinus, the son of Procyon, charging him to keep them ever near, and in his sight, while he, returning, mingled with the throng that struggled in the van. Then Teucer aimed another shaft at Hector mailed in brass, which, had it reached him fighting gallantly, had made him leave the battle, for his life had ended there. The act was not unseen by all-disposing Jupiter, whose power protected Hector, and denied the Greek the glory hoped for. For he snapped in twain the firmly twisted cord as Teucer drew that perfect bow. The brazen arrow flew aside. The warrior's hands let fall the bow, and, shuddering, he bespake his brother thus: Now woe is me! Some deity, no doubt, brings all our plans to naught. 'Tis he whose touch strikes from my hand the bow, and snaps in twain the cord just twisted, which I bound myself this morning to the bow, that it might bear the frequent arrow bounding toward the foe. He spake, and thus replied the man of might, the Telamonian Ajax: Lay aside thy bow, my brother, and thy store of shafts, since, in displeasure with the Greeks, a god has made them useless. Haste to arm thy hand with a long spear, and on thy shoulders lay a buckler, and with these attack the foe, and bid thy fellows stand. Let Trojans see that, even though the day thus far be theirs, they cannot lay their hands on our good ships without a mighty struggle. Let us all be mindful of our fame for gallant deeds. He spake, and Teucer went to place the bow within the tents, and on his shoulders hung a fourfold shield, and placed on his grand brows a stately helmet with a horsehair crest that nodded fearfully. He took in hand a ponderous spear with brazen blade, and sprang forward with hasty steps, and stood beside his brother Ajax. Hector, when he saw that Teucer's shafts had failed him, called aloud upon the men of Lycia and of Troy: Ye men of Troy and Lycia, and ye sons of Dardanus who combat hand to hand, acquit yourselves like men, my friends, and prove your fiery valor by these roomy ships. For I have seen with mine own eyes the shafts of their chief warrior rendered impotent by Jupiter. His hand is plainly seen among the sons of men. To some he gives glory above the rest, from some he takes the glory, and withdraws from their defense. He withers now the courage of the Greeks, and succors us. Press closely round the fleet, and combat. Whosoe'er among you all, wounded or beaten down, shall meet his death. So let him die. 'Tis no inglorious fate to perish fighting in his country's cause. And he shall leave his wife and children safe, his home and household store inviolate, if now the Greeks depart to their own land. With words like these he filled their hearts anew with strength and courage. On the other side, Ajax exhorted thus his warrior friends. Shame on you, Greeks! We perish here, unless we rescue with strong arms our host and fleet. Think ye that, should the crested Hector seize our galleys, ye may reach your homes on foot? Hear ye not Hector's voice, who, fiercely bent to burn our ships with fire, is cheering on his warriors? To no dance he summons them, but to the battle. Naught is left for us, and other counsel there is none, save this. Close with the foe, let every hand put forth its strength. Far better 'twere to die at once, or make at once our safety sure, than thus to waste away, in lingering fight, beside our ships, destroyed by weaker arms than ours. So spake the chief, and all who heard received courage and strength. Then Hector put to death Schedius, the son of Perimedes, prince of the Phocians. Ajax also slew Laodamas, Antenor's honored son, a chief of infantry. Polydamas struck down Selenian Audus, who had come, the comrade of Phylides, at the head of the high-souled Epeans. Meges saw, and rushed upon Polydamas, who sprang aside unharmed, for Phoebus suffered not the son of Panthus thus to be o'erthrown, fighting among the foremost. But the spear of Meges wounded Croesmus in the breast. He fell with clanging arms. The slayer stripped the corpse. But Dolops, son of Lampus, skilled to wield the spear, leaped on him in the act. Lampus, the father, best of men, was son of King Laomedon, and eminent for warlike prowess. Dolops struck the shield of Meges in the midst, the corslet stayed the blade with its close-jointed plates, and saved the warrior's life. That corslet Phyleus brought from Ephyre, beside the Selliais, given by his host, Euphetes, king of men, for his defense in battle, and it now preserved his son from death. Then Meges smote with his sharp spear the helm that Dolops wore, and from its summit struck the horsehair crest, new tinged with purple, and the cone entire fell midst the dust. While Meges, standing firm, fought thus, and hoped the victory, to his aid came warlike Menelaus, unobserved, and, standing near, smote Dolops from behind, beneath the shoulder, and drave through the spear, till it appeared beyond. The Trojan fell upon his face, and both the Greeks rushed on to wrench the brazen armor from his limbs. When Hector saw his fall and called aloud upon the kindred of the slain, he first rebuked the valiant Melanippus, son of Hystaean, who but lately fed his slow-paced beeves at Percote, while yet the enemy was far from Troy. But when the Achaeans landed from their well-oared barks, he came to Troy, and took an eminent place among the Trojans, near to Priam's halls. He had his dwelling, honored equally with Priam's sons. Him Hector thus rebuked. Why, Melanippus, are we loitering thus? Grievest thou not to see thy kinsman slain? And seest thou not how eagerly the Greeks are spoiling Dolops of his arms? Come on with me. No time is this for distant fight, but either we must rout the Greeks, or they will level to the ground the lofty towers of Ilium, and will slay its citizens. He spake, and led the way. His godlike friend followed him, while the son of Telamon, Ajax, exhorted thus the sons of Greece. Be men, my friends, and let a noble dread of shame possess your hearts, and jealously look to each other's honor in the heat of battle. For to men who flee there comes no glory, and that way no safety lies. He spake, and all were eager to drive back the assaulting foe. They heeded well his words, and drew around their barks a fence of mail, while Jove urged on the Trojans. Then it was that Menelaus, brave in battle, spake to rouse the courage of Antilochus. Antilochus, there is no other Greek younger than thou, or fleeter, none so strong for combat. Would that, springing on the foe, thou mightest strike some Trojan warrior down. So speaking, he drew back. But he had roused the courage of his friend, who, springing forth from midst the foremost combatants, took aim. First looking keenly round, with his bright spear, from which the Trojans shrank as they beheld. The hero cast it. Not in vain he threw the weapon, for it struck upon the breast. Brave Melanippus, Hystaean's son. Beneath the pap it smote him as he came. He fell with ringing arms. Antilochus sprang toward him like a hound that springs to seize a wounded fawn, which, leaping from its lair, is stretched disabled by the hunter's dart. So sprang the stout Antilochus on thee. O Melanippus, sprang to spoil thy limbs of armor, but the noble Hector saw, and, hastening through the thick of battle, came against him, mighty as he was in war. Yet ventured not Antilochus to wait his coming, but as flees a savage beast, conscious of guilty deed, when, having slain herdsman or hound, that kept the pastured kine, he steals away before a crowd of men. So fled the son of Nestor. On his rear, the Trojans under Hector poured a storm of weapons, and the din was terrible. Yet when he reached the serried ranks of Greece, he turned and stood. Meanwhile the Trojan host, like ravening lions, fiercely rushed against the galleys, that the will of Jupiter might be fulfilled. For now he nerved their limbs with vigor ever new, while he denied stout hearts and victory to the Greeks, and cheered their foes with hope. His purpose was to give the victory to Hector, Priam's son, till he should cast upon the beaked ships the fierce, devouring fire, and bring to pass the end for which the cruel Thetis prayed. Therefore did Jove the all-disposer wait, till from a burning galley he should see the flames arise. Then must the Trojan host, such was his will, retreating from the fleet, yield to the Greeks the glory of the day. For this he moved the already eager heart of Hector, son of Priam, to attack the roomy ships. The hero was aroused to fury fierce as Mars when brandishing his spear, or as a desolating flame that rages on a mountainside among the thickets of a close-grown wood. His lips were white with foam, his eyes from underneath his frowning brows streamed fire, and as he fought upon the hero's temples fearfully, the helmet nodded. Jupiter himself sent aid from his high seat, and heaped on him honor and fame beyond the other chiefs. And they were many, for his term of life was to be short. Minerva even now was planning to bring on its closing day, made fatal by the might of Peleus' son. And now he strove to break the Grecian ranks, assaulting where he saw the thickest crowd and the best weapons, yet in vain he strove with all his valor through the serried lines. He could not break the Greeks in solid squares, resisted, like a rock that huge and high by the grey deep abides the buffetings of the shrill winds and swollen waves that beat against it. Firmly thus the Greeks withstood the Trojan host, and fled not. In a blaze of armor, Hector, rushing toward their ranks, fell on them like a mighty billow raised by the strong cloud-borne winds, that flings itself on a swift ship, and whelms it in its spray, while fearfully among the cordage howls the blast. The sailors tremble and are faint with fear, as men who deem their death hour nigh. So the Greek warriors were dismayed at heart, as when a hungry lion suddenly springs on a herd of kine that crop the grass by hundreds in the broad moist meadow grounds, beneath the eye of one who never learned to guard his horn charge from beasts of prey, but ever walks before them or behind, while the grim spoiler bounds into the midst, and makes a prey of one, and all the rest are scattered in affright. So all the Greeks were scattered by the will of heaven before Hector and Father Jove. Yet only one, young Periphoetes of Mycenae, fell, the son of Copreus. Once his father went, an envoy from Eurystheus to the court of mighty Hercules. The son excelled the father in all gifts of form and mind, in speed, in war, in counsel eminent, among the noblest of his land. His death brought Hector new renown, for as he turned, stepping by chance upon his buckler's rim, that reached the ground, the buckler which had been his fence against the enemy's darts, he fell backward, his helmet clashing fearfully around his temples. Hector saw, and came in haste, and pierced his bosom with his spear. Among his fellow warriors, who with grief beheld, yet dared not aid him, such their awe of noble Hector. Now the Greeks retired among that row of galleys which were first drawn up the beach. The foe poured after them in hot pursuit. Again the Greeks fell back, constrained, and left that foremost row behind, and stood beside their tents in close array, and not dispersed throughout the camp. For shame and fear restrained them, and unceasingly with shouts they bade each other bravely stand. Chiefly Gerenian Nestor, wise to guide the counsels of the Greeks, adjured them all, and in their parents' name, to keep their ground. O friends, be men. So act that none may feel ashamed to meet the eyes of other men. Think each one of his children and his wife, his home, his parents, living yet or dead. For them, the absent ones, I supplicate, and bid you rally here, and scorn to fly. He spake, and his brave words to every heart carried new strength and courage. Pallas then lifted the heaven-sent cloud that veiled the fight, and all things in the clear full light were seen on either side, both where the galleys lay, and where the warriors struggled. They beheld Hector the great in war, and all his host, both those who formed the rear and wielded not their arms, and those who combated in front, beside the ships. And now it pleased no more the soul of valiant Ajax to remain in the thick squadrons with the other Greeks, but, striding on the galley decks, he bore a sea-pike 22 cubits long, huge, and beset with iron nails, as when one who is skilled to vault on running steeds chooses 4 horses from a numerous herd, and on the highway to a populous town drives them, while men and women in a crowd behold his feats with wonder, as he leaps boldly, without a fall, from steed to steed, and back again, and all the while they run. So on the lofty decks of those good ships, from ship to ship flew Ajax, lifting up his mighty voice, a shout that reached to heaven, and bade the Greeks defend their fleet and tents. Nor loitered Hector in those armed throngs, of Troy, but as a tawny eagle swoops upon a flock of birds that seek their food. Along a river's border, geese or cranes, or long-necked swans, so Hector in hot haste sprang toward a galley with an azure prow, while mightily the power of Jove impelled the hero onward, and inflamed his train with courage. Fiercely then around the ships the struggle was renewed. Thou wouldst have said, no toils of war could tire those resolute arms. So stubbornly they fought. In every mind the thought was this: the Greeks were in despair of rescue, and believed their hour had come to perish. Every Trojan hoped to give the fleet to flames, and slay the sons of Greece. With thoughts like these the hostile warriors closed. Then Hector laid his hand upon the stern of a stanch galley, beautiful and swift, in which Patroclus came to Troy. It never bore him back. Around its keel the Trojans and the Greeks fought hand to hand, and slew each other. For no more they sent the arrow or the javelin from afar, waiting to see the wound it gave, but each with equal fury pressed upon his foe, with halberd and with trenchant battle-axe, huge sword and two-edged spear. Upon the ground had fallen many a fair black-hilted sword, with solid handles, some from slain men's hands, some from lopped arms of warriors. The dark earth ran red with blood. But Hector, having laid his hand upon the galley's stern, held fast to the carved point, and called upon his men. Bring fire, and press in throngs upon the foe. For now doth Jove vouchsafe to us a day worth all the past, a day on which we make the ships our prey. Against the will of heaven they landed on our coast, and brought on us disasters many, through the coward fears of our own elders, who denied my wish to combat at the galleys, and held back the people. But if then the Thunderer darkened our minds, his spirit moves us now in what we do, and we obey his will. He spake, and they with fiercer valor fell upon the Greeks. Even Ajax could no more withstand the charge, but, fearing to be slain, amid a storm of darts withdrew a space to where the 7-foot bench of rowers lay, and left the galley's stern. There, as he stood, he watched the assailants keenly, and beat back with thrusts of his long spear whoever brought the firebrand. With terrific shouts he called upon the Greeks to combat manfully. O friends, Achaean heroes, ministers of Mars, be men, be mindful of your fame for valor. Do ye dream that in your rear are succors waiting us, or firmer walls that may protect us yet? Nay, no fenced town have we for refuge, flanked with towers from which fresh troops may take our place. Between the sea and country of the well-armed Trojans lie our tents. Our native land is far away, and now our only hope of safety left is in our weapons. There is no retreat. He spake, and mightily with his sharp spear thrust at whoever of the men of Troy at Hector's bidding came with fire to burn the galleys. On the blade of that long spear the hero took them as they came, and slew in close encounter 12 before the fleet. Book. Chapter 16. The sixth battle, death of Patroclus. Patroclus permitted by Achilles to take part in the war, on condition that he will return after repulsing the Trojans from the fleet, his preparations for the battle, putting on the armor of Achilles, and summoning the Myrmidons to follow him, alarm of the Trojans on seeing him. Supposing him to be Achilles, his exploits, the Trojans driven back from the fleet, death of Sarpedon, the Trojans pursued by Patroclus, contrary to the command of Achilles. To the walls of Troy, Patroclus disarmed by Apollo, wounded by Euphorbus, and slain by Hector. Such was the struggle for that gallant bark. Meanwhile Patroclus stood beside his friend, the shepherd of the people, Peleus' son, and shed hot tears, as when a fountain sheds dark waters streaming down a precipice. The great Achilles, swift of foot, beheld, and pitied him, and spake these winged words. Why weepest thou, Patroclus? Like a girl, a little girl that by her mother's side runs, importuning to be taken up, and plucks her by the robe, and stops her way, and looks at her, and cries, until at last she rests within her arms? Thou art like her, Patroclus, with thy tears. Dost thou then bring sad tidings to the Myrmidons or me? Or hast thou news from Phthia? It is said that still Menoetius, son of Actor, lives, and Peleus also, son of Aeacus, among the Myrmidons. Full bitterly should we lament to hear that either died. Or mournest thou because the Achaeans fall through their own folly by the roomy ships? Speak, and hide nothing, for I too would know. And thou, O knight Patroclus, with a sigh deep drawn, didst answer thus, be not displeased. Achilles, son of Peleus, bravest far of all the Achaean army. For the Greeks endure a bitter lot. The chiefs who late were deemed their mightiest are within the ships, wounded or stricken down. There Diomed, the gallant son of Tydeus, lies, and there Ulysses, the great spearman, wounded both, and Agamemnon, and Eurypylus, driven from the field, an arrow in his thigh. Round them the healers, skilled in remedies, attend and dress their painful wounds, while thou, Achilles, sittest here implacable. Oh, never be such fierce resentments mine as thou dost cherish, who art only brave for mischief. Whom wilt thou hereafter aid, if now thou rescue not the perishing Greeks? O merciless! It cannot surely be that Peleus was thy father, or the queen Thetis thy mother. The green sea instead, and rugged precipices brought thee forth. For savage is thy heart. But if thou heed the warning of some god, if thou hast heard aught which thy goddess mother has received from Jove, send me at least into the war, and let me lead thy Myrmidons, that thus the Greeks may have some gleam of hope, and give the armor from thy shoulders. I will wear thy mail, and then the Trojans, at the sight, may think I am Achilles, and may pause from fighting, and the warlike sons of Greece, tired as they are, may breathe once more, and gain a respite from the conflict. Our fresh troops may easily drive back upon their town the weary Trojans from our tents and fleet. So spake he, sighing, rash and blind, he asked death for himself and evil destiny. Achilles the swift-footed also drew a heavy sigh, and thus in turn he spake. What, O divine Patroclus, hast thou said? I fear no omen yet revealed to me, nor has my goddess mother told me aught from Jove. But ever in my heart and soul rankles the painful sense of injury done by one who, having greater power, deprives an equal of his right, and takes away the prize he won. This is my wrong, and this the cause of all my bitterness of heart. Her whom the sons of Greece bestowed on me as my reward, a trophy of my spear, after the sack of a fenced city, her did Agamemnon, son of Atreus, take out of my hands, as if I were a wretch. a worthless outcast. But let that affront be with the things that were. It is not well to bear a grudge forever. I have said, my anger should not cease to burn until the clamor of the battle and the assault should reach the fleet. But go thou and put on my well-known armor. Lead into the field my Myrmidons, men that rejoice in war. Since like a lowering cloud the men of Troy surround the fleet, and the Achaeans stand in narrow space close pressed beside the sea, and all the city of Ilium flings itself against them, confident of victory. Now that the glitter of my helm no more flashes upon their eyes, yet very soon their flying host would fill the trenches here with corpses, had but Agamemnon dealt gently with me, and now their squadrons close around our army. Now no more the spear is wielded by Tydides Diarmed in rescue of the Greeks, no more the shout of Agamemnon's hated throat is heard, but the man-queller Hector, lifting up his voice, exhorts the Trojans, who, in throngs, raising the war cry, fill the plain, and drive the Greeks before them. Gallantly lead on the charge, Patroclus, rescue our good ships. Let not the enemy give them to the flames, and cut us off from our desired return. Follow my counsel. Bear my words in mind. So shalt thou win for me among the Greeks great honor and renown, and they shall bring the beautiful maiden back with princely gifts. When thou hast driven the assailants from the fleet, return thou hither. If the Thunderer, husband of Juno, suffer thee to gain that victory, seek no further to prolong the combat with the warlike sons of Troy. Apart from me, lest I be brought to shame, nor, glorying in the battle and pursuit, slaying the Trojans as thou goest, lead thy men to Troy, lest from the Olympian mount one of the ever-living gods descend against thee. Phoebus loves the Trojans well. But come as soon as thou shalt see the ships in safety, leave the foes upon the plain, contending with each other. Would to Jove, the All-Father, and to Pallas, and the god who bears the bow, Apollo, that of all the Trojans, many as they are, and all the Greeks, not one might be reprieved from death, while thou and I alone were left alive, to overthrow the sacred walls of Troy. So talked they with each other. Ajax, whelmed beneath a storm of darts, meantime but ill endured the struggle, for the will of Jove. And the fierce foe prevailed. His shining helm rang fearfully, as on his temples fell. Stroke following after stroke, the weapons hurled against its polished studs. The buckler borne firmly on his left arm, and shifted oft from side to side, had wearied it, and yet the Trojans, pressing round him, could not drive with all their darts the hero from his place. Heavily heaved his panting chest, his limbs streamed with warm sweat, there was no breathing time. On danger danger followed, toil on toil. Now, Muses, dwellers of Olympus, tell how first the galleys of the Greeks were fired. Hector drew near, and smote with his huge sword the ashen spear of Ajax just below the socket of the blade, and cut the stem in two. The son of Telamon in vain brandished the severed weapon, while afar the brazen blade flew off, and ringing fell to earth. Then Ajax in his mighty mind acknowledged that the gods were in the war, and shuddered, knowing that the Thunderer was thwarting all his warlike purposes, and willed the victory to Troy. The chief withdrew beyond the reach of spears, while fast The eager enemy hurled the blazing brands at the swift ship, and wrapped the stern in flames. Unquenchable. Achilles saw, and smote his thigh, and spake, Patroclus, noble friend and knight, make haste, already I behold the flames that rage with fury at the fleet. Now, lest the enemy seize our ships and we be barred of our return, put quickly on thy armor, be my task to call the troops. He spake, Patroclus then in glittering brass arrayed himself, and first around his thighs he put the beautiful greaves, and fastened them with silver clasps. Around his chest he bound the breastplate of the swift Aeacides with star-like points, and richly chased. He hung the sword with silver studs and blade of brass upon his shoulders, and with it the shield, solid and vast, upon his gallant head. He placed the glorious helm with horsehair plume that grandly waved on high. 2 massive spears he took, that fitted well his grasp, but left the spear which great Achilles only bore, heavy and huge and strong, and which no arm among the Greeks save his could poise. His strength alone sufficed to wield it. 'Twas an ash which Chiron felled in Pelion's top, and gave to Peleus, that it yet might be the death of heroes. Then he called, to yoke with speed, the steeds, Automedon, whom he esteemed next to Achilles, that great scatterer of armies. For he found him ever firm in battle, breasting faithfully its shock. Automedon led forth to take the yoke Xanthus and Balius, coursers that in speed were like the wind. Podarge brought them forth to Zephyrus, while she, the Harpy, grazed by ocean streams upon the outer side. He joined to them the noble Pedasus, brought by Achilles from the captured town, where ruled Aetion. Though of mortal stock, well might he match with those immortal steeds. Meanwhile Achilles armed the Myrmidons, passing from tent to tent, like ravening wolves, terribly strong, that, having slain among the hills an antlered stag of mighty size, tear and devour it, while their jaws are stained with its red blood. Then gather in a herd about some darkly flowing stream, and lap the sullen water with their slender tongues, and drop the clots of blood from their grim mouths. And, although gorged, are fierce and fearless still. So came the leaders of the Myrmidons in rushing crowds, about the valiant friend of swift Aeacides. Among them stood Achilles, great in war, encouraging the charioteers and warriors armed with shields. Achilles, dear to Jupiter, had led 50 swift barks to Ilium, and in each were 50 men, companions at the oar. O'er these he gave command to 5. Himself, supreme in power, was ruler over all. One band the nobly armed Menestheus led, son of Spercheius, to that river god. Beautiful Polydora brought him forth, daughter of Peleus, she, a mortal maid, met an immortal's love. Yet Boris, son of Perieres, owned the boy and took the mother for his bride, with princely dower. Eutorus led the second band, a youth of warlike mold, whom Polymela bore, daughter of Phylas, graceful in the dance. In secrecy she brought him forth, for once the mighty Argus Queller saw the maid among the choir of those who danced and sang at Dian's festival, the huntress queen, who bears the golden shafts. He saw and loved, and, climbing to her chamber, met by stealth the damsel, and she bore a gallant son. Uterus, swift of foot and brave in war. When Ilithyia, midwife goddess, gave the boy to see the pleasant light of day, the stout Echecleus, son of Actor, brought the mother to his house, with liberal dower. The aged Phylas reared the child she left tenderly as a son, and loved him well. Pisander, warlike son of Msemelus, commanded the 3rd squadron. None like him among the Myrmidons could wield the spear, except Pelides. Phoenix, aged knight, led the 4th squadron. With the 5th and last, there came Alcimedon, Larceus' son, as leader. When their ranks were duly formed, Achilles spake to them in earnest words. Now, Myrmidons, forget no single word of all the threats ye uttered against Troy. Since first my wrath began, ye blame me much, and say, hard-hearted son of Peleus, sure, thy mother must have suckled thee on Gull. For sternly thou dost keep us in the ships. Unwilling as we are, we might, at least, crossing the sea, return in our good ships. If thus thine anger is to last. These words ye utter oft when our assemblies meet. And now the great occasion is at hand, which ye have longed for. Now let him whose heart is fearless meet the Trojans valiantly. He spake, and roused their courage and their might. And as they heard their king they brought their rank to closer order. As an architect builds up, with closely fitting stones, the wall of some tall mansion, proof against the blast. So close were now the helms and bossy shields. Shield leaned on shield, and helm on helm, and man on man, and on the glittering helmet cones. The horsehair plumes with every motion touched each other, so compact the squadrons stood. 2 heroes, nobly armed, were at their head, 2. Patroclus and Automedon, and both had but one thought, to combat in the van. Entering his tent, Achilles raised the lid of a fair coffer, beautifully wrought, which silver-footed Thetis placed on board his bark, and filled with tunics, cloaks well lined, and fleecy carpets. There he also kept a goblet richly chased, from which no lip of man, save his, might drink the dark red wine. Nor wine be poured to any god save Jove, the mighty Father. This he took in hand, and purified with sulfur first, and then rinsed with clear water. Next, with was hen hands, he drew the dark red wine, and stood without in the open space, and, pouring out the wine, prayed with his eyes turned heavenward, not unheard by Jupiter, who wields the thunderbolt, Dodonian Jove, Pelasgian, sovereign king, whose dwelling is afar, and who dost rule Dodona winterbound, where dwell thy priests, the Selli with unwashen feet, who sleep upon the ground. Thou once hast heard my prayer, and thou hast honored me, and terribly avenged me on the Greeks. Accomplish yet this one request of mine. I shall remain among the rows of ships, but in my stead I send my comrade, who will lead to war my vast array of Myrmidons. With him, O God of thunders, send the victory. Make his heart bold, let even Hector learn whether my follower, though alone, can wage successful war, or conquer only then, when I go forth with him into the field of slaughter. When he shall have beaten back the assailants from the fleet, let him return unharmed to my good galleys and to me, with all his arms and all his valiant men. So spake he, offering prayer, and Jupiter, the great disposer, hearkened half the prayer the All-Father granted him, and half denied. to drive the storm of battle from the fleet. He granted, but denied his friend's return. In safety. When the warrior thus had prayed, and poured the wine to Father Jove, he went into his tent again, and there replaced the goblet in the coffer. Coming forth, he stood before the entrance to behold the terrible encounter of the hosts. The newly armed, led by their gallant chief, Patroclus, marched in warlike order forth, and in high hope, to fall upon the foe. As wasps, that by the wayside build their cells, angered from time to time by thoughtless boys. Whence mischief comes to many, if by chance some passing traveler should unwittingly disturb them, all at once are on the wing, and all attack him, to defend their young. So fearless and so fierce the Myrmidons poured from their fleet, and mighty was the din. Patroclus with loud voice exhorted them. O Myrmidons, companions of the son of Peleus, bear in mind, my friends, your fame for valor, and be men, that we who serve Achilles, we who combat hand to hand, may honor him by our exploits, and teach wide-ruling Agamemnon how he erred, slighting the bravest warrior of the Greeks. These words awoke the courage and the might of all who heard them, and in close array they fell upon the Trojans. Fearfully the fleet around them echoed to the sound of Argives shouting. When the Trojans saw in glittering arms Menoetius' gallant son and his attendant, every heart grew faint with fear. The close ranks wavered, for they thought that the swift son of Peleus at the fleet had laid aside his wrath, and was again the friend of Agamemnon. Eagerly they looked around for an escape from death. Then first Patroclus cast his shining displeasure into the crowd before him, where they fought most fiercely round the stern of the good ship of brave Protesilaus. There it smote Perechmes, who had led from Amydon on the broad Axius, his Paeonian knights. Through his right shoulder went the blade, he fell, heavily groaning, to the earth. His band of warriors from Paeonia, panic-struck, fled from Patroclus as they saw their chief cut off, their bravest in the battlefield. So from the ship he drave the foe, and quenched the blazing fire. There lay the half-burnt bark, while with a mighty uproar fled the host of Troy, and from between the beaked ships poured after them with tumult infinite the Greeks, as when from some high mountain top the god of lightnings, Jupiter, sweeps off the overshadowing cloud. At once appear the watch lowers and the headland heights and lawns, all in full light, and all the unmeasured depth of ether opens. So the Greeks, when thus their fleet was rescued from the hostile flame, breathed for a space, and yet they might not cease from battle, for not everywhere alike were chased the Trojans from the dark-hulled ships before the Greeks, but struggled still to keep the mastery, and yielded but to force. Then in that scattered conflict of the chiefs, each Argive slew a warrior with his spear. The brave son of Menoetius made a thrust at Areolocus, and pierced his thigh, just as he turned away, and through the part forced the keen weapon, splintering as it went the bone, and brought the Trojan to the ground. And warlike Menelaus pierced the breast of Thoas where the buckler left it bare, and took his life. The son of Phyleus saw Amphiclus rushing on, and with his spear met him and pierced his leg below the knee, where brawniest is the limb. The blade cut through the sinews, and his eyes were closed in night. There fought the sons of Nestor. One of these, Antilochus, transfixed with his good spear. Atymnius through the flank, and brought him down. At his own feet. With sorrow Maris saw his brother fall, and toward Antilochus flew to defend the corpse. But ere he strook the godlike Thrasymedes, with a blow that missed not, smote his shoulder, tearing off with the spear's blade upon the upper arm the muscles from the bone. With ringing arms he fell, and darkness gathered o'er his eyes. Thus were 2 brothers by 2 brothers slain, and sent to Erebus. 2 valiant friends were they of King Sarpedon, and the sons of Amisodorus, who reared and fed Chimera, the destroyer of mankind. Oilean Ajax, springing forward, seized on Cleobulus, for the struggling crowd hindered his flight. He took the Trojan's life, smiting the neck with his huge-handled sword. The blade grew warm with blood, and cruel fate brought darkness o'er the dying warrior's eyes. Peneleus fought with Lyco. Each had cast his spear and missed his aim, and now with swords the twain encountered. Lyco dealt a stroke upon the crested helmet of his foe, and the blade failed him, breaking at the hilt. Meantime Peneleus smote beneath the ear the neck of Lyco, deep the weapon went. The severed head, held only by the skin, dropped to one side, and life forsook the limbs. Merians, o'ertaking Acamas, in rapid flight, discharged a mighty blow on his left shoulder as he climbed his car. He fell, and darkness gathered o'er his eyes. Then plunged Idomeneus the cruel spear into the mouth of Aramis. The blade passed on beneath the brain, and pierced the neck, and there divided the white bones. It dashed the teeth out, both the eyes were filled with blood, which gushed from mouth and nostrils as he breathed. And the black cloud of death came over him. Thus every Grecian leader slew his man, as ravening wolves that spring on lambs and kids, and seize them, wandering wide among the hills, beyond the keeper's care, and bear them off, and rend with cruel fangs their helpless prey. So fiercely did the Achaeans fling themselves upon the men of Troy, who only thought of flight from that tumultuous strife, and quite forgot their wonted valor. All the while, the greater Ajax sought to hurl his spear at Hector, clad in brazen mail, who yet, expert in battle, kept his ample chest hid by his bull's hide shield, and, though he heard the hiss of darts and clash of spears, and saw the fortune of the field deserting him, lingered to rescue his beloved friends. As from the summit of Olympus spreads a cloud into the sky that late was clear, when Jove brings on the tempest, with such speed, in clamorous flight the Trojans left the fleet. Yet passed they not the trench in seemly plight. The rapid steeds of Hector bore him safe across with all his arms, while, left between the high banks of the trench, the Trojan host struggled despairingly. The fiery steeds, harnessed to many a chariot, left it there with broken pole. Patroclus followed close, with mighty voice encouraging the Greeks, and meditating vengeance on the foe that noisily ran on, and right and left were scattered, filling all the ways. The dust rose thick and high, and spread, and reached the clouds, as with swift feet the Trojan coursers held their way to Ilium from the tents and ships. Patroclus, where he saw the wildest rout, drave thither, shouting threats. Full many a chief fell under his own axle from his car, and chariots with a crash were overthrown. The swift, immortal horses which the gods bestowed on Peleus leaped the trench at once, eager to reach the plain. as eagerly. Patroclus longed to overtake and smite Hector, whose steeds were hurrying him away. As when, in autumn time, the dark brown earth is whelmed with water from the stormy clouds. When Jupiter pours down his heaviest rains, offended at men's crimes who override the laws by violence, and drive justice forth from the tribunals, heedless of the gods and their displeasure, all the running streams are swelled to floods, the furious torrents tear the mountain slopes, and, plunging from the heights, with mighty roar, lay waste the works of men, and fling themselves into the dark blue sea. Thus with loud tumult fled the Trojan horse. Patroclus, having cut the nearest bands of Troy in pieces, made his warriors turn back to the fleet, and, eager as they were, stopped the pursuit that led them toward the town. Then, in the area bounded by the sea, river, and lofty wall, he chased and smote, and took full vengeance. With his glittering spear, he wounded Pronus where the buckler left. The breast exposed, the Trojan with a clash fell to the earth, and life forsook his limbs. Advancing in his might, Patroclus smote Theuster, the son of Enops, as he sat cowering upon his sumptuous seat, o'ercome with fear, and dropped the reins through his right cheek. Among the teeth Patroclus thrust his spear, and o'er the chariot's border drew him forth with the spear's stem, as when an angler sits upon a jutting rock, and from the sea draws a huge fish with line and gleaming hook. So did Patroclus, with his shining spear, draw forth the panting Trojan from his car, and shook him clear. He fell to earth and died. As Areolus then came swiftly on, Patroclus flung a stone, and on the brow smote him. The Trojan's head, beneath the blow, parted in two within the helm. He fell headlong to earth, a prey to ghastly death. Then slew he Aramas, Amphoterus, Epaltes, Pyrrhus, Iphias, Echius, Lipolymus, Damastor's son, and next Euippus. Nor was Polymelus spared, the son of Argias, smitten all, and thrown slain upon slain, along their mother earth. And now Sarpedon, as he saw his friends, the unbelted Lycians, falling by the hand of Menoetiades, exhorted thus the gallant Lycians, shame upon you all. My Lycians, whither do you flee? Be bold, for I myself will meet this man, and learn who walks the field in triumph thus, and makes such havoc in our squadrons. For his hand has laid full many a gallant warrior low. He spake, and from his car with all his arms sprang to the ground, while on the other side Patroclus, as he saw him come, leaped down, and left his chariot, as on some tall rock. Two vultures, with curved talons and hooked beaks, fight screaming, so these two with furious cries advanced against each other. When the son of crafty Saturn saw them meet, his heart was touched with pity, and he thus bespake his spouse and sister Juno, woe is me! Sarpedon, most beloved of men, is doomed to die, o'ercome by Menoetiades. And now I halt between two purposes, whether to bear him from this fatal fight alive and safe, to Lycia's fertile fields, or let him perish by his enemy's hand. Imperial, large-eyed Juno answered thus: What words, dread son of Saturn, hast thou said? Wouldst thou deliver from the common lot of death a mortal doomed long since by fate? Do as thou wilt, but be thou sure of this: the other gods will not approve. And bear in mind these words of mine. If thou shouldst send Sarpedon home to Lycia safe, reflect Some other god may claim the right, like thee, to rescue his beloved son from death in battle. For we know that in the war round Priam's noble city are many sons of gods, who will with vehement anger see thy interposing hand. Yet if he be so dear to thee, and thou dost pity him, let him in mortal combat be o'ercome by Menoetiades, and when the breath of life has left his frame, give thou command to death and gentle sleep to bear him hence to the broad realm of Lycia. There his friends and brethren shall perform the funeral rites. There shall they build him up a tomb, and rear a column, honors that become the dead. She ceased, nor did the All-Father disregard her words. He caused a bloody dew to fall upon the earth in sorrow for the son, whom well he loved, and whom Patroclus soon should slay upon the fertile plain of Troy, far from the pleasant land that saw his birth. The warriors now drew near. Patroclus slew the noble Thrasymachus, who had been Sarpedon's valiant comrade in the war. Below the belt he smote him, and he fell lifeless. Sarpedon threw his shining lance. It missed, but struck the courser Pedasus in the right shoulder. With a groan he fell in dust, and, moaning, breathed his life away. Then the two living horses sprang apart, and the yoke creaked, and the entangled reins were useless, fastened to the fallen horse. Automedon, the mighty spearman, saw the remedy, and from his brawny thigh he drew his sword, and cut the outside horse loose from his fellows. They again were brought together, and obeyed the reins once more. And the two chiefs renewed the mortal fight. And now, again, Sarpedon's shining spear was vainly flung. The point, in passing o'er Patroclus's left shoulder, gave no wound. In turn, Patroclus, hurling not in vain his weapon, smote him where the midriff's web holds the tough heart. He fell as falls an oak, or poplar or tall pine, which workmen hew among the mountains with their sharpened steel to frame a ship. So he before his steeds and chariot fell upon the bloody dust, and grasped it with his hands, and gnashed his teeth, as when a lion coming on a herd seizes, amid the crowd of stamping beeves, a tawny and high-mettled bull, that dies, bellowing in fury in the lion's jaws. Like him, indignant to be overcome, the leader of the bucklered Lycian host, laid prostrate by Patroclus, called by name his dear companion, and addressed him thus: Beloved Glaucus, mighty among men, now prove thyself a hero, now be bold. Now, if thou have a warrior's spirit, think of naught but battle. Go from rank to rank, exhorting all the Lycian chiefs to fight around Sarpedon. Combat thou for me with thy good spear, for I shall be to thee a shame and a reproach through all thy days. If here the Greeks, beside whose ships I fall, bear off my armor, stand thou firm, and stir thy people up to combat valiantly. While he was speaking, death crept o'er his sight, and stopped his breath. Patroclus set his heel against his bosom, and plucked out the spear. The midriff followed it, and thus he drew the life and weapon forth at once. Meantime, the Myrmidons held fast the snorting steeds, that, loosened from the Lycians' car, were bent on flight. The grief of Glaucus as he heard his comrade's voice was bitter, and his heart ached at the thought that he could bring no aid. He seized his arm and pressed it in his grasp, for there the wound which Teucer's arrow left, when Glaucus stormed the wall and Teucer's shafts defended it. still pained him grievously. And thus he prayed to Phoebus, archer god. Give ear, O king, wherever thou abide, in the opulent realm of Lycia, or in Troy. For everywhere thou nearest those who cry to thee in sorrow, and great sorrow now is on me. Grievous is the wound I bear. Sharp are the pains that pierce my hand, the blood cannot be stanched, my very arm becomes a burden. I can wield the spear no more with a firm grasp, nor combat with the foe. A mighty chief, Sarpedon, son of Jove, has perished, and the father came not nigh to aid his son. Yet come thou to my aid, O monarch god, and heal this painful wound, and give me strength to rally to the fight. The Lycian warriors, and myself contend valiantly for the rescue of the dead. So prayed he, Phoebus hearkened, and at once assuaged the pain, and stanched the purple blood in the deep wound, and filled his frame with strength. The warrior felt the change, rejoiced to know that with such friendly speed the mighty god granted his prayer. And first he went among the Lycian chiefs, exhorting them to wage fierce battle for Sarpedon. Then he sought, walking with rapid strides, the Trojan chiefs. Agenor, nobly born, Polydamas, the son of Panthus, Aeneas next, and Hector mailed in brass. By him he stood, and thus accosted him with winged words. O Hector, thou art careless of the fate of thine allies, who for thy sake, afar from those they love, and from their native land, pour out their lives. Thou bringest them no aid. Sarpedon lies in death, the chief who led the bucklered Lycians, who with justice swayed the realm of Lycia, and defended it with valor. Him hath brazen Mars beneath the weapon of Patroclus smitten down. Come then, my friends, repulse we gallantly these Myrmidons, else will they bear away his armor and insult his corpse, to avenge the havoc we have made among the Greeks, who perished by our weapons at the fleet. He spake, and grief immitigable seized the Trojans. For the slain, though stranger born, had been a pillar of the realm of Troy. And many were the troops that followed him, and he was bravest of them all in war. Then rushed the Trojans fiercely on the Greeks, with Hector, sorrowing for Sarpedon's fall, leading them on, while the bold-hearted chief, Patroclus Menoetiades, aroused the courage of the Greeks. He thus addressed the warriors Ajax, eager like himself for combat, be it now your welcome task, O warriors Ajax, to drive back the foe, he who first sprang across the Grecian wall. Sarpedon lies a corpse, and we must now dishonor the dead chief, and strip from him his armor, and strike down with our good spears whoever of his comrades shall resist. He spake, and all were resolute to beat the enemy back. And when, on either side, Trojans and Lycians, Myrmidons and Greeks, had put their phalanxes in firm array, they closed, with dreadful shouts and horrid clash of arms, in fight around the dead, while Jove drew o'er that deadly fray an awful veil of darkness, that the struggle for the corpse of his dear son might rage more furiously. The Trojans first drave back the dark-eyed Greeks, for one was in the onset smitten down, not the least valiant of the Myrmidons, the son of brave Agacles, nobly born, Epigeius, who aforetime, when he ruled the populous Budeum, having slain a noble kinsman, fled a suppliant to Peleus and the silver-footed queen Thetis, his consort, and by them was sent with terrible Achilles, to the coast. Of courser breeding Ilium and the siege of Troy. As now he stooped to seize the dead, illustrious Hector smote him with a stone upon the forehead, cleaving it in two. In the strong helmet, headlong on the course, he fell, and cruel death crept over him. With grief Patroclus saw his comrade slain, and broke his way among the foremost ranks. As a swift hawk that chases through the air starlings and daws, so didst thou dart among Trojans and Lycians, for thy wrath was roused, O knight Patroclus, by thy comrade's death. And now his hand struck Sthenelaus down, the dear son of Ithaemenes. He flung a stone that crushed the sinews of the neck. Back drew illustrious Hector, and with him the warriors who were fighting in the van. As far as one can send a javelin, when men contend in martial games, or meet their deadly enemies in war, so far withdrew the Trojans, and the Greeks pursued the leader of the bucklered Lycian host. Glaucus was first to turn against his foes. He slew the brave Patroclus, the dear son of Chalcon, who in Hellas had his home, and was the richest of the Myrmidons. The Lycian, turning on him suddenly, as he drew near pursuing, sent his spear right through his breast, and with a clash he fell. Great was the sorrow of the Greeks to see that valiant warrior fall. The men of Troy exulted, and pressed round him in a crowd. Nor lacking was the valor of the Greeks, who met them manfully. Marians struck down a Trojan chief, Laogonus, Onetor's valiant son. His father stood priest at the altar of Idaean Jove, and like a god was honored by the realm. Below the jaw and ear Marians smote him, and instantly the life forsook his limbs, and fearful darkness shrouded him. Straight at Marians Aeneas aimed his brazen spear to smite him, as he came beneath his buckler, but the Greek beheld the weapon in the air, and, stooping low, escaped it. Over him it passed, and stood fixed in the earth behind him, where its stem trembled, for now the rapid steel had spent its force. As thus it quivered in the ground, Aeneas, who perceived that it had left his powerful hand in vain, was vexed, and said, Had I but struck thee, dancer as thou art, Marians, my spear had suddenly ended thy dancing. Then Marians, the skilful spearman, answered, Thou art brave, but thou wilt find it hard to overcome the might of all who gather to repulse thy onset. Thou art mortal, and if I, aiming at thee with my good spear, should pierce thy bosom, valiant as thou art and proud of thy strong arm, thy death would bring me praise, and send thy soul where gloomy Pluto dwells. He spake, the brave Patroclus heard, and thus rebuked him, Why wilt thou, Marians, with all thy valor, stand to make a speech? The foe, my friend, will not be forced to leave the corpse by insults, some of them must die. In deeds the issue of a battle lies. Words are for counsel. Now is not the time to utter swelling phrases, but to fight. He ended, and went on. The godlike man followed his steps, as when from mountain dells rises, and far is heard, a crashing sound. Where woodmen fell the trees, such was the noise. From those who fought on that wide plain, the din of brass, of leather, and of tough bull's hide, smitten with swords and two-edged spears. No eye, although of keenest sight, would then have known noble Sarpedon, covered as he lay, from head to foot, with weapons, blood, and dust. And still the warriors thronged around the dead, as when in springtime at the cattle stalls Flies gather, humming, when the milk is drawn. Round the full pails, so swarmed around the corpse the combatants. Nor once did Jove withdraw his bright eyes from the stubborn fray, but still gazed, planning how Patroclus should be slain. Uncertain whether, in the desperate strife over the great Sarpedon, to permit illustrious Hector with his spear to lay the hero dead, and make his arms a spoil, or spare him yet a while, to make the war more bloody. As he pondered, this seemed best, that the brave comrade of Achilles first should put to flight the Trojans and their chief, Hector the brazen-mailed, pursuing them toward Troy with slaughter. To this end he sent into the heart of Hector panic fear, who climbed his car and fled, and bade the rest flee also, for he saw how Jove had weighed the fortunes of the day. Now none remained, not even the gallant Lycians, when they saw their monarch lying wounded to the heart among a heap of slain. For Saturn's son in that day's strife had caused a multitude to fall in death. Now when the Greeks had stripped Sarpedon of the glittering brazen mail, the brave son of Menoetius bade his friends convey it to the hollow ships. Meanwhile the cloud compeller spake to Phoebus thus: Go now, beloved Phoebus, and withdraw Sarpedon from the weapons of the foe. Cleanse him from the dark blood, and bear him thence, and lave him in the river stream, and shed ambrosia o'er him. Clothe him then in robes of heaven, consigning him to sleep and death, twin brothers, and swift bearers of the dead. And they shall lay him down in Lycia's fields, that broad and opulent realm. There shall his friends and kinsmen give him burial, and shall rear his tomb and column, honors due the dead. He spake, Apollo instantly obeyed his father, leaving Ida's mountain height, and sought the field of battle, and bore off noble Sarpedon from the enemy's spears, and laved him in the river stream, and shed ambrosia o'er him. Then in robes of heaven he clothed him, giving him to sleep and death, twin brothers, and swift bearers of the dead. And they, with speed conveying it, laid down the corpse in Lycia's broad and opulent realm. Meantime Patroclus, urging on his steeds and charioteer, pursued, to his own hurt, Trojans and Lycians. Madman! Had he then obeyed the counsel which Pelides gave, the bitter doom of death had not been his. But stronger than the purposes of men are those of Jove, who puts to flight the brave, and takes from them the victory, though he impelled them to the battle. And he now urged on Patroclus to prolong the fight. Who first, when thus the gods decreed thy death, fell by thy hand, Patroclus, and who last? Adrastus first, Autonous next, and then Echeclus. Then died Perimus, the son of Meges, then with Melanippus fell Epistor, next was Elasus o'ercome, and Mulius, and Pilardes. These he slew, while all the rest betook themselves to flight. Then had the Greeks possessed themselves of Troy, with all its lofty portals, by the hand and valor of Patroclus. For his rage was terrible beyond the rage of all who bore the spear, had not Apollo stood on a strong tower to menace him with ill, and aid the Trojans. Thrice Patroclus climbed a shoulder of the lofty wall, and thrice Apollo, striking his immortal hands against the glittering buckler, thrust him down. And when, for the fourth time, the godlike man essayed to mount the wall, the archer god Phoebus encountered him with fearful threats. Noble Patroclus, hold thy hand, nor deem the city of the warlike Trojans doomed to fall beneath thy spear, nor by the arm of Peleus' son, though mightier far than thou. He spake. Patroclus, fearful of the wrath of the archer god, withdrew, and stood afar. While Hector, at the Scaean gates, restrained his coursers, doubtful whether to renew the fight by mingling with the crowd again, or gather all his host within the walls by a loud summons. As he pondered thus, Apollo stood beside him in the form of Asius, a young warrior and a brave uncle of Hector, the great horse-tamer, and brother of Queen Hecuba, and son of Dymas, who in Phrygia dwelt beside the streams of the Sangarius. Putting on his shape and aspect, thus Apollo said, "Why, Hector, dost thou pause from battle thus? Nay, it becomes thee not. Were I in might greater than thou, as I am less, full soon wouldst thou repent this shrinking from the war. Come boldly on, and urge thy firm-paced steeds against Patroclus. Slay him on the field, and Phoebus will requite thee with renown." He spake, and mingled in the hard-fought fray, while noble Hector bade his charioteer, the brave Cebriones, ply well the lash, and join the battle. Phoebus went before, entering the crowd, and spread dismay among the Greeks, and gave the glory of the hour to Hector and the Trojans. Little heed paid Hector to the rest, nor raised his arm to slay them, but urged on his firm-paced steeds to meet Patroclus, who, beholding him, leaped from his car. In his left hand he held a spear, and with the other lifting up a white, rough stone, the largest he could grasp, flung it with all its force. It flew not wide, nor flew in vain, but smote Cebriones, the warlike chief who guided Hector's steeds, a spurious son of Priam the renowned. The sharp stone smote his forehead as he held the reins, and crushed both eyebrows in the bone. Resisted not the blow, the warrior's eyes fell in the dust before his very feet. Down from the sumptuous seat he plunged, as dives a swimmer, and the life forsook his limbs. And this, Patroclus, was thy cruel jest. Truly a nimble man is this who dives with such expertness. Were this, now, the sea, where fish are bred, and he were searching it for oysters, he might get an ample store. For many men, in leaping from a ship, though in a storm, so skillfully he dives, even from the chariot to the plain. No doubt there must be divers in the town of Troy. He spake, and sprang upon Cebriones with all a lion's fury, which attacks the stables and is wounded in the breast, and perishes through his own daring. Thus, Patroclus, didst thou fall upon the slain, while Hector, hastening also, left his steeds, and both contended for Cebriones, as lions for the carcass of a deer fight on a mountain summit, hungry both, and both unyielding. Thus two mighty men of war, Patroclus Menoetiades, and glorious Hector, eager each to smite his adversary with the cruel spear, fought for Cebriones. The slain man's head was seized by Hector's powerful hand, whose grasp relaxed not, while Patroclus held the foot. And, thronging to the spot, the other Greeks and Trojans mingled in the desperate strife, as when the east wind and the south contend in the open mountain grounds, and furiously assail the deep old woods of beech and ash, and barky cornel, flinging their long boughs against each other with a mighty roar and crash of those that break. So did the Greeks and Trojans meet with mutual blows, and slay each other. Nor had either host a thought of shameful flight. Full many a trenchant spear went to its mark beside Cebriones, and many a winged arrow that had left the bowstring. Many a massive stone was hurled against the ringing bucklers, as they fought around the dead, while he, the mighty, lay stretched on the ground amid the eddying dust, forgetful of his art of horsemanship, while yet the sun was climbing to his place. In middle heaven, the men of either host were smitten by the weapons, and in both the people fell. But when he stooped to the west, the Greeks prevailed, and from that storm of darts and tumult of the Trojans they drew forth Cebriones, and stripped him of his arms. Still rushed Patroclus onward, bent to wreak his fury on the Trojans. Fierce as Mars, he charged their squadrons thrice with fearful shouts, and thrice he laid 9 warriors in the dust. But as with godlike energy he made the 4th assault, then clearly was it seen, Patroclus, that thy life was near its end. For Phoebus terribly in that fierce strife encountered thee. Patroclus saw him not advancing in the tumult, for he moved unseen in darkness. Coming close behind, he smote, with open palm, the hero's back between the ample shoulders, and his eyes reeled with the blow, while Phoebus from his head struck the tall helm, that, clanking, rolled away under the horse's feet. Its crest was soiled with blood and dust, though never till that hour had dust defiled its horsehair plume. For once that helmet guarded an illustrious head, the glorious brows of Peleus' son, and now Jove destined it for Hector, to be worn in battle, and his death was also near. The spear Patroclus wielded, edged with brass, long, tough, and huge, was broken in his hands, and his broad buckler, dropping with its band, lay on the ground, while Phoebus, son of Jove, undid the fastenings of his mail. With mind bewildered, and with powerless limbs, he stood as thunderstruck. Then a Dardanian named Euphorbus, son of Panthus, who excelled his comrades in the wielding of the spear, the race, and horsemanship, approaching, smote Patroclus in the back with his keen spear between the shoulder blades. Already he had dashed down 20 warriors from their cars, guiding his own, a learner in the art of war. The first was he who threw a lance at thee, Patroclus, yet o'ercome thee not. For, plucking from thy back its ashen stem, he fled, and mingled with the crowd, nor dared await thy coming, though thou wert unarmed. While, weakened by that wound and by the blow given by the god, Patroclus turned and sought shelter from danger in the Grecian ranks. But Hector, when he saw the gallant Greek thus wounded and retreating, left his place among the squadrons, and, advancing, pierced Patroclus with his spear, below the belt, driving the weapon deep. The hero fell with clashing mail, and all the Greeks beheld his fall with grief. As when a lion bears a stubborn boar to earth, what time the twain fight on the mountains for a slender spring, both thirsty and both fierce, the lion's strength lays prone his panting foe, so Priam's son slew, fighting hand to hand, the valiant Greek, son of Menoetius, who himself had slain so many. Hector gloried over him with winged words. Patroclus, thou didst think to lay our city waste, and carry off our women captive in thy ships to Greece. Madman! In their defense the fiery steeds of Hector sweep the battlefield, and I mightiest of all the Trojans, with the spear. Will guard them from the doom of slavery. Now vultures shall devour thee, wretched youth. Achilles, mighty though he be, has brought no help to thee, though doubtless when he sent thee forth to battle, and remained within, he charged thee thus, Patroclus, flower of knights. Return not to the fleet until thy hand hath torn the bloody armor from the corpse of the man-queller Hector. So he spake, and filled with idle hopes thy foolish heart. Then thou, Patroclus, with a faltering voice, didst answer thus, Now, Hector, while thou mayst utter thy boast in swelling words, since Jove and Phoebus gave the victory to thee, easily have they vanquished me. 'Twas they who stripped the armor from my limbs, for else, if 20 such as thou had met me, all had perished by my spear. A cruel fate o'ertakes me, aided by Latona's son, the god, and by Euphorbus among men. Thou who shalt take my spoil art but the third. Yet hear my words, and keep them in thy thought. Not long shalt thou remain alive, thy death by violence is at hand, and thou must fall, slain by the hand of great Aeacides. While he was speaking, death stole over him, and veiled his senses, while the soul forsook his limbs and flew to Hades, sorrowing for its sad lot, to part from life in youth and prime of strength. Illustrious Hector thus answered the dying man, Why threaten me, Patroclus, with an early death? Who knows that he, thy friend, whom fair-haired Thetis bore, Achilles, may not sooner lose his life, slain by my spear? He spake, and set his heel upon the slain, and from the wound drew forth his brazen spear and pushed the corpse aside, and with the weapon hurried on to smite godlike Agamemnon, the charioteer of swift Aeacides. But him the steeds, fleet-footed and immortal, which the gods bestowed on Peleus, swiftly bore away. Book. Chapter 17. The Seventh Battle. Contest for the body of Patroclus, which is guarded by Menelaus, death of Euphorbus, retreat of Menelaus, and his return with Ajax. After which Hector is obliged to give way. Hector reproved for this by Glaucus, he puts on the armor of Patroclus, and renews the contest. Driving back the Greeks, rally of the Greeks by Ajax, bravery of Aeneas, flight of Agamemnon with the horses and chariot of Patroclus, the defenders of the body of Patroclus involved in darkness, which is dispelled at the prayer of Ajax, a message sent to Achilles informing him of the death of Patroclus, whose body is rescued and borne off by Menelaus and Marians. The warlike Menelaus, Atreus' son, beheld Patroclus fall by Trojan hands, and came in glittering armor to the van, to guard the body of the slain, as walks a heifer moaning round her newborn young. So fair-haired Menelaus stalked around the body of Patroclus, holding forth his spear and great round shield, intent to slay whoever came against him. But the son of Panthus, mighty spearman, not the less intent to spoil the illustrious dead, drew near, and spake to warlike Menelaus thus. Atrides Menelaus, reared by Jove, and leader of thy host, give way and leave the dead, and quit to me his bloody spoil. For none of our brave Trojans and allies smote him in deadly combat with the spear before me. Leave me therefore to receive the glory due me from the sons of Troy. Else will I smite thee too, and thou wilt lose thy precious life. Indignant at the word, the fair-haired Menelaus answered him, O Father Jove, unseemly boasts are these. For not the panther's nor the lion's might, nor that of the fierce forest boar whose rage is heightened into fury, is as great as that which these distinguished spearmen, sons of Panthus, utter with their lips. And yet, the horseman Hipporenor did not long enjoy his youth when he with insolent words assailed me, and withstood me, when he said that I was the most craven wretch who bore arms in the Grecian host. He never turned, I think, his footsteps homeward to delight his reverend parents and beloved wife. And I, like his, will take thy life, if thou oppose me. Heed my counsel, and withdraw among the crowd, and so avoid my stroke before thou come to harm. He is a fool who only sees the mischiefs that are past. He said, Euphorbus, heeding not his words of warning, spake again, now is my time. Jove nurtured Menelaus, to avenge my brother, slain by thee, and over whom thou utteredst such swelling words, whose wife in her new bridal chamber thou hast made a widow, and upon her parents brought mourning and endless sorrow. It may make the sorrow less, should I into the hands of Panthus and the noble Phrontis give thy head and armor. Let us now delay the strife no longer, it will show with whom the valor dwells, and who is moved by fear. He spake, and smote his enemy's round shield, but pierced it not. The stubborn metal turned the weapon's point. Then Menelaus, son of Atreus, with a prayer to Jupiter, struck, as Euphorbus made a backward step, his throat, and drave the weapon with strong hand through the soft neck. He fell with clashing arms. His locks, which were like those the Graces wear, and ringlets, bound with gold and silver bands, were drenched with blood, as when some husbandman rears in a lonely and well-watered spot an olive tree with widely spreading boughs, beautiful with fresh shoots, and putting forth white blossoms, gently waved by every wind. A sudden blast descends with mighty sweep, and tears it from its bed, and lays it prone upon the earth. So lay Euphorbus, skilled to wield the spear and son of Panthus, slain and spoiled by Menelaus, Atreus' son. As when a lion of the mountain wilds, fearless and strong, bears from the browsing herd the fairest of the kine, and breaks her neck with his strong teeth, and, tearing her, devours the bloody entrails, while a clamorous throng of dogs and herdsmen, with incessant cries, gather around him, yet approach him not, withheld by fear. So of the warriors round so the gallant Menelaus none could find the courage to encounter him. And then Atrides easily had borne away the sumptuous armor worn by Panthus' son, if envious Apollo had not moved Hector to meet him, putting on the form of Mentes, chief of the Ciconian band. He said to him aloud, with winged words, Hector, thou art pursuing what thy feet will never overtake, the steeds which draw the chariot of Achilles. Hard it were for mortal man to tame them or to guide, save for Achilles, goddess-born. Meanwhile hath warlike Menelaus, Atreus' son, guarding the slain Patroclus, overthrown Euphorbus, bravest of the Trojan host, a son of Panthus. He will fight no more. Thus spake the god, and disappeared among the warring squadrons. Bitter was the grief that seized the heart of Hector as he looked along the ranks and saw the Greek bear off the sumptuous arms, and saw the Trojan lie weltering in blood. At once he made his way to the front rank, all armed in glittering brass, and with loud shouts As terrible he came as Vulcan's inextinguishable fires. The son of Atreus heard that mighty shout, and thus to his great soul lamenting said, If I abandon these rich spoils and leave Patroclus, who has perished in my cause, I fear the Greeks will look upon the act with indignation. If, through dread of shame, I fight alone with Hector and his men, I fear to be overwhelmed by multitudes. For crested Hector leads the whole array of Trojans hither. Yet why question thus? For when a warrior ventures to assault one whom a god protects, a bitter doom is his. Then none of all the Greeks should blame if I give way to Hector, whom a god hath sent against me. Yet could I but hear the voice of mighty Ajax, we would both return, and even against a god renew the combat, that we haply might restore Patroclus to Achilles, Peleus' son. Such in this choice of evils were the least. As thus he mused, the men of Troy came on, with Hector at their head. The Greek gave way, and left the slain, as when a lion, driven with pikes and clamor from the herdsman's stalls, by men and dogs, unwillingly retreats, his valiant heart still raging in his breast. So did the fair-haired Menelaus leave Patroclus. When he reached the Grecian ranks, he turned and stood and looked about to find the mighty Ajax, son of Telamon. And him he soon beheld on the left edge of battle, rallying there and heartening his men. For Phoebus from above had sent a panic fear among them. To him then the son of Atreus went in haste and said, Ajax, my friend, come hither where we fight around Patroclus. Let us strive at least to bring Achilles back the hero's corpse. Though stripped, for crested Hector hath his arms. He spake. The courage of the warlike son of Telamon was kindled by his words. To the front rank he hastened, and with him went fair-haired Menelaus. Hector there had spoiled Patroclus of his glorious arms, and now was dragging him apart to HEW. The head away with his keen sword, and give the body to the dogs of Troy. Just then came Ajax, bearing, like a tower, his shield. And Hector mingled with the Trojan ranks, and leaped into his car. But first he gave his friends the glittering spoil to bear away to Troy, a glory to the conqueror. While Ajax, over Menoetiades, holding his ample shield, stood firm as stands a lion o'er his whelps, when, as he comes leading them through the wood, the hunters rush upon him. And his look is terrible, as his knit eyebrows cover his fierce eyes. So Ajax moved around the hero's corpse, while warlike Menelaus by his side, the son of Atreus, stood in bitter grief. Then with a look of anger, Glaucus spake, son of Hippolochus, and chief among the Lycians, thus to Hector, though thy form, Hector, be noble, yet in prowess thou art wanting, and thy fame in feats of war is not deserved, since thou dost fly the foe. Think whether thou alone, with others born in Troy, canst save the city and the state. For henceforth will no Lycian fight for Troy against the Greeks. This conflict without end has never earned them thanks. Inglorious chief, how wilt thou be the shield of humbler men, if thou canst leave Sarpedon, who has been thy comrade and thy guest, to be the prey and spoil of the Greek warriors? While he lived, great was the aid he brought thy cause and thee. And now thou dost not seek to drive away the dogs from his neglected corpse. For this, if any of the Lycians heed my words, They will go home, and imminent will be the ruin of thy city. If that firm and resolute valor lived in Trojan hearts, which they should cherish who in the defense of their own country bear the toils and face the dangers of the field, we might this hour drag off the slain Patroclus into Troy. And should we bear him from the thick of fight to the great city of Priam, soon the Greeks would let us ransom the rich armor worn by our Sarpedon, and bring back his corpse. For he lies slain who was the bosom friend of the most valiant chieftain at the fleet of Greece and leader of her bravest men. But thou, when great-souled Ajax fixed his eye upon thee, didst not venture to remain and fight with him. He is more brave than thou. The crested Hector frowned and thus replied, Why, Glaucus, should a warrior such as thou utter such violent words? My friend, I deemed that thou wert wise above all other men of fertile Lycia, but I now must blame thy judgment when thou say'st I shrink to meet the mighty Ajax. I do neither dread the battle's fury nor the rush of steeds, but all prevailing are the purposes of aegis-bearing Jove, who makes the brave to flee, and takes from him the victory, and then again impels him to the fight. Come then, my friend, stand by me, see if I skulk this time from the conflict, as thou say'st, or tame the courage of whatever Greek the bravest, who defends Patroclus slain. He spake, and, shouting, cheered the Trojans on. Trojans and Lycians and Dardanians, trained to combat hand to hand, let it be seen, my friends, that ye are men, and still retain your ancient valor, while I buckle on the glorious armor of the illustrious son of Peleus, taken from Patroclus slain. So spake the crested Hector, and withdrew from the fierce conflict, and with rapid steps o'ertook his comrades as they bore away townward the glorious arms of Peleus' son. There from that deadly strife apart he stood, and changed his coat of mail. He gave his own to his companions, to be carried thence to sacred Ilium, and he buckled on the immortal armor of Achilles, son of Peleus, which the gods of heaven bestowed upon his father, who in his old age consigned them to Achilles. But the son was never in that armor to grow old. And when the cloud compeller Jove beheld Hector apart, accoutred in the arms of Peleus' godlike son, he shook his head, and to himself he said, Unhappy man! Death even now is near to thee, and yet is not in all thy thoughts. Thou puttiest on the heavenly armor of the terrible chief, before whom others tremble. Thou hast slain his friend, the brave and gentle, and hast stripped, to do him shame, the armor from his limbs. Yet will I for the moment give to thee fresh triumphs, since Andromache shall ne'er receive, when thou returnest from the field, the armor of Pelides from thy hands. The son of Saturn spake, and gave the nod with his dark brows. Well did that coat of mail suit Hector's form. Meantime the god of war in all his fierceness entered Hector's breast. Fresh vigor filled and nerved his frame, he went along the ranks of his renowned allies with shouts. That glittering armor made him seem the large-souled son of Peleus. To them all he spake in turn, encouraging their hearts. To Mesthles, Glaucus, and Thersilochus, Medon, Dasenor, and Hippothous, Asteropaeus, Phorcys, Chromius, and Ennomus the augur. These the chief exhorted to the fight with winged words. Hear me, ye mighty throng of our allies, dwellers of nations round us. not to make. Our army vast in numbers did I send, to summon you, each from his native town, but that your willing valor might defend the wives and children of the sons of Troy from the assailing Greeks. I therefore give most freely of our substance in large gifts and banquets, that ye all may be content. And now let some of you move boldly on, to do or die, which is the chance of war, to him who from the field will drag and bring the slain Patroclus to the Trojan knights, compelling Ajax to give way. To him I yield up half the spoil, the other half I keep, and let his glory equal mine. He spake, and all that mighty multitude with lifted lances threw themselves against the Grecian ranks. They hoped to bear away the dead from Ajax, son of Telamon. Ah, idle hope! That hero o'er the dead took many a Trojan's life. Then Ajax thus to Menelaus, great in battle, spake. O friend, O Menelaus, reared by Jove, no longer now I hope our safe return from battle. Not the greatest of my fears is for Patroclus, whom the dogs of Troy and birds of prey full quickly will devour. But for my life and thine, that cloud of war, Hector, o'ershadows all, and over us impends the doom of death. Yet let us call our mighty men, if they perchance may hear. He spake, and Menelaus, great in war, obeyed his wish and shouted to the Greeks. O friends, the princes and the chiefs of Greece, who at the public feasts with Atreus' sons, King Agamemnon and his brother chief, drink wine, who each command a host, and hold your honors and your state from Jove, my eyes cannot discern you in the thick of fight. But some of you, who cannot bear to leave Patroclus to the dogs of Troy, draw near. He spake, Oilean Ajax, swift of foot, heard and came forward, hastening through the fight. And after him Idomeneus, who brought Marians, his armor-bearer, fierce as the manslayer Mars. But who could tell the names of all the other Greeks that sprang to mingle in the strife? The Trojans made the first assault, and Hector led them on, as at the mouth of some great river, swollen by rains from Jove, the mighty ocean wave meets it with roaring, and the cliffs around rebel low, while the surges toss without. With such a clamor came the Trojans on, while round Patroclus closed, with one accord, the Greeks, protected by their brazen shields, and o'er their shining helmet Saturn's sun poured darkness. For when Menoetiades yet lived, attendant upon Peleus' son, Jove looked on him with no unkind regard. And now he would not that his course should feed the enemy's dogs, and therefore moved his friends to rescue him. At first the Trojans drave the dark-eyed Greeks before them, back they fell, and left the dead, yet, fiercely as they came, the Trojans slew no man, but dragged away the dead. A moment, and no more, the Greeks fell back, for Ajax quickly rallied them. Ajax, who, next to Peleus' valiant son, excelled them all in form and feats of war. He threw the foremost warriors break, as strong as a wild bear that on the mountain side breaks through the shrubs, and scatters with a bound a band of youths and dogs. The illustrious son of honored Telamon thus put to rout the Trojan phalanxes environing Patroclus, in the hope to bear him thence townward with glory. There Hippothous, son of Lethus the Pelasgian, having bound a thong about the sinewy ankle, toiled to drag away the slain man by the foot from that fierce strife, a grateful spectacle to Hector and the Trojans. Yet on him a vengeance which no friendly arm could ward fell suddenly. The son of Telamon rushed through the crowd, and in close combat smote his helmet's brazen cheek. That plumed helm was cleft by the huge spear and vigorous hand, and where the weapon struck Hippothys, mingled with blood the brain gushed forth, the life forsook his limbs. He dropped from nerveless hands the foot of brave Patroclus, and beside the corpse fell headlong, far from the rich fields of his Larissa, never to repay with gentle cares in their old age the love of his dear parents. For his life was short, slain by the spear of Ajax, large of soul. Then Hector aimed again his shining spear at Ajax, who perceived it as it came, and just avoided it. The weapon struck Schedius, the valiant son of Iphitus, and bravest of the Phocians, whose abode was Panopeus the famous, where he ruled o'er many men. Beneath the collarbone it pierced him, and passed through the brazen point, came out upon the shoulder, to the ground. He fell, his armor clashing with his fall. Then Ajax smote the valiant Phorcys, son of Phenops, in the navel. Through the mail the brazen weapon broke, and roughly tore the entrails. In the dust he fell, and clenched the earth with dying hands. The foremost ranks, led by illustrious Hector, at the sight yielded the ground. The Greeks with fearful shouts dragged off the bodies of Hippothys and Phorcys, and despoiled them of their arms. Then would the Trojans have been put to flight before the warlike Greeks, and, craven-like, gone up to Troy. And great had been the fame gained by the might and courage of the Greeks, beyond what Jupiter designed to give, had not Apollo brought Aeneas forth, by putting on the form of Periphas, the herald and the son of Epitus, who in that office as a prudent friend and counselor had served, till he grew old, the father of Aeneas, in his shape. Thus spake Apollo, son of Jupiter. Aeneas, ye might even hold the towers of lofty Ilium safe against a god, were ye to act as some whom I have seen, valiant and confident in their own might, and multitude of dauntless followers. And now Jove favors us and offers us the victory o'er the Greeks, and yet ye flee in abject terror, and refuse to fight. He spake. Aeneas, looking at him, knew the archer god, and with a mighty voice called out to Hector, Hector, thou and all who lead the troops of Troy, and our allies, great shame it were if we were put to rout before the warlike Greeks, and beaten back to Troy like cowards. Standing by my side one of the gods already hath declared that Jupiter, all-wise, is our ally in battle. Let us therefore boldly fall upon the Greeks, nor suffer them to bear Patroclus unmolested to their fleet. He spake, and, springing to the foremost ranks, stood firm. The Trojans also turned and faced the Achaeans. Then Aeneas with his spear struck down Leocritus, the gallant friend of Lycomedes and Arisba's son. The warlike Lycomedes saw his fall with grief, and came and cast his shining spear at Apisaon, son of Hippasus, a shepherd of the people. Underneath the midriff, through the liver went the spear, and he fell lifeless. He had come to Troy from rich Ceonia, and was great in war, next to Asteropaeus. As he saw his comrade fall, Asteropaeus, moved by grief, advanced to combat with the Greeks. But could not. For the group that stood around. Patroclus showed a fence of shields, and held their spears before them. Ajax moved among the warriors, charging them that none should leave the corpse, and none should step beyond the rest. To strike the foe, but stay to guard the dead. And combat hand to hand. Such was the charge of mighty Ajax. All the earth around was steeped with blood, and many a corpse was heaped on corpse of Trojans and their brave allies, and of the Greeks. For even on their side the strife was not unbloody, though of Greeks there perished fewer. Each was on the watch to ward the battle's dangers from the rest. Then did they fight like fire. You could not say the sun was safe, nor yet the moon, so thick a darkness gathered over the brave men around the corpse of Menoetiades. The other Trojans and the well-armed Greeks fought freely under the clear sky. The sun shed o'er them his full brightness, not a cloud shadowed the earth, or rested on the hills. From time to time they paused, and warily they shunned each other's cruel darts, and kept far from each other, while in the mid-war struggled the combatants in darkness, galled by the remorseless weapons of their foes. Yet Thrasymedes and Antilochus, two famous Grecian warriors, had not learned that excellent Patroclus was no more, but thought that, still alive, he led the war against the Trojans, fighting in the van. They watched the flight and slaughter of the Greeks, and fought apart, for Nestor so enjoined, who sent them to the battle from the fleet. But they who held the middle space around, the friend of swift Aeacides, maintained a desperate strife all day. The knees, the thighs, the feet, the hands, the eyes of those who fought were faint with weariness and foul with sweat. As when an ample ox-hide, steeped in fat, is given to workmen to be stretched, they stand around it in a circle, pulling it till forth the moisture issues, and the oil enters the skin, and by that constant strain from many hands the hide is duly stretched. So in small space the warriors drew the dead hither and thither. They of Ilium strove to drag it to the city, they of Greece to bear it to the fleet. The tumult then was terrible, and neither Mars himself, the musterer of hosts, nor Pallas, roused to her intensest wrath, had they been near the struggle, would have seen it with disdain. Such deadly strife of steeds and men was held o'er slain Patroclus by the will of Jove. The great Achilles knew not yet the fate of his Patroclus, for the warriors fought far from the fleet, beside the wall of Troy. He never thought of him as one whose death was near, but trusted that, when once he reached the Trojan wall, he would return alive. Nor ever deemed he that without his aid, or even with it, would Patroclus sack the city. This was what he oft had heard from Thetis, who disclosed to him apart the counsel of almighty Jupiter. Yet had his mother never once revealed the present evil, that the one whom most he loved of all his friends should perish thus. Still round the dead they fought with their keen spears, and slew each other. Then of the mailed Greeks someone would say, O friends, it were disgrace should we fall back upon our roomy ships. First let the dark earth swallow us. For this were better than to let the Trojan knights drag off the dead in triumph to their town. And some among the large-souled sons of Troy would say, O friends, though all of us should fall beside this corpse, let no one turn and flee. Thus they, encouraging each other, spake. And thus the fight went on. The iron din rose through the waste air to the brazen heaven. Meantime aloof from battle stood the steeds of Peleus' son, and sorrowed when they knew that he who guided them lay stretched in dust by Hector's slaughtering hand. Automedon, the brave son of Diores, often tried the lash, and gentle words as oft and oft shouted forth threats. Yet neither would they move toward the broad Hellespont, where lay the fleet, nor toward the Greeks in combat, but remained motionless as a funeral column, reared to mark a man's or woman's tomb. So stood the coursers yoked to that magnificent car, with drooping heads, and tears that from their lids flowed hot, for sorrow at the loss of him who was their charioteer. And their fair manes, sweeping the yoke below, were foul with dust. The son of Saturn saw their grief, and shook his head in pity, saying to himself, "Why did the gods bestow you, luckless pair, on Peleus, on a king of mortal birth? You who shall never feel old age or death. Was it that ye might share with humankind their sorrows? For the race of mortal men, of all that breathe and move upon the earth, is the most wretched. Yet of this be sure, that ye shall never in that sumptuous car bear Hector. Is it not enough that he should wear that armor, uttering idle boasts? And now will I infuse into your limbs spirit and strength, that ye may safely bear Automedon across the battlefield, to where the roomy galleys lie. I yet must give more glory to the men of Troy, and they must slay until they come again to the good ships of Greece, until the sun goes down and sacred darkness covers all." So spake the god, and breathed into the steeds new life and vigor. From their manes they shook the dust, and flew with that swift car among the Greeks and Trojans. With the Trojan throng, Automedon, though mourning his slain friend, maintained the fight. He rushed upon their ranks, a vulture pouncing on a flock of geese. Swiftly he passed from out the Trojan throng. Swiftly again he charged their phalanxes in fierce pursuit. Yet slew he none of those whom he pursued. He could not guide at once the steeds and cast the spear, when seated thus alone within that sacred car. At last a friend, the valorous Alcimedon, Laerces' son, of Aemon's line, beheld his plight, and, standing near his chariot, said, "What god, Automedon, hath prompted thee to these mad acts, and stolen thy better sense, fighting alone among the foremost ranks of Trojan warriors, thy companion slain, and Hector in the field, who boastfully stalks in the armor of Aeacides?" And thus Automedon, Diores' son, made answer, "Who is there among the Greeks able like thee, Alcimedon, to reign and curb the spirit of immortal steeds? None were there save Patroclus while he lived, wise as a god in council. Death and fate now hold him. To thy hand I give the lash and shining reins, while I descend and fight." He spake, and into his swift chariot sprang Alcimedon, and took the lash and reins. Automedon leaped down. As Hector saw, he thus bespake Aeneas at his side. "Aeneas, leader of the men of Troy, equipped in brazen armor, I have seen those coursers of the swift Aeacides, driven through the battle by unwarlike hands. And 'tis my hope, if thou wilt give thine aid, to seize them. They who guide them will not dare to stand and face us when we make the charge." He spake. Anchises' valiant son complied, and, sheltered by their shields of tough ox hide, well dried and firm, and strong with plates of brass. The twain went forward. With them at their side went Chromius and Aretus, nobly formed, in hope to lead away the high-necked steeds, their guardians slain. Vain dreamers! They were doomed, not without bloody penance, to return from that encounter with Automedon, who prayed to Father Jove, and whose faint heart was strengthened and made bold. And thus the chief said to his faithful friend Alcimedon, "Keep not the steeds thou guidest far from me, Alcimedon, but let them ever breathe upon my shoulders. Hector, Priam's son, I think, will not give over this assault, before he either slays us, and ascends the car to which these steeds with flowing manes are yoked, and puts to flight the phalanxes of Argive warriors, or himself is slain." He spake, and called to both the Ajaxes and Menelaus, "Ye who lead the Greeks," he said, and named the chieftains, "give in charge the dead to your best warriors, to surround and guard the corpse, and drive away the foe. But hasten to avert the evil day from us who are alive. For even now Hector comes rushing through the deadly fight, and brings Aeneas. These are the most brave of all the Trojan army. On the knees of the great gods the issue rests. I too will cast the spear, and leave the rest to Jove." He spake, and lifting his huge spear he smote the round shield of Aretus. There the blade stopped not, but, entering, pierced him through the belt, as, when a vigorous youth with a keen axe strikes a wild bull behind the horns, and there severs the sinews, forward leaps the beast, and falls. Aretus, springing forward thus, fell headlong. In the Trojan's entrails still quivered the spear, and life forsook his limbs. Then Hector aimed, to smite Automedon, his shining spear. The Greek beheld and stooped, and shunned the brazen weapon. Down it came, and plunged into the earth, and stood, its stem still shaken with the blow, and spent its force. Now would the twain have turned, and hand to hand fought with their swords, when suddenly came up the warriors Ajax, hastening, at the call of their companion, through the crowd, and stayed the combat. Hector and Aeneas then, and Chromius, of the godlike form, withdrew through caution, leaving on the battlefield Aretus lying mangled. The fierce chief Automedon despoiled the dead, and spake boastfully, "Somewhat lighter on my heart lies now my grief for Menoetiades, though I have slain a man of meaner note." As thus he spake, he threw the bloody spoils into his chariot, mounting to the seat, his feet and hands all crimson with the blood, as when a lion has devoured an ox. Then round Patroclus raged the strife again, murderous and sad to see. For Pallas there inflamed the strife, sent down from heaven by Jove, to rouse the courage of the Greeks, since such was now his will, as when the god displays to men a purple rainbow in the skies, a sign of war or of a bitter storm, which drives the laborer from his task, and makes the cattle droop. So, in a purple cloud concealed, she went among the Greeks, and filled their hearts with valor, taking first the form of Phoenix, and his clear, unwearied voice. She spake in stirring words to Atreus' son, the gallant Menelaus, standing near. "Shame and dishonor will it be to thee, O Menelaus, if, beneath the walls of Troy, the hungry dogs should tear the corpse of him who was in life the faithful friend of great Achilles. fight thou therefore on bravely, and bid the other Greeks be brave. And Menelaus, great in war, rejoined, O Phoenix, aged father, who wert born in days long past, would but Minerva give the needed strength, and ward from me the stroke of weapons, then would I stand by and guard Patroclus, for his death hath filled my heart with grief. But Hector's rage is like the rage of fire, he ceases not to slay, for Jove gives to his spear the glory of the day. He spake, and well was blue-eyed Pallas pleased, that first to her of all the deities he prayed, and therefore did she nerve his chest and knees with strength, and put into his heart the daring of the fly, that, often driven from man, returns and bites, and finds how sweet is human blood. Such resolute zeal she woke in his stern soul, as quickly he approached Patroclus, and sent forth his shining spear. Among the Trojans was Aetion's son, Podes, the rich and brave, whom Hector held in highest honor, choosing him to be companion of his feasts. Him in the waist the fair-haired Menelaus, as he fled, smote, driving home the weapon. With a clash he fell to earth, and Menelaus drew the slain away among the Grecian ranks. Then came Apollo, putting on the form of Phaenops, son of Asius, whose abode was in Abydos, and whom Hector most esteemed of all his guests. The archer god drew near to Hector, and bespake him thus: Hector, what other Greek will fear thee now, since thou dost shrink from Menelaus, deemed effeminate in war? Behold, he drags away a warrior from thy host, his hand hath slain thy faithful friend, Aetion's son, brave Podes, fighting in the foremost ranks. He spake, a cloud of sorrow overspread the soul of Hector. Armed in glittering brass, he went among the warriors in the van. Then did the son of Saturn lift on high his fringed aegis, gleaming with a cloud. He covered Ida, sent his lightnings down, and thundered terribly, and made the mount shake to its base, and gave the victory to Troy, and put to rout the Grecian host. Peneleus of Boeotia led the fight, a spear that lighted on the shoulder tip. As he came forward, wounded him. The blade, hurled by Polydamas in close assault, entered and grazed the bone. Then Hector pierced the wrist of Leitus, Electrion's son, and made him leave the combat. As he fled, he looked around in fear, nor hoped again to wield the spear against the men of Troy. As Hector followed Leitus, he met the long spear of Idomeneus, which struck his corslet near the pap. The weapon broke sheer at the socket, and the Trojans raised a shout, while Hector at Idomeneus let fly his spear. It missed the chief, but smote Coeranus, who from pleasant Lyctus came, the friend and follower of Marians. For on that day Idomeneus had come from his good ships on foot, and great had been the triumph of the Trojans at his fall. If Coeranus had not with his swift steeds passed near and bid him mount, 'twas thus he came to save Idomeneus from death, and yield to the man-queller Hector his own life. The javelin entered underneath the ear, by the jawbone, where, forcing out the teeth, it cleft the tongue in twain. He fell to earth, and dropped the reins. Marius stooped down, and took them from the dust in his own hands, and thus bespake Idomeneus: Ply well the lash, until thy coursers reach the fleet, for thou mayst clearly see that victory today is not upon the Grecian side. He spake, Idomeneus, fear-smitten, lashed the long-maned steeds that hurried toward the fleet. Nor now did Menelaus nor his friend, the valiant Ajax, fail to see that Jove had changed the vantage to the side of Troy. And thus the son of Telamon began. Alas! The feeblest mind can now perceive that Father Jove is with the sons of Troy, and gives to them the glory of the day. Their weapons smite whoever sends them forth, coward or brave, for Jove directs them all. Ours fall to earth in vain. But let us now consult how best to bear the corpse away, and how, returning, we may meet our friends with joy. For they are grieved as they behold our plight, and fear that we may not withstand the fiery onset and invincible arm of the man-queller Hector. Would there were some comrade who would bear to Peleus' son the tidings of the day. For he, I think, has not yet heard that his dear friend is slain. None such can I behold of all the Greeks. For they are shrouded all, their steeds and they, in darkness. Father Jove, deliver us from darkness. Clear the heavens and give our eyes again to see. Destroy us if thou wilt, but oh, destroy us in the light of day. He spake, the All-Father saw him shedding tears, and pitied him, and bade the shadows flee, and swept away the cloud. The sun looked forth, and all the battle lay in light. Then thus to warlike Menelaus Ajax said, O Menelaus, foster-child of Jove, look round and see if yet Antilochus, the large-souled son of Nestor, is alive, and bid him bear the tidings in all haste to the great son of Peleus, that the one of all his friends whom most he loved is slain. He spake, and Menelaus, great in war, complied, and hastened forth, as from a fold a lion stalks away, that long has kept in fear the hounds and herdsmen, who all night have watched to drive him from their well-fed beeves, while, eager for his prey, he rushes oft against them, but in vain, for many a spear is hurled at him, and many a blazing brand, which, fierce for ravin as he is, he dreads, till sullenly at early morn he goes. So from Patroclus went unwillingly the valiant Menelaus, for he feared lest, panic-struck, the Greeks should leave his corpse the enemy's prey. Thus earnestly he prayed the warriors Ajax and Marians. Ye warriors Ajax, leaders of the Greeks, and thou, Marians, let each of you bear well in mind how kindly was the mood of poor Patroclus, gentle in his life was he to all, and now is with the dead. The fair-haired Menelaus, speaking thus, withdrew. He looked around him as he went, as looks an eagle, bird of sharpest sight. So men declare, of all the fowls of air, from which, though high in heaven, the nimble hare beneath the thicket is not hid. He stoops and takes the creature's life. Thy piercing eyes, O Menelaus, thus on every side were turned, in eager scrutiny, to find among the multitude of Greeks the son of Nestor living. Him he soon descried upon the battle's left, where manfully he cheered his fellows on. The fair-haired son of Atreus came and stood by him, and said, Stay, foster-child of Jove, Antilochus, and listen to the sorrowful news I bring of what should ne'er have been. Thou must have well perceived, I think, that some divinity doth heap disaster on our host, and give the victory to the Trojans. He is dead, Patroclus, the most valiant of the Greeks, and great their sorrow is. Now hasten thou to the Greek galleys, let Achilles know the tidings. He may haply bring the corpse, stripped as it is, unmangled to the fleet. For crested Hector has the arms he wore. He spake, and at his words Antilochus was horror-struck, in grief too great for speech. Tears filled his eyes, and his clear voice was choked. Yet heeded he the mandate. Laying off his arms, he gave them to his blameless friend Laodocus, who with his firm-paced steeds came toward him. Thus prepared he ran. His feet carried him swiftly from the battlefield, to bear the evil news to Peleus' son. Yet Menelaus, foster-child of Jove, thy spirit did not prompt thee to remain, and aid thy hard-pressed comrades at the spot whence thou didst send Antilochus, and where the Pylians longed to keep him. Yet he sent the noble Thrasymedes to their aid, while he returned to where Patroclus lay, and stood beside the warriors there, and said, I sent to swift Achilles at the fleet a messenger, yet think he will not come, though royal Hector's deed hath roused his rage. Unarmed he cannot meet the sons of Troy. Consult we then how we may best convey the body to the ships, and how ourselves escape the doom of death by Trojan hands. The mighty Ajax, son of Telamon, replied, O Menelaus far-renowned, well hast thou spoken. Lift thou now the corse, thou and Marians, and place yourselves beneath it, and convey it from the field. We, following you, will combat with the sons of Troy and noble Hector, we who, named alike and one in spirit, oft have borne the fury of the battle side by side. He ended, and the warriors in their arms raised with main strength the body from the ground. The Trojans, as they saw it borne away, shouted behind them, rushing on like hounds that spring upon a wounded forest boar. Before the hunter youths now pressing close upon his flank, to tear him, then again weener he turns upon them in his strength, retreating in dismay, and put to flight hither and thither. Thus, in hot pursuit and close array, the Trojans following strook with swords and two-edged spears. But when the twain turned and stood firm to meet them, every cheek grew pale, and not a single Trojan dared draw near the Greeks to combat for the course. Thus rapidly they bore away the dead toward their good galleys from the battlefield. Onward with them the furious battle swept, as spreads a fire that, kindled suddenly, seizes a city, and the dwellings sink in the consuming blaze. And a strong wind roars through the flame. Such fearful din of steeds and warriors followed the retreating Greeks, as from a mountain summit strong-backed mules drag over the rough ways a ponderous beam or mast, till weary with the mighty strain and streaming sweat, so they with resolute toil bore off the dead behind them as they went. Their two defenders kept the foe aloof, as when a river dike o'ergrown with trees crosses a plain, and holds the violent course of the swollen stream in check, and, driving back the waters, spreads them o'er the level fields, nor can their fury force a passage through. So did the warriors Ajax hold in check the Trojans. Yet they followed close, and more closely than the rest, Aeneas, son of old Anchises, and the illustrious chief Hector. As when a company of daws or starlings, startled at a hawk's approach, the murderous enemy of the smaller birds, take wing with piercing cries, so, driven before the might of Hector and Aeneas, fled the Greeks with clamorous cries, and thought no more of combat. In the trench and near it lay many fair weapons, which the fugitive Greeks had dropped in haste, and still the war went on. Book. Chapter 18. The grief of Achilles for the death of Patroclus. Lamentation of Achilles over Patroclus, a visit of condolence from Thetis and her nymphs, appearance of Achilles on the entrenchments, and consequent alarm of the Trojans, a council of war held by the Trojan chiefs, advice of Polydamas to withdraw from the field into Troy opposed by Hector, and rejected, Vulcan engaged by Thetis to forge a new suit of armor for Achilles. As thus they fought with all the rage of fire. Antilochus, the nimble-footed, came with tidings to Achilles. Him he found before his lofty galleys, deep in thought of what he knew had happened. With a sigh, the hero to his mighty spirit said, "Ah me! Why should the Grecians thus be driven in utter disarray across the plain? I tremble lest the gods should bring to pass what most I dread. My mother told me once that the most valiant of the Myrmidons, while yet I live, cut off by Trojan hands, shall see the sun no more. It must be so. The brave son of Menoetius has been slain. Unhappy! 'Twas my bidding that, when once the enemy with his firebrands was repulsed, he should not think to combat gallantly with Hector, but should hasten to the fleet." As thus he mused, illustrious Nestor's son drew near Achilles, and with eyes that shed warm tears he gave his sorrowful message thus: "Son of the warlike Peleus, woe is me! For bitter are the tidings thou must hear of what should not have been. Patroclus lies a naked corpse, and over it the hosts are fighting. Crested Hector hath his arms." He spake, and a black cloud of sorrow came over the chieftain. Grasping in both hands the ashes of the hearth, he showered them o'er his head, and soiled with them his noble face. They clung in dark lumps to his comely vest. Prone in the dust of earth, at his full length, and tearing his disordered hair, he lay. Then wailed aloud the maidens whom in war he and Patroclus captured. Forth they came, and, thronging round him, smote their breasts and swooned. Antilochus mourned also, and shed tears, holding Achilles by the hand, for much his generous nature dreaded that the chief might aim at his own throat the sword he wore. Loud were the hero's cries, and in the deep his gracious mother, where she sat beside her aged father, heard them. She too raised a wail of sorrow. All the goddesses, daughters of Nereus, dwelling in the depths of ocean, gathered to her side. There came Glossy, Thalia, and Cymodos, Nicaea, Spio, Halia with large eyes, Anthoa, and Cymotho. Nor stayed Actaea, Limnaria, Melita, Amphitho, Iera, Agave, Doto, and Proto, and Dynamene. There came Dexamene, Amphinome, Pharusa, Callianera, Panope, Doris, and Galatea, the renowned. With these Nemertes and Epsuds came, and Callianassa. Clymene was there, Genira and Genassa, and with them Mara, and Amathea with bright hair, and Orythia, and whoever else, children of Nereus, bide within the deep. The concourse filled the glimmering cave, they beat their bosoms, while the sorrowing Thetis spake. "Hear, sister Nereids, that ye all may know the sharpness of my sorrows. Woe is me! Unhappy! Woe is me! In evil hour, the mother of a hero, me who gave birth to so noble and so brave a son. The first among the warriors, saw him grow like a green sapling, reared him like a plant within a fruitful field, and sent him forth with his beaked ships to Ilium and the war against the Trojans. Never shall I see that son returning to his home, the halls of Peleus. While he lives and sees the light of day, his lot is sorrow, nor can I help him in aught, though at his side. And yet I go to look on my beloved son, and learn from him what grief, while he remains aloof from war, o'ertakes him in his tent. She spake, and left the cavern. All the nymphs went with her weeping. Round their way the waves of ocean parted. When they reached the fields of fertile Troas, up the shore they went, in ordered files to where a numerous fleet, drawn from the water, round Achilles lay, the swift ships of the Myrmidons. To him his goddess mother came, and with a cry of grief embraced the head of her dear son, and, mourning o'er him, spake these winged words. Why weepest thou, my son? What sorrow now o'ercomes thy spirit? Speak, and hide it not. All thou didst pray for once, with lifted hands, has been fulfilled by Jove. The sons of Greece, driven to their galleys, and with thy good help withdrawn from them, are routed and disgraced. The swift Achilles, sighing deeply, made this answer, O my mother. True it is. Olympian Jove hath done all this for me. But how can that delight me, since my friend, my well-beloved Patroclus, is no more? He whom, of all my fellows in the war, I prized the most, and loved as my own self, is lost to me, and Hector, by whose hand he was cut off, has spoiled him of his arms. His dreaded arms, a wonder to the sight, and glorious, which the gods of heaven bestowed on Peleus, sumptuous bridal gifts, when thou wert led by them to share a mortal's bed. Yet would that thou hadst evermore remained among the immortal dwellers of the deep, and Peleus had espoused a mortal maid. Since now thy heart must ache with infinite grief for thy slain son, whom thou shalt never more welcome returning to his home. No wish have I to live or to concern myself in men's affairs, save this, that Hector first, pierced by my spear, shall yield his life, and pay the debt of vengeance for Patroclus slain. And Thetis, weeping, answered, O my son, soon must thou die. Thou sayest true, that fate hangs over thee as soon as Hector dies. Again the swift Achilles, sighing, spake. Then quickly let me die, since fate denied that I should aid my friend against the foes that slew him. Far from his own land he fell, and longed for me to rescue him. And now, since I am never more to see the land I love, and since I went not to defend Patroclus, nor the other Greeks, my friends, of whom so many have fallen by the hand of noble Hector, but beside the fleet I am sitting here, a useless weight on earth, mighty in battle as I am beyond the other Grecian warriors, though excelled by other men in council, would that strife might perish among gods and men, with wrath which makes even wise men cruel, and, though sweet at first as dropping honey, growing, fills the heart with its foul smoke. Such was my rage, aroused by Agamemnon, king of men. Yet now, though great my wrong, let things like these rest with the past, and, as the time requires, let us subdue the spirit in our breasts. I go in quest of Hector, by whose hand my friend was slain. My death will I accept, weaner to Jove and to the other gods. It shall seem good to send it. Hercules, though mighty and beloved of Jupiter, The son of Saturn, could not shun his death. For fate and Juno's cruel wrath prevailed against him. I shall lie in death like him, if a like fate be measured out for me. Yet now shall I have glory. I shall do what many a Trojan and Dardanian dame, deep-bosomed, wiping with both hands the tears from their fair cheeks, shall bitterly lament. And well shall they perceive that, till this hour, I paused from war. Thou lovest me, but seek not to keep me from the field, for that were vain. The silver-footed Thetis thus rejoined. Truly, my son, thy purpose is not ill, to rescue thy endangered friends from death. But with the Trojans are thy beautiful arms, brazen and dazzling bright, their crested chief Hector exults to wear them, no long space. I think, will he exult, his death is near. Yet go not to the battlefield until thine eyes shall look upon me yet again. I come tomorrow with the sun, and bring bright arms, the work of Vulcan's royal hand. So having said, and turning from her son, she thus bespake her sisters of the sea. Return to the broad bosom of the deep, to its grey ancient and my father's halls, and tell him all. I hasten to ascend the summits of Olympus, there to ask of Vulcan, the renowned artificer, armor of glorious beauty for my son. She spake, at once they plunged into the deep, while Thetis, silver-footed goddess, sought Olympus, whence it was her hope to bring new armor for her son. As thus her feet bore her toward heaven, the Achaeans, fleeing fast, with infinite clamor, driven before the arm of the man-queller Hector, reached the ships and Hellespont. Nor could the well-armed Greeks bear off Patroclus from the shower of darts, for rushing on them came both foot and horse. And Hector, son of Priam, like a flame, in fury, thrice illustrious Hector seized the body by the heels to drag it off, and called his Trojans with a mighty shout. Thrice did the chieftains Ajax, terrible in resolute valor, drive him from the dead. Yet kept he to his purpose, confident in his own might, now charging through the crowd, now standing firm and shouting to his men, and never losing ground. As when, at night, herdsmen that watch their cattle strive in vain to drive a lion, fierce and famine-pinched, from some slain beast, so the two Ajaxes, with all their valor, vainly strove to keep Hector, the son of Priam, from the corpse. And now would he have dragged it thence, and won infinite glory, had not Iris come, the goddess whose swift feet are like the wind, to Peleus' son, a messenger from heaven, in haste, unknown to Jupiter and all the other gods, for Juno sent her down to bid the hero arm. She came and stood beside him, speaking thus with winged words. Pelides, rise, most terrible of men, in rescue of Patroclus, over whom they struggle fiercely at the fleet. For there they slay each other, these who fight to keep the dead, and those, the men of Troy, who charge to drag him off to Ilium's airy heights. And chief, illustrious Hector longs to seize the corpse, and from the delicate neck to hew the head, and fix it on a stake. Arise. Loiter no longer. Rise, ashamed to leave Patroclus to be torn by Trojan dogs. For thine will be the infamy, if yet the corpse be brought dishonored to thy tent. The swift Achilles listened and inquired, which of the gods, O Iris, speaks by thee? And Iris, whose swift feet are like the wind, answered, the glorious spouse of Jupiter. Juno hath sent me. Even Saturn's son, on his high throne, knows not that I am sent. nor any other of the gods who dwell upon Olympus overspread with snow. But how, the swift Achilles asked again, shall I go forth to war? They have my arms. And my beloved mother strictly bade that I should put no armor on until I saw her face again. She promised me a suit of glorious mail from Vulcan's hand. Nor know I any warrior here whose arms might serve me, save, perhaps, it were the shield of Telamonian Ajax, who, I hope, is in the van, and dealing death among the foe, in vengeance for Patroclus slain. Then the swift-footed Iris spake again. They have thy glorious armor. That we know. But go thou to the trench, and show thyself to them of Troy, that, haply smit with fear, they may desist from battle, and the host of Grecian warriors, overtoiled, may breathe in a brief respite from the stress of war. So the fleet Iris spake, and passed away. And then arose Achilles, dear to Jove, while o'er his ample shoulders Pallas held her fringed aegis. The great goddess caused a golden cloud to gather round his head, and kindled in the cloud a dazzling flame. And as when smoke, ascending to the sky, hangs o'er some city in a distant isle, which enemies beleaguer, swarming forth from their own city, and in hateful strife contend all day, but when the sun goes down, forthwith blaze many balefires, sending up a brightness which the neighboring realms may see, that haply they may send their ships and drive the war away. So from the hero's head that flame streamed upward to the sky. He came without the wall and stood beside the trench, nor mingled with the Greeks, for he revered his mother's words. He stood and called aloud, and Pallas, from the host, returned his shout, a shout that carried infinite dismay into the Trojan squadrons, as the sound of trumpet rises clear when deadly foes lay siege to a walled city. Such was heard the clear shout uttered by Aeacides. The hearts of all who heard that brazen voice were troubled, and their steeds with flowing manes turned backward with the chariots. Such the dread of coming slaughter, when the charioteers beheld the terrible flame that played unquenched upon the brow of the magnanimous son of Peleus, lighted by the blue-eyed maid Minerva. They were struck with panic fear. Thrice o'er the trench Achilles shouted, thrice. The men of Troy and their renowned allies fell into wild disorder. Then there died, entangled midst their chariots, and transfixed by their own spears, 12 of their bravest chiefs. The Greeks bore off Patroclus from the field with eager haste, and placed him on a bier. And there the friends that loved him gathered round, lamenting. With them swift Achilles came, the hot tears on his cheeks, as he beheld his faithful comrade lying on his bier, mangled with many wounds, whom he had sent with steeds and car to battle, never more to welcome him alive on his return. Now Juno, large-eyed and august, bade set the never-wearied sun, unwillingly he sank into the ocean streams, then paused the noble Greeks from that ferocious strife, deadly in equal measure to both hosts. The Trojans also paused, and from their cars unharnessed the fleet steeds, and ere they took their evening meal assembled to consult. Standing they held the council. No man cared to sit, for all were trembling from the hour when, long a stranger to the bloody field, Achilles showed himself again. And now the son of Panthus, wise Polydamas, began to speak. Beyond the rest he saw things past and things to come, and he had been Hector's companion, born in the same night. Mighty in speech as Hector with the spear. With prudent admonitions thus he spake. Consider well, my friends. My counsel is that we return, nor wait the holy morn. Here, by the fleet and in the open plain, far from our city ramparts. While this man was wroth with Agamemnon, we maintained a strife of far less peril with the Greeks. And I was ever ready to encamp by night beside the galleys, which we hoped to make our prize. But now I fear the might of swift Pelides. He will not remain content upon the space between the fleet and town, where Greeks and Trojans wage a war of changeful fortune, but will strive to take the city, and to carry off our wives. March we then homeward. Let my words prevail. It must be so. The gentle knight now keeps the nimble-footed hero from the war. But if tomorrow, issuing forth in arms, he find us here, there are among us those who will have cause to know him. Gladly then will he find refuge who escapes his arm. In sacred Troy, and many a Trojan corpse will feed the dogs and vultures. May mine ear hear of it never. But if ye will heed my words, though sorrowful, ye shall be safe. Assembled in the city squares at night, the lofty towers and gates, with massive beams, polished and strongly fitted each to each, will keep the town. Tomorrow we shall take, at dawn, our station on the towers, arrayed in armor, and his difficult task will be, far from his ships, to fight us from below. And after he has tired his high-necked steeds with coursing round the ramparts to and fro, back to his galleys he must go. Nor yet with all his valor can he force his way into the town to lay its dwellings waste. The dogs will feed upon his carcass first. And crested Hector answered with a frown. The counsel thou hast given, Polydamas, pleases me not, that we return to be pent up in Troy. Are ye not weary yet of lying long imprisoned within walls and towers? The time has been that in all lands, wherever human speech is heard, the fame of Priam's city, for its treasured gold and brass, was in all mouths. Those treasures now have passed away, our dwellings have them not. Much that we had was sold on Phrygia's coast, and in Maeonia's pleasant land, for Jove the mighty was displeased with us. But now, when politic Saturn's son hath granted me to win great glory at the fleet, and hold the Greeks imprisoned by the sea, refrain, idler, from laying counsels such as these before the people. Not a Trojan here will follow them, nor would I suffer it. Now hearken all, and act as I advise. First banquet, rank by rank, throughout the host. And set your guards, and each of you keep watch. And then, if any Trojan stands in fear for his possessions, let him bring them all into the common stock, to be consumed. Better that we enjoy them than the Greeks. Tomorrow, with the dawn and all in arms, we will do battle at the roomy ships valiantly. If in truth the noble son of Peleus choose to rise and to defend the ships, so much the worse for him, since I shall not for him desert the field, but stand firmly against him, whether he obtain the victory or I. The chance of war is equal, and the slayer oft is slain. So Hector spake, the Trojans shouted forth applause. The madman Pallas took away their reason. All approved the fatal plan of Hector, no one ventured to commend the sober counsel of Polydamas. And then they banqueted throughout the host. But all night long the Achaeans mourned with tears. Patroclus, while Pelides in the midst, leading the ceaseless lamentation, placed his slaughter-dealing hands upon the breast of his companion with continual sighs, as a maned lion, from whose haunt within the thick, dark wood a hunter has borne off. The whelps, returning, finds them gone, and grieves, and roams the valleys, tracking as he goes. The robber, bent to find him, for his rage is fierce, with such fierce sorrow Peleus' son spake, deeply sighing, to his myrmidons. Oh! Idle were the words which once I spake, when in our palace halls I bade the chief Menoetius bear a cheerful heart. I said that I would bring to Opus yet again, laden with spoil from Ilium overthrown, his valiant son. But Jove doth not fulfill the plans of men, that both of us should stain earth with our blood. In Troy was the decree of fate, and never will the aged knight Peleus receive me in his palace halls, returning from the war. Nor Thetis, she who gave me birth. The earth will hold me here. And now, since after thee I take my place in earth, Patroclus, I will not perform thy funeral rites before I bring to thee the arms and head of the magnanimous chief Hector, who slew thee by thy funeral pile. I will strike off in vengeance for thy death the heads of 12 illustrious Trojan youths. Thou meanwhile, lying at the beaked ships, shalt be lamented night and day, with tears, by many a Trojan and Dardanian maid, deep-bosomed, won by our victorious spears, after hard wars and opulent cities sacked. Thus having said, the great Achilles bade place a huge tripod on the fire in haste, to cleanse Patroclus from the clotted blood. They brought and set upon the glowing hearth a tripod for the bath, and in it poured water, and piled the wood beneath. The flame crept up the vessel's rounded sides and warmed the water. When within the murmuring brass it boiled, they washed the dead, and with rich oil anointed him, and filled the open wounds with ointment 9 years old. And laying him upon a couch, they spread from head to foot fine linen over him, and covered all with a white mantle. Through the hours of night, the Myrmidons, lamenting their dead chief, wept round the swift Achilles. Then did Jove thus to his wife and sister Juno speak. Large-eyed, imperial Juno, thou hast now accomplished thy desire, for thou hast roused the swift Achilles. There is not a doubt. The long-haired Argives owe their birth to thee. And large-eyed Juno answered, what strange words, austere Saturnius, hast thou said? A man, a mortal far less skilled in shaping means to compass ends, might do what I have done against his fellow man. Then should not I, who boast to be the chief of goddesses, by birthright, and because I bear the name of wife to thee who rulest o'er the gods, plan evil to the Trojans, whom I hate? So talked they. Silver-footed Thetis came meanwhile to Vulcan's halls, eternal, gemmed with stars, a wonder to the immortals, wrought of brass by the lame god. She found him there, sweating and toiling, and with busy hand plying the bellows. He was fashioning tripods, a score, to stand beside the wall of his fair palace. All of these he placed on wheels of gold, that, of their own accord, they might roll in among the assembled gods, and then roll back, a marvel to behold. So far they all were finished, but not yet. Were added the neat handles, and for these the god was forging rivets busily. While thus he labored, with a mind intent upon his skillful task, on silver feet came Thetis, Charis, of the snowy veil, the beautiful, whom the great god of fire, Vulcan, had made his wife, beheld, and came forward to meet her, seized her hand, and said, "O Thetis of the flowing robe, beloved and honored, what has brought thee to our home? Thou dost not often visit us. Come in, that I may pay the honors due a guest." So the bright goddess spake, and led the way, and seated Thetis on a sumptuous throne, with silver studs divinely wrought, and placed a footstool, and called out to Vulcan thus, "Come, Vulcan. Thetis here hath need of thee." And the great artist, Vulcan, thus replied, "Then of a truth a goddess is within, whom I must ever honor and revere, who from the danger of my terrible fall saved me, what time my shameless mother sought to cast me from her sight, for I was lame. Then great had been my misery, had not Eurynome and Thetis in their laps received me as I fell, Eurynome, daughter of billowy ocean. There I dwelt 9 years, and many ornaments I wrought, of brass, clasps, buckles, bracelets, necklaces, within a vaulted cave, round which the tides of the vast ocean murmured and flung up their foam. Nor any of the gods or men knew of my hiding place, save only they who saved me, Thetis and Eurynome. And now, as she is with us, I must make to fair-haired Thetis some thank-offering for having rescued me. Haste, spread the board amply with generous fare, while I shall lay aside my bellows and my implements." He spake, and from his anvil block arose a mighty bulk. His weak legs under him, halting, moved painfully. He laid apart his bellows from the fire, and gathered up the scattered implements with which he wrought, and locked them in a silver chest, and wiped with a moist sponge his face and both his hands, stout neck and hairy chest. He then put on his tunic, took his massive regal wand into his hand, and, tottering, sallied forth. 2 golden statues, like in form and look to living maidens, aided with firm gait the monarch's steps, and mind was in their breasts, and they had speech and strength, and from the gods had learned becoming arts. Beside their lord they walked and tended him as he drew near. Halting, to Thetis on the shining throne, he took the goddess by the hand and said, "What cause, O Thetis of the flowing robe, honored and dear, has brought thee to our home? Not often comest thou hither. Freely say whatever lies upon thy mind. My heart commands me to obey, if it be aught that can be done and may be done by me." And Thetis answered, with a gush of tears, "O Vulcan, of the goddesses who dwell upon Olympus, is there one who bears such bitter sorrows as Saturnian Jove inflicts on me, distressed above them all? Me, of the ocean deities, he forced to take a mortal husband, Peleus, son of Aeacus, and to his bed I came unwillingly. Within his palace halls, worn with a late old age, my husband lies. Now I have other woes. For when a son was granted me, and I had brought him forth, and reared him, flourishing like a young plant, a sapling in a fertile field, and great among the heroes, thus maturely trained, I sent him with his beaked ships to Troy to combat with her sons. But never more will it be mine to welcome him returned home to the halls of Peleus? While to me he lives, and sees the sunshine, he endures affliction, nor can I, though at his side, aid him in aught. The maiden whom the Greeks decreed him as his prize, the king of men, Atrides, took away, and grief for her consumes his heart. The Trojans keep the Greeks beleaguered by their ships, nor suffer them to pass beyond their gates. The elder chiefs implored him to relent, and offered him large presents. He refused to avert the doom that threatened them himself, but sent instead Patroclus to the war with his own arms, and with him sent much people. All the day they fought before the Scaean gates. And then had Ilium fallen, but that Apollo slew the brave son of Menoetius, who had caused vast slaughter, slew him fighting in the van of war, and gave the glory of his death to Hector. Therefore I approach thy knees, and ask for him, my son, so soon to die. Buckler and helm, and beautiful greaves, shut close, with clasps, and all the other arms complete, which in the war my son's companion lost. For now Achilles lies upon the ground, bitterly grieving in his inmost soul. And Vulcan, the great artist, answered her, be comforted, and take no further thought of this. For would I could as certainly shield him from death's dread summons when his hour is come at last, as I shall have for him beautiful armor ready to put on, and such as every man of multitudes who look on it hereafter shall admire. So speaking he withdrew, and went where lay the bellows, turned them toward the fire, and bade the work begin. From 20 bellows came their breath into the furnaces, a blast varied in strength as need might be. For now they blew with violence for a hasty task, and then with gentler breath, as Vulcan pleased, and as the work required. Upon the fire he laid impenetrable brass, and tin, and precious gold and silver, on its block placed the huge anvil, took the ponderous sledge, and held the pincers in the other hand. And first he forged the huge and massive shield, divinely wrought in every part, its edge clasped with a triple border, white and bright. A silver belt hung from it, and its folds were 5. A crowd of figures on its disk were fashioned by the artist's passing skill. For here he placed the earth and heaven, and here the great deep and the never-resting sun, and the full moon, and here he set the stars that shine in the round heaven, the Pleiades, the Hyades, Orion in his strength, and the bear near him, called by some the wain, that, wheeling, keeps Orion still in sight, yet bathes not in the waters of the sea. There placed he 2 fair cities full of men. In one were marriages and feasts. They led the brides with flaming torches from their bowers along the streets, with many a nuptial song. There the young dancers whirled, and flutes and lyres gave forth their sounds, and women at the doors stood and admired. Meanwhile a multitude was in the forum, where a strife went on. 2 men contending for a fine, the price of one who had been slain. Before the crowd, one claimed that he had paid the fine, and one denied that aught had been received, and both called for the sentence which should end the strife. The people clamored for both sides, for both had eager friends. The heralds held the crowd in check. The elders, upon polished stones, sat in a sacred circle. Each one took in turn a herald's scepter in his hand, and, rising, gave his sentence. In the midst, 2 talents lay in gold, to be the meed of him whose juster judgment should prevail. Around the other city sat 2 hosts, in shining armor, bent to lay it waste, unless the dwellers would divide their wealth, all that their pleasant homes contained, and yield the assailants half. As yet the citizens had not complied, but secretly had planned an ambush. Their beloved wives meanwhile, and their young children, stood and watched the walls, with aged men among them, while the youths marched on, with Mars and Pallas at their head, both wrought in gold, with golden garments on, stately and large in form, and over all conspicuous, in bright armor, as became the gods. The rest were of an humbler size. And when they reached the spot where they should lie in ambush, by a river's side, a place for watering herds, they sat them down, all armed in shining brass. Apart from all the rest, they placed 2 sentries, on the watch to spy the approach of sheep and horned kine. Soon came the herds in sight. 2 shepherds walked with them, who, all unweeting of the evil nigh, solaced their task with music from their reeds. The warriors saw and rushed on them, and took and drave away large prey of beeves, and flocks of fair white sheep, whose keepers they had slain. When the besiegers in their council heard the sound of tumult at the watering place, they sprang upon their nimble-footed steeds, and overtook the pillagers. Both bands arrayed their ranks and fought beside the stream, and smote each other. There did discord rage, and tumult, and the great destroyer, Fate. 1 wounded warrior she had seized alive, and 1 unbounded yet, and through the field dragged by the foot another, dead. Her robe was reddened o'er the shoulders with the blood from human veins. Like living men they ranged the battlefield, and dragged by turns the slain. There too he sculptured a broad fallow field, of soft rich mold, thrice ploughed, and over which walked many a ploughman, guiding to and fro his steers. And when on their return they reached the border of the field, the master came to meet them, placing in the hands of each a goblet of rich wine. Then turned they back along the furrows, diligent to reach their distant end. All dark behind the plough, the ridges lay, a marvel to the sight, like real furrows, though engraved in gold. There, too, the artist placed a field which lay deep in ripe wheat. With sickles in their hands, the laborers reaped it. Here the handfuls fell upon the ground, their binders tied them fast with bands, and made them sheaves. 3 binders went close to the reapers, and behind them boys, bringing the gathered handfuls in their arms, ministered to the binders, staff in hand. The master stood among them by the side of the ranged sheaves and silently rejoiced. Meanwhile the servants underneath an oak prepared a feast apart. They sacrificed a fatling ox and dressed it, while the maids were kneading for the reapers the white meal. A vineyard also on the shield he graved, beautiful, all of gold, and heavily laden with grapes. Black were the clusters all. The vines were stayed on rows of silver stakes. He drew a blue trench round it, and a hedge of tin. 1 only path there was by which the vintagers could go to gather grapes. Young maids and striplings of a tender age bore the sweet fruit in baskets. Midst them all, a youth from his shrill harp drew pleasant sounds, and sang with soft voice to the murmuring strings. They danced around him, beating with quick feet the ground, and sang and shouted joyously. And there the artist wrought a herd of beeves, high-horned, and sculptured all in gold and tin. They issued lowing from their stalls to seek their pasture, by a murmuring stream, that ran rapidly through its reeds. 4 herdsmen, graved in gold, were with the beeves, and 9 fleet dogs followed. 2 lions, seizing on a bull among the foremost cattle, dragged him off, fearfully bellowing. Hounds and herdsmen rushed to rescue him. The lions tore their prey, and lapped the entrails and the crimson blood. Vainly the shepherds pressed around and urged their dogs, that shrank from fastening with their teeth upon the lions, but stood near and bayed. There also did illustrious Vulcan grave a fair, broad pasture, in a pleasant glade, full of white sheep, and stalls, and cottages, and many a shepherd's fold with sheltering roof. And their illustrious Vulcan also wrought a dance, a maze like that which Daedalus in the broad realm of Knossos once contrived for fair-haired Ariadne, blooming youths, and lovely virgins, tripping to light airs, held fast each other's wrists. The maidens wore fine linen robes. The youths had tunics on, lustrous as oil, and woven daintily. The maids wore wreaths of flowers, the young men swords of gold in silver belts. They bounded now in a swift circle, as a potter whirls with both his hands a wheel to try its speed. Sitting before it, then again they crossed each other, darting to their former place. A multitude around that joyous dance gathered, and were amused, while from the crowd 2 tumblers raised their song, and flung themselves about among the band that trod the dance. Last on the border of that glorious shield, he graved in all its strength the ocean stream. And when that huge and massive shield was done, he forged a corslet brighter than the blaze of fire. He forged a solid helm to fit the hero's temples, shapely and enchased with rare designs, and with a crest of gold. And last he forged him greaves of ductile tin. When the great artist Vulcan saw his task complete, he lifted all that armor up, and laid it at the feet of her who bore Achilles, like a falcon in her flight, down plunging from Olympus capped with snow. She bore the shining armor Vulcan gave. Book. Chapter 19. The reconciliation of Achilles and Agamemnon. Thetis brings to Achilles the armor forged by Vulcan, the body of Patroclus preserved by the gods from corruption, an assembly of all the army, before whom Agamemnon and Achilles make speeches, and renounce their enmity, Briseis restored to Achilles. And the presence of Agamemnon accepted by him, lament of Briseis over Patroclus, sorrow of Achilles, he arms himself for the war, his speech to the horses of Patroclus whom he upbraids for having suffered their master to be slain, the answer of one of them named Xanthus, warning Achilles of his approaching death. In saffron-colored mantle from the tides of ocean rose the morning to bring light to gods and men, when Thetis reached the fleet, bringing the gift of Vulcan. There she found her son, who, bending o'er Patroclus, wept aloud, and all around a troop of friends lamented bitterly. Beside him stood the glorious goddess, took his hand, and said, "Leave we the dead, my son, since it hath pleased the gods that he should fall. And now receive this sumptuous armor, forged by Vulcan's hand, beautiful, such as no man ever wore." The goddess spake, and laid the armor down before Achilles. As they touched the earth, the well-wrought pieces clanked, and terror seized the Myrmidons. No one among them all dared fix his gaze upon them, all shrank back. Achilles only, as he saw them, felt His spirit roused within him. In his eyes a terrible brightness flashed, as if of fire. He lifted up the god's magnificent gift, rejoicing, and, when long his eyes had dwelt, delighted on the marvelous workmanship, thus to his mother said, in winged words, "A god indeed, my mother, must have given. These arms, the work of heavenly hands, no man could forge them. Now I arm myself for war. But for the valiant Menoetiades, I greatly fear that flies will gather round. The wounds inflicted by the spear, and worms be bred within them, to pollute the corpse, now that the life is gone, and taint the whole." And silver-footed Thetis answered thus, "Son, have no care for that. The task be mine, to drive away the importunate swarm that feed on heroes slain in battle. Though it lie the whole year long, the body shall remain even more than uncorrupted. Call thou now to council all the Achaean chiefs. Renounce thy feud with Agamemnon, king of men, and arm for war, and put on all thy might." She spake, and called a fiery courage up within the hero's breast. The goddess then infused ambrosia and the ruddy juice of nectar through the nostrils of the dead into the frame, to keep it from decay. Along the beach the great Achilles went, calling with mighty shouts the Grecian chiefs. Then even they who till that day remained beside the fleet, the pilots and the men who held the helm, the stewards of the ships, and the purveyors, all made haste to swell the assembly, for they knew that he who long had borne no part in the disastrous war had now come forth. 2 ministers of Mars, the brave Tydides and the nobly born Ulysses, both supported by their spears, came halting, for their wounds were painful yet. They came and sat among the foremost chiefs. And last came Agamemnon, king of men, wounded, for he had felt in thick of fight the edge of the sharp spear which Coon bore, Antenor's son. Now when the Greeks were all assembled, swift Achilles rose and said, "Atrides, of a truth it would have been better for both of us had we done this at first, though sorely angered, when we strove for a girl's sake so fiercely. Would that she had perished in my ships, by Dian's shaft, the day on which I laid Lyrnessus waste. So many Greeks would then have not been forced, slain by the enemy's hand, to bite the dust of the great earth, while I was brooding o'er my wrath. All that was for the good of Troy and Hector, but the Greeks, I think, will long remember our contention. Let us leave these things among the things that were, and, though they make us grieve, let us subdue our minds to what the time requires. Here then my wrath shall end. It is not meet that it should burn forever. Hasten thou and rouse to war the long-haired Greeks, that I may yet again go forth among the men of Troy, and learn if they design to encamp another night before the fleet. There is among them all no man, I ween, who will not joyfully sit down when he escapes my deadly spear." He ended, and the Achaeans all rejoiced to hear the brave Pelides thus renounce his anger. Agamemnon, king of men, then rose. He came not forth into the midst, but stood beside his seat, and thus he spake. "O friends, Achaean heroes, ministers of Mars, whoever rises up to speak, 'tis well to hear him through, and not break in upon his speech, else is the most expert confounded. Who amid a clamorous throng can listen or can speak? The orator of clearest voice must utter it in vain. Now I address Pelides, for the rest. Hearken ye all, and ponder what I say. The Greeks speak often of this feud, and cast the blame on me. Yet was I not the cause, but Jupiter and fate, and she who walks in darkness, dread Erinnys. It was they who filled my mind with fury in the hour when from Achilles I bore off his prize. What could I do? A deity prevails in all things, 8, mighty to destroy. Daughter of Jove, and held in awe by all. Delicate are her feet. She never comes near to the ground, but glides above the heads of men, to do them harm, and in her net entangles one at least of two who strive. Jove, deemed the mightiest among men and gods, once felt her power of mischief. Him his spouse, Juno, entrapped by cunning, when within the massive walls of Thebes Alcmena lay in childbed, and the mighty Hercules was near his birth. For Jupiter had said boastfully to the immortals, Hear, ye gods and goddesses, what I am moved to speak. This day shall Ilithyia, who presides at births, bring into light a prince whose rule the neighboring tribes shall own. He shall be one who bears the blood of my illustrious race. Imperial Juno thus, with words of guile, made answer, What thou sayest will prove false. Nor wilt thou keep thy word. Now swear to me, Olympus, with the irrevocable oath, that whosoever of thy race shall fall this day between a woman's feet shall bear the rule o'er all the neighboring tribes. She spake, and Jove, perceiving not her craft, complied, and took the mighty oath, but afterward found himself wronged. For Juno, darting forth, shot from the Olympian summit, and at once alighted at Achaean Argos. There she found the noble wife of Sthenelus, the son of Perseus, pregnant with a son. In the 7th month she caused him to be born, the number of his months yet incomplete, and kept Alcmena's hour of childbirth back, and stayed her pangs. The goddess then made haste to bear the tidings to Saturnian Jove. O Father Jupiter, by whom are hurled the ruddy lightnings, I have news for thee. A man-child of a generous stock is born, Eurystheus, whom the Argives shall obey. Born at this hour to Sthenelus, the son of Perseus, who is thine. And well it is that such a prince should rule the Argive race. She ended, Jupiter was deeply grieved, and, seizing 8 by her shining locks, in his great wrath, he swore a mighty oath, that 8, whose delight it is to bring mischief to all, should never tread again Olympus and the starry floor of heaven. Thus having sworn, he swung her, with raised arm, on high, and hurled her from the starry heaven downward, where soon she reached the haunts of men. Yet often after time because of her he sighed, beholding his beloved son doomed by Eurystheus to unworthy tasks. So I, while crested Hector in his might made havoc at our fleet among the Greeks, even by their prows, remembered well my fault. And now since I have borne the penalty, and Jupiter it was who took away my reason, I would gladly make amends with liberal gifts. But rise and join the war. Inflame the courage of the rest, the gifts will I supply, all that were promised thee. When nobly born Ulysses yesterday went to thy tents. Or, if it please thee, wait, though armed for battle, and my train shall bring the treasures from my ship, that thou mayst see. My presents are peace offerings indeed. The swift of foot, Achilles, answered thus. Most glorious son of Atreus, king of men. Whether, O Agamemnon, thou wilt give Gifts, as is meet, or keep them, rests with thee. Now let us think of war, it is not well to waste the hour in talking, and put off the mighty work that we have yet to do. Let every Greek among you, as he sees Achilles fighting in the foremost ranks, and slaughtering the Trojan phalanxes, take heart and boldly combat with his man. And then Ulysses, wise in counsel, spake, answering Achilles, Nay, thou shouldst not thus. Brave as thou art, lead on the sons of Greece. Yet fasting to the conflict with the men of Troy beside their city. No brief space. The struggle will endure when once the foes rush on each other, and a god inspires both hosts with fury. Bid the Achaeans take in their swift galleys food and wine. In these are force and vigor no man can endure to combat all the day till set of sun, save with the aid of food, however great the promptings of his valor. For his limbs grow heavy, thirst and hunger weaken him, and his knees fail him as he walks. Not so the warrior well supplied with food and wine. He fights the foe all day. A resolute heart is in his bosom, nor does weariness o'ertake him till all others leave the field. Now let the people be dismissed awhile, and a repast be ordered. Let the king Atrides bring to the assembly here his gifts, that all the Greeks may look on them, and thou rejoice to see them. Let him rise among the Greeks, and take a solemn oath that he has ne'er approached the maiden's bed to claim a husband's right. Thus let thy heart be satisfied. Yet let the monarch spread a sumptuous banquet in his tent for thee, that thy redress may be complete. And thou, Atrides, wilt hereafter be more just to others. It dishonors not a king to make amends to one whom he has wronged. And then King Agamemnon spake in turn. Son of Laertes, gladly have I heard what thou hast said, and well hast thou discoursed of all things in their order. I will take the oath of which thou speakest, so my heart commands me. In the presence of a god I take it, and commit no perjury. Now let Achilles, though he longs for war, delay a while, and all assembled here. Remain ye on the ground till from my ship the gifts are brought. This charge and this command I give to thee, Ulysses. Take with thee a band of youths, the noblest of the host, and bring the presents promised yesterday to Peleus' son, and hither let them lead the women. Meantime let Talthybius haste to bring from our broad camp a boar, which I will offer up to Jove and to the sun. The swift of foot, Achilles, thus replied. Most glorious son of Atreus, king of men, these things are for the time when there shall come a pause from battle, and this warlike heat within my breast shall cool. They whom the spear of Hector, son of Priam, has o'ercome, lie mangled on the earth, since Jupiter awarded him the glory of the day. And ye propose a banquet. I would call the sons of Greece to rush into the war, unfed and fasting, and when this disgrace shall be avenged, I would, at sunset, spread a liberal feast. Be sure that I, till then, taste neither food nor drink, while my slain friend lies gashed with weapons in my tent, amidst his sorrowing comrades. Little I regard the things of which thou speakest, for my thoughts are all of bloodshed and of dying groans. Ulysses, the sagacious, thus rejoined. Achilles, son of Peleus, bravest far of all the Achaeans, mightier with the spear by no small odds than I. Yet do I stand in prudence much above thee. I have lived more years, and more have learned. Let then thy mind accept what I shall say. Men soon become weary of warfare, even when the sword lays its most ample harvest on the earth. But fewer sheaves are reaped when Jupiter, the arbiter of battles, turns the scale. It is not well that we of Greece should mourn the dead with fasting, since from day to day our warriors fall in numbers. Where were then respite from daily fasts? Lay we are slain in earth and mourn a day. We who outlive the cruel combat should refresh ourselves with food and wine, that we may steadily maintain in arms the conflict with the foe. And then let no man idly wait to hear a further call to war, for it will come freighted with evil to the man who skulks among the ships. But let us all go forth to wage fierce battle with the knights of Troy. He spake, and summoned to his side the sons of glorious Nestor, and Marians, and Meges, son of Phyleus, and with them Thoas, and Lycomedes, Creon's son, and Melanippus. Straight they took their way to Agamemnon's tent, and there their task was done as quickly as the word was given. They brought 7 tripods forth, the promised gifts, and 20 burnished cauldrons, and 12 steeds, and led away 7 graceful women trained in household arts, the maid with rosy cheeks, Briseis, was the 8th. Ulysses came leading the way, and bearing, duly weighed, 10 talents, all of gold. The Achaean youths followed, and placed the presents in the midst of that assembly. Agamemnon rose. And then Talthybius, who was like a god in power of voice, came near and took his place beside the monarch, holding in his hands a boar. The son of Atreus drew a knife, which hung by the great scabbard of his sword, and, cutting off the forelock of the boar, prayed with uplifted hands to Jupiter. Meantime the Greeks in silence kept their seats, and, as became them, listened to the king, who looked into the sky above, and said, Now first bear witness, Jove, of all the gods, greatest and best, and also earth and sun, and Furies dwelling under earth, who take vengeance on men forsworn, that never I have laid, for purpose of unchaste desire, or other cause, my hand upon the maid Briseis. She hath dwelt inviolate within my tents. If yet in aught I say lurk perjury, then may the blessed gods heap on my head the many miseries with which they punish those who falsely swear. He spake, and drew the unrelenting blade across the animal's throat. Talthybius took and swung the carcass round, and cast it forth into the grey sea's depths, to be the food of fishes. Then again Achilles rose among the warlike sons of Greece, and said, Great sorrows thou dost send, O Father Jove, upon mankind. For never would the son of Atreus have provoked the wrath that burned within my bosom, never would have thought to bear away the maiden from my tent, in spite of me, had it not been the will of Jupiter that many a Greek should die. But banquet now, and then prepare for war. So spake Achilles, and at once dissolved the assembly, each repairing to his ship, save the large-hearted Myrmidons, who still were busy with the gifts, and carried them toward their great general's galley. These they laid carefully in the tents, and seated there the women, while the attentive followers drave the coursers to the stables. When the maid Briseis, beautiful as Venus, saw Patroclus lying gashed with wounds, she sprang and threw herself upon the dead, and tore her bosom, her fair cheeks and delicate neck. And thus the graceful maiden, weeping, said, Patroclus, dear to my unhappy heart, I left thee in full life, when from this tent they led me. I return and find thee dead. O chieftain of the people! Thus it is, that sorrow upon sorrow is my lot. Him to whose arms my father, in my youth, and gracious mother gave me as a bride, I saw before our city pierced and slain. And the 3 brothers whom my mother bore, slain also, brothers whom I dearly loved. Yet thou, when swift Achilles struck to earth my hapless husband, and laid waste the town of godlike minds, wouldst not suffer me to weep despairingly. For thou didst give thy word to make me yet the wedded wife of great Achilles, bear me in the fleet to Phthia, and prepare the wedding feast among the Myrmidons. O ever kind! I mourn thy death, and cannot be consoled. Weeping she spake, the women wept with her, seemingly for the dead, but each, in truth, for her own griefs. Meanwhile the elders came around Achilles, praying him to join the banquet, but the chief, with sighs, refused. Dear comrades, if ye love me, do not thus press me to sit and feast. A mighty woe weighs down my spirit, it is my resolve to wait and bear until the setting sun. So saying, he dismissed the other kings, the sons of Atreus, and the high-born chief Ulysses, Nestor, and Idomeneus. And Phoenix, aged knight, alone remained. And anxiously they sought to comfort him in his great grief. But comfort would he none. Ere entering the red jaws of war, he drew deep sighs, and, thinking on Patroclus, spake. The time has been when thou too, hapless one, dearest of all my comrades, wouldst have spread with diligent speed before me in my tent a genial banquet, while the Greeks prepared for desperate battle with the knights of Troy. Thou least now a mangled corse, and I, through grief for thee, refrain from food and drink. Though they are near, no worse calamity could light on me, not even should I hear news of my father's death, who haply now tenderly mourns with tears his absent son in Phthia, while upon a foreign coast I wage for hated Helen's sake the war against the Trojans. Or were I to hear tidings that my beloved son had died, the noble Neoptolemus, who now, if living, is in Scyros, growing up to manhood. Once the hope was in my heart that I alone should perish here at Troy, far from the Argive pastures full of steeds. And thou return to Phthia and bring home my son from Scyros in thy ship, and show the youth my wealth, my servants, and my halls, high-roofed and spacious. For my mind misgives that Peleus either lives not, or endures a painful age, and hardly lives, yet waits to hear the sorrowful news that I am slain. So spake he weeping, and the elders sighed to see his tears, as each recalled to mind those whom he left at home, while Saturn's son beheld their grief with pity, and bespake his daughter Pallas thus with winged words. My child, wilt thou desert that valiant man? And shall Achilles be no more thy care? Lo, by his ships, before their lofty prows, he sits, lamenting his beloved friend. The rest are at the banquet. He remains apart from them, and fasting. Hasten thou. With nectar and ambrosial sweets refresh his frame, that hunger overtake him not. As thus he spake he sent the goddess forth, eager to do her errand. Plunging down, in form a shrill-voiced harpy with broad wings, she cleft the air. The Greeks throughout the camp were putting on their armor. She infused into the hero's frame ambrosial sweets and nectar, that his limbs might not grow faint with hunger. Then the goddess sought again the stable mansion of almighty Jove, while all the Greeks came pouring from the fleet, as when the flakes of snow fall thick from heaven, driven by the north wind sweeping on the clouds before it. So from out the galleys came helms crowding upon helms that glittered fair, strong hauberks, bossy shields, and ashen spears. The gleam of armor brightened heaven and earth, and mighty was the sound of trampling feet. Amidst them all the great Achilles stood. Putting his armor on, he gnashed his teeth. His eyes shot fire. A grief too sharp to bear was in his heart, as, filled with rage against the men of Troy, he cased his limbs in mail. The gift of Vulcan, from whose diligent hand it came. And first about his legs he clasped the beautiful greaves, with silver fastenings. Fitted the corslet to his bosom next. And from his shoulders hung the brazen sword, with silver studs, and then he took the shield, massive and broad, whose brightness streamed as far as the moon's rays, and as at sea the light of beacon, blazing in some lonely spot. By night, upon a mountain summit, shines. To mariners whom the tempest's force has driven far from their friends across the fishy deep, so from that glorious buckler of the sun of Peleus, nobly wrought, a radiance streamed into the sky. And then he raised and placed upon his head the impenetrable helm, with horsehair plume. It glittered like a star, and all the shining tufts of golden thread, with which the maker's hand had thickly set its cone, were shaken. Next the high-born chief tried his new arms, to know if they were well adjusted to his shape, and left his limbs free play. They seemed like wings, and lifted up the shepherd of the people. Then he drew from its ancestral sheath his father's spear, heavy and huge and tough. No man of all the Grecian host could wield that weapon save Achilles only. 'Twas a Pelian ash, which Chiron for his father had cut down on Pelion's highest peak, to be the death of heroes. Meantime, busy with the steeds, Automedon and Alcimus put on their trappings and their yoke, and round their necks bound the fair collars, thrust into their mouths the bit, and backward drew the reins to meet the well-wrought chariot. Then Automedon took in his hand the showy lash, and leaped into the seat behind him, all equipped for war. Achilles mounted, in a blaze of arms that dazzled like the sun, and thus called to his father's steeds with terrible voice: Xanthus and Balius, whom Podarge bore, a noble stock, I charge you to bring back into the Grecian camp, the battle done, him whom ye now are bearing to the field. Nor leave him, as ye left Patroclus dead. Swift-footed Xanthus from beneath the yoke answered him with bowed head and drooping mane, that, flowing through the yoke-ring, swept the ground. For Juno gave him then the power of speech. For this one day, at least, we bear thee safe, O fiery chief, Achilles. But the hour of death draws nigh to thee, nor will the blame be ours. A mighty God and cruel fate ordain it. Not through our neglect or sloth did they of Troy strip off thy glorious arms from slain Patroclus. That invincible god, the son of golden-haired Latona, smote the hero in the foremost ranks, and gave glory to Hector. Even though our speed were that of Zephyr, fleetest of the winds, yet certain is thy doom to be o'ercome in battle by a god and by a man. Thus far he spake, and then the Furies checked his further speech. Achilles, swift of foot, replied in anger, Xanthus, why foretell my death? It is not needed. Well I know my fate, that here I perish, far away from Peleus and my mother. I shall fight till I have made the Trojans sick of war. He spake, and, shouting to his firm-paced steeds, drave them, among the foremost, toward the war. Book. Chapter 20. The Battle of the Gods. Permission given by Jupiter to the gods to take part in the war, the combat renewed with great violence and tumult, Aeneas, encountering Achilles, to which he is encouraged by Apollo, is only preserved from death by the interposition of Neptune, slaughter of the Trojans by Achilles, Hector, when in danger of being slain, snatched from the presence of Achilles by Phoebus in a cloud, havoc made by Achilles in the Trojan army. Thus, O Pelides, did the sons of Greece, impatient for the battle, arm themselves by their beaked ships, around thee. Opposite, upon a height that rose amidst the plain, the Trojans waited. Meantime Jupiter sent Themis from the Olympian summit, ploughed with dells, to summon all the immortal ones to council. Forth she went from place to place, bidding them to the palace halls of Jove. Then none of all the rivers failed to join the assembly, save Oceanus. And none of all the nymphs were absent whose abode is in the pleasant groves and river founts and grassy meadows. When they reached the halls of cloud-compelling Jove, they sat them down on shining thrones, divided each from each by polished columns, wrought for Father Jove by Vulcan's skill. Thus all to Jove's abode were gathered. Neptune had not disobeyed the call. He left the sea, and took his seat among them, and inquired the will of Jove. Why, wielder of the lightning, dost thou call the gods again to council? Do thy plans concern the Greeks and Trojans? For the war between their hosts will be rekindled soon. And thus the cloud-compeller Jove replied, Thou who dost shake the shores, thou knowest well the purpose of my mind, and for whose sake I call this council. Though so soon to die, they are my care. Yet will I keep my place, seated upon the Olympian mount, and look calmly upon the conflict. All of you, depart, and aid the Trojans or the Greeks, as it may list you. For should Peleus' son alone do battle with the men of Troy, their squadrons could not stand before the assault of the swift-footed warrior for an hour. Beforetime, at the sight of him they fled, o'ercome with fear, and now, when he is roused to rage by his companion's death, I fear lest, though it be against the will of fate, he level with the ground the walls of Troy. Saturnius spake, and moved the hosts to join in desperate conflict. All the gods went forth to mingle with the war on different sides. Juno and Pallas hastened to the fleet, with Neptune, he who makes the earth to shake, and Hermes, god of useful arts, and shrewd in forecast. Vulcan also went with them, strong and stern-eyed, yet lame, his feeble legs moving with labor. To the Trojan side went crested Mars, Apollo with his locks unshorn, Diana mighty with the bow, Latona, Xanthus, and the Queen of Smiles, Venus. For while the gods remained apart from men, the Achaean host was high in hope. Because Achilles, who so long had left the war, now reappeared upon the field. And terror shook the limbs of every son of Troy when he beheld the swift of foot Pelides, terrible as Mars, that curse of humankind, in glittering arms again. But when the dwellers of Olympus joined the crowd of mortals, discord, who makes mad the nations, rose and raged. Minerva raised her war cry from the trench without the wall. And then she shouted from the sounding shore. While, like a cloudy whirlwind, opposite moved Mars, and fiercely yelled, encouraging the men of Troy, as on the city heights he stood, or paced with rapid steps the hill beside the Simois, called the Beautiful. Thus, kindling hate between the hosts, the gods engaged, and hideous was the strife that rose among them. From above, with terrible crash, thundered the father of the blessed gods and mortal men, while Neptune from below shook the great earth and lofty mountain peaks. Then watery Ida's heights and very roots, the city of Troy, and the Greek galleys, quaked. Then Pluto, ruler of the nether world, leaped from his throne in terror, lest the god who makes the earth to tremble, cleaving it above him, should lay bare to gods and men his horrible abodes, the dismal haunts which even the gods abhor. Such tumult filled the field of battle when the immortals joined the conflict. Then against King Neptune stood Phoebus Apollo with his winged shafts, and Pallas, goddess of the azure eyes, confronted Mars. Encountering Juno came the sister of Apollo, archer queen, and huntress, Dian of the golden bow. The helpful Hermes, god of useful arts, opposed Latona, and the mighty stream, called Xanthus by the immortals, but by men. Scamander, with his eddies strong and deep, stood face to face with Vulcan in the field. So warred the gods with gods. Meantime the son of Peleus, ranging through the thick of fight, sought only Hector, Priam's son, whose blood he meant to pour to greedy Mars, the god of carnage. But Apollo, who impels warriors to battle, stirred Aeneas up to meet Pelides. First he filled his heart with resolute valor, and then took the voice of Priam's son, Lycaon, in his shape. Thus spake Apollo, son of Jupiter. Aeneas, prince of Troy, where now are all the boasts which thou hast made before the chiefs of Troy at banquets, that thou yet wouldst meet Pelides in the combat hand to hand? Aeneas made reply, Priamides, why dost thou bid me, when thou knowest me unwilling, meet in combat Peleus' son, the mighty among men? It will not be. For the first time if I confront him now. He chased me once from Ida with his spear, me and my fellows, when he took our herds, and laid Lyrnessus waste and Pedasus. But Jove, who gave me strength and nimble feet, preserved me. I had else been slain by him, and by Minerva, for the goddess went before him, giving him the victory, and moving him to slay the Leleges and Trojans with the brazen spear he bore. 'Tis not for mortal man to fight the son of Peleus, at whose side there ever stands one of the immortal gods, averting harm. And then his weapon flies right on, nor stops until it bites the flesh. Yet were the god to weigh the victory in an equal scale, Achilles would not vanquish me with ease, though he might boast his frame were all of brass. Then spake the king Apollo, son of Jove. Pray, warrior, to the eternal gods. They say, That Venus gave thee birth, who has her own from Jove. His mother is of lower rank than thine. Thine is a child of Jove, but his a daughter of the Ancient of the Deep. Strike at him with that conquering spear of thine. Nor let him scare thee with stern words and threats. He said, and breathed into the prince's breast fresh valor, as, arrayed in glittering arms, he pressed to where the foremost warriors fought. Yet not unseen by Juno's I went forth, the son of old Anchises. She convened the gods in council, and addressed them thus. Neptune and Pallas, what shall now be done? Consider ye. Aeneas, all arrayed in glittering arms, is pressing on to meet Pelides. Phoebus sends him. Let us join to turn him back, or let some one of us stand near Achilles, fill his limbs with strength. Nor let his heart grow faint, but let him see that we, the mightiest of the immortals, look on him with favor, and that those who strive amid the war and bloodshed to protect the sons of Troy are empty boasters all. For this we came from heaven to interpose in battle, that Achilles may endure no harm from Trojan hands, although, no doubt, hereafter he must suffer all that fate spun for him when his mother brought him forth. But if he hear not, from some heavenly voice, of this assurance, fear may fall on him, when, haply, in the battle he shall meet some god. For when revealed to human sight, the presence of the gods is terrible. And then did Neptune, he who shakes the earth, make answer, Juno, it becomes thee ill to be so greatly vexed. I cannot wish a contest with the other gods, though we in power excel them. Rather let us sit apart, where we can look upon the war, and leave it to mankind. And yet if Mars or Phoebus should begin the fight, or seek to thwart Achilles or restrain his arm, there will be cause for us to join the strife in earnest. And I deem that they full soon, the contest ended, will return to join the assembled gods upon the Olympian mount, forced to withdraw by our all-potent hands. So spake the dark-haired god, and led the way to the high mound of godlike Hercules, raised from the earth by Trojans, with the aid of Pallas, that the hero there might find a refuge when the monster of the deep should chase him from the sea beach to the plain. With other gods beside him Neptune there sat down and drew a shadow, which no sight could pierce, around their shoulders. Other gods upon the hill called Beautiful, were grouped round thee, Apollo, archer god, and Mars, spoiler of cities. On both sides they sat, devising plans, unwilling to begin the fierce encounter, though almighty Jove, from where he sat in heaven, commanded it. The warriors thronged into the field, which shone with brazen armor and caparisons of steeds. Earth trembled with the sounding tramp of marching squadrons from the opposing ranks. Two chieftains, each the bravest of his host, impatient to engage, Anchises' son, Aeneas, and the great Achilles, came. And first Aeneas, with defiant mien and nodding casque, stood forth. He held his shield before him, which he wielded right and left, and shook his brazen spear. On the other side, Pelides hurried toward him, terrible as is a lion, which the assembled hinds of a whole village chase and seek to slay, while on he stalks, contemning their assault. But if the arrow of some strong-armed youth have smitten him, he stands, and gathers all his strength to spring, with open jaws and teeth half hid in foam, and uttering fearful growls. From his deep chest he lashes with his tail his sides and sinewy thighs to rouse himself to combat, and then, grimly frowning, leaps to slay, or by the foremost youths be slain. So sprang Achilles, moved by his bold heart, to meet the brave Aeneas. As the twain drew near each other, the swift-footed chief, the great Achilles, was the first to speak. Why, O Aeneas, hast thou come so far through this vast crowd to seek me? Does thy heart bid thee confront me in the hope to gain the place which Priam holds, and to bear rule over the knights of Troy? Yet shouldst thou take my life, think not that Priam in thy hand will place such large reward. He has his sons, nor is he fickle, but of stable mind. Or will the Trojans, if thou slayest me, bestow on thee broad acres, of a soil fruitful exceedingly, and suited well to vines or to the plough, which thou mayst till? That also, as I hope, thou wilt obtain with difficulty. For, unless I err, I forced thee once to flee before my spear. Dost thou remember, when thou wert alone among thy beeves, I drave thee, running fast, down Ida's steeps? Then didst thou never turn to face me, but didst seek a hiding place within Lyrnessus, which I also took, and wasted, with the aid of Father Jove and Pallas. From the town I led away the women, never to be free again. Jove and the other gods protected thee that day. Yet will they not protect thee now, as thou dost vainly hope. Withstand me not, I counsel thee, but hide thyself among the crowd before thou suffer harm, for he who sees past evils only is a fool. And then Aeneas answered, Do not think, Pelides, with such words to frighten me, as if I were a beardless boy. I too might use reproach and taunt, but well we know each other's birth and lineage, through report of men, although by sight I know not thine, nor knowst thou mine. They say that thou art sprung from Peleus the renowned, and from the nymph of ocean, fair-haired Thetis, while I boast my birth from brave Anchises, and can claim Venus as mother. Two of these today must weep the death of a beloved son. For we are not to part, I think, nor end the combat after a few childish words. Yet let me speak, that thou mayst better know our lineage, known already far and wide. Jove was the father, cloud-compelling Jove, of Dardanus, by whom Dardania first was peopled, ere our sacred Troy was built. On the great plain, a populous town for men dwelt still upon the roots of Ida fresh, with many springs. To Dardanus was born King Erichthonius, richest in his day of mortal men, and in his meadows grazed 3,000 mares, exulting in their brood of tender foals. Of some of this vast herd Boreas became enamored as they fed. He came to them in likeness of a steed that wore an azure mane, and they brought forth 12 foals, which all were females, of such speed that when they frolicked on the teeming earth, they flew along the topmost ears of wheat, and broke them not. And when they sported o'er the mighty bosom of the deep they ran along the hoary summits of its waves. To Erichthonius Tros was born, who ruled the Trojans, and from Tros there sprang 3 sons of high renown, Elos, Assaracus, and godlike Ganymede, most beautiful of men. The gods beheld and caught him up to heaven, so beautiful was he, to pour the wine to Jove, and ever dwell with them. And Elos had a son, Laomedon, of mighty fame, to whom 5 sons were born: Tithonus, Priam, Lampus, Clitius, and Hystain, trained to war by Mars. Assaracus begot my ancestor Capys, to whom Anchises owes his birth. Anchises is my father, Priam's son is noble Hector. Such I claim to be, my lineage and my blood. But Jove at will gives in large measure, or diminishes, men's warlike prowess, and the power of Jove is over all. But let us talk no more of things like these, as if we were but boys, while here in the midfield we stand between the warring armies. Both of us might cast reproaches at each other, many and foul, such as no galley of 100 oars could bear and float. Men's tongues are voluble, and endless are the modes of speech, and far extends from side to side the field of words. Such as thou utterest it will be thy lot to hear from others. But what profits it for us to rail and wrangle, in high brawl, like women angered to the quick, that rush into the middle of the street and scold with furious words, some true and others false, as rage may prompt them? Me thou shalt not move with words from my firm purpose ere thou raise thy arm against me. Let us hasten first to prove the temper of our brazen spears. He spake, and hurled his brazen spear to smite the dreadful shield, a terror in men's eyes. That mighty buckler rang with the strong blow. Achilles, as it came, held forth his shield with nervous arm far from him, for he feared that the long javelin of his valiant foe might pierce it. Idle fear. He had not thought that the bright armor given him by the gods not easily would yield to force of man, nor could the rapid spear that left the hand of brave Aeneas pierce the shield. The gold, the gift of Vulcan, stopped it through 2 folds. It went, but 3 remained. For Vulcan's skill fenced with 5 folds the disc, the outer 2 of brass, the inner 2 of tin, between was one of gold, and there the brazen spear was stayed. And then in turn Achilles threw his ponderous spear, and struck the orbed shield borne by Aeneas near the upper edge, where thinnest was the brass and thinnest lay the bullock's hide. The Pelian ash broke through. The buckler crashed. Aeneas, stooping low, held it above him, terrified. The spear, tearing both plate and hide of that huge shield, passed over him, and, eager to go on, plunged in the earth and stood. He, when he saw the massive lance which he had just escaped, fixed in the earth so near him, stood awhile, as struck with fear, and with despairing looks. Achilles drew his trenchant sword and rushed with fury on Aeneas, uttering a fearful shout. Aeneas lifted up a stone, a mighty weight, which no 2 men, as men are now, could raise, yet easily. He wielded it. Aeneas then, to save his threatened life, had smitten with the stone his adversary's buckler or his helm, and with his sword Pelides had laid dead the Trojan. Had not he who shakes the earth, Neptune, beheld him in that perilous hour, and instantly addressed the immortal gods. My heart, ye gods, is heavy for the sake of the great-souled Aeneas, who will sink to Hades overcome by Peleus' son. Rash man! He listened to the archer god Apollo, who has now no power to save the chief from death. But, guiltless as he is, why should he suffer evil for the wrong of others? He has always sought to please with welcome offerings the gods who dwell in the broad heaven. Let us withdraw him, then, from this great peril, lest, if he should fall before Achilles, haply Saturn's son may be displeased. And 'tis the will of fate that he escape. That so the Dardan race, beloved by Jove above all others sprung from him, and mortal women, may not yet perish from earth and leave no progeny. For Saturn's son already holds the house of Priam in disfavor, and will make Aeneas ruler o'er the men of Troy, and his sons' sons shall rule them after him. Imperial Juno with large eyes replied, determine, Neptune, for thyself, and save Aeneas, or, all blameless as he is, abandon him to perish by the hand of Peleus' son, Achilles. We have sworn, Minerva and myself, that never we would aid in aught the Trojans to escape their day of ruin. Though the town of Troy sink to the dust in the destroying flames, flames kindled by the warlike sons of Greece. And then did Neptune, shaker of the shores, go forth into the battle, and amidst the clash of spears, and come where stood the chiefs, Aeneas and his mighty foe, the son of Peleus. Instantly he caused to rise a darkness round the eyes of Peleus' son, and from the buckler of Aeneas drew the spear with ashen stem and brazen blade, and laid it at Achilles' feet. And next he lifted high Aeneas from the ground, and bore him thence o'er many a warrior's head, and many a harnessed steed. Aeneas flew, hurled by the god, until he reached the rear of that fierce battle, where the Caucons stood arrayed for war. The shaker of the shores drew near, and said to him in winged words, what god, Aeneas, moved thee to defy madly the son of Peleus, who in might excels thee, and is dearer to the gods? Whenever he encounters thee in arms, give way, lest thou, against the will of fate, pass down to Hades. When he shall have met his fate and perished, thou mayst boldly dare to face the foremost of the enemy. No other of the Greeks shall take thy life. He spake, and having thus admonished him, he left Aeneas there, and suddenly swept off the darkness that so thickly rose around Achilles, who, with sight now clear, looked forth, and, sighing, said to his great soul, how strange is this! My eyes have seen today a mighty marvel. Here the spear I flung is lying on the earth, and him at whom I cast it, in the hope to take his life, I see no longer. Well beloved, no doubt, is this Aeneas by the immortal gods. Yet that, I thought, was but an empty boast of his. Well, let him go. I cannot think that he who gladly fled from death will find the courage to encounter me again. And now will I exhort the Greeks to fight this battle bravely, while I go to prove the prowess of the other chiefs of Troy. He spake, and, cheering on the soldiery, he sprang into the ranks. Ye noble Greeks, avoid no more the Trojans, press right on. Let each man single out his man, and fight with eager heart. 'Tis hard for me to chase with all my warlike might so many men, and fight withal. Not even Mars, the god, although immortal, nor Minerva's self, could combat with so vast a multitude, unwearied. Yet whatever I can do, with hands and feet and strength, I give my word, not to decline, or be remiss in aught. I go to range the Trojan files, where none, I think, will gladly stand to meet my spear. Such stirring words he uttered, while aloud illustrious Hector called, encouraging the men of Troy, and promising to meet. Achilles, valiant Trojans, do not quail before Pelides. In the strife of words, I too might bear my part against the gods. But harder were the combat with the spear. For greater is their might than ours. The son of Peleus cannot make his threatenings good. A part will he perform and part will leave undone. I go to wait him. I would go, although his hands were like consuming flame. His hands like flame, his strength the strength of steel. He spake, the Trojans at his stirring word lifted their lances, and the adverse hosts joined battle with a fearful din. Then came Apollo and admonished Hector thus. Hector, encounter not Achilles here before the armies, but amidst the throng and tumult of the battle, lest perchance he strike thee with the javelin or the sword. He spake, the Trojan chief, dismayed to hear the warning of the god, withdrew among the crowded ranks. Meantime Achilles sprang upon the Trojans with a terrible cry, and slew a leader of the host, the brave Iphition, whom a Naiad, at the foot of snowy Molus, in the opulent vale of Hyda, bore to the great conqueror of towns, Otrynteus. As he came in haste, the noble son of Peleus with his spear smote him upon the forehead in the midst, and cleft the head in two. He fell. His arms clashed, and Achilles boasted o'er him thus. Son of Otrynteus, terrible in arms, thou art brought low. Thou meetest here thy death, though thou wert born by the Gygaean lake, where lie, by fishy Hyllus and the stream of eddying Hermus, thy paternal fields. Thus boastfully he spake, while darkness came over Iphition's eyes, and underneath the chariots of the Greeks who foremost fought, his course was mangled. Next Achilles smote Antenor's son, Demoleon, gallantly breasting the onset of the Greeks. He pierced his temple through the helmet's brazen cheek. The brass stayed not the blow. The eager spear brake through the bone, and crushed the brain within. And the brave youth lay dead. Achilles next struck down Hippodamus. He pierced his back, as, leaping from his car, the Phrygian fled before him. With a moan he breathed away his life, as moans a bull when dragged around the altar of the Heliconian king, by youths on whom the god that shakes the earth looks down well pleased. With such a moaning sound, the fiery spirit left the Phrygian's frame. Then sprang Achilles with his spear to slay the godlike Polydorus, Priam's son, whose father bade him not to join the war, for he was younger than the other sons, and dearest of them all. In speed of foot he had no peer. Yet, with a boyish pride, to show his swiftness, in the foremost ranks, he ranged the field, until he lost his life. Him with a javelin the swift-footed son of Peleus smote as he was hurrying by. The weapon pierced the middle of his back, where, by its golden rings, the belt was clasped. Above the double corslet, the keen blade came forth in front. The Trojan with a cry fell forward on his knees, and, bending, clasped his bowels in his hands. When Hector saw his brother thus upon the earth, there came a darkness o'er his eyes, nor could he bear longer to stand aloof, but, brandishing his spear, came forward like a rushing flame, to meet the son of Peleus, who beheld, and bounded toward him, saying boastfully, So, he is near whose hand hath given my heart its deepest wound, who slew my dearest friend. No more are we to shun each other now, timidly stealing through the paths of war. And then he said to Hector with a frown, Draw nearer, that thou mayst the sooner die. The crested Hector, undismayed, replied, Pelides, do not hope with empty words to frighten me, as if I were a boy. Insults and taunts I could with ease return. I know that thou art brave, I know that I in might am not thy equal. But the event rests in the laps of the great gods, and they may, though I lack the prowess, give thy life into my hands when I shall cast my spear. The weapon that I bear is keen like thine. Thus having spoken, brandishing his spear, he sent it forth. But with a gentle breath, Minerva turned it from the glorious Greek, and laid it at the noble Hector's feet. Then did Achilles, resolute to slay his enemy, rush against him with a shout of fury. But Apollo, with such power as gods put forth, withdrew him thence, and spread a darkness round him. Thrice the swift of foot Achilles rushed against him with his spear, and thrice he smote the cloud. But when once more, in godlike might, he made the assault, he spake these winged words of menace and reproach. Hound as thou art, thou hast once more escaped thy death, for it was near. Again the hand of Phoebus rescues thee, to him thy vows are made ere thou dost trust thyself amidst the clash of javelins. I shall meet thee yet, and end thee utterly, if any god favor me also. I will now pursue, and strike the other Trojan warriors down. He spake, and in the middle of the neck smote Dryops with his spear. The Phrygian fell before him at his feet. He left him there, and wounding with his spear Philetor's son, Demuchus, tall and valiant, in the knee, stayed him until he slew him with his sword. Then from their chariot to the ground he cast Laogonus and Dardanus, the sons of Bias, piercing with a javelin one, and cutting down the other with his sword. And Tros, Alastor's son, who came to him, and clasped his knees, in hope that he would spare a captive, spare his life, nor slay a youth of his own age, vain hope. He little knew that not by prayers Achilles could be moved. Nor was he pitiful, nor mild of mood, but hard of heart, while Tros embraced his knees, and passionately sued. Pelides thrust his sword into his side. The liver came forth at the wound, the dark blood gushing filled the Phrygian's bosom, o'er his eyes there crept a darkness, and his life was at an end. Approaching Mulius next, Achilles smote the warrior at the ear, the brazen point passed through the other ear. And then he slew Agenor's son, Echeclus, letting fall his heavy-hilted sword upon his head. Just in the midst, the blade grew warm with blood, and gloomy death and unrelenting fate darkened the victim's eyes. Achilles next wounded Deucalion, thrusting through his arm the brazen javelin, where the sinews met, that strung the elbow, while with powerless arm the wounded Trojan stood awaiting death. Achilles drave his falchion through his neck. Far flew the head and helm, the marrow flowed from out the spine, and stretched upon the ground. Deucalion lay. Pelides still went on, taking Rigmus, the renowned son of Piraeus, from the fruitful fields of Thrace, and smote him in the stomach with his lance. There hung the weapon fixed. The wounded man fell from the car. At Areithus, the charioteer, who turned his steeds to flee, Achilles sent his murderous lance, and pierced his back, and dashed him from the car, and left his horses wild with fright. As when, among the deep dells of an arid mountainside, a great fire burns its way, and the thick wood, before it is consumed, and shifting winds hither and thither sweep the flames. So ranged Achilles in his fury through the field, from side to side, and everywhere o'ertook his victims, and the earth ran dark with blood, as when a yeoman underneath the yoke brings his broad-fronted oxen to tread out white barley on the level threshing floor. The sheaves are quickly trodden small beneath the heavy footsteps of the bellowing beasts. So did the firm-paced coursers, which the son of Peleus guided, trample with their feet bucklers and corpses, while beneath the car blood steeped the axle, and the chariot seat dripped on its rim with blood that from below was splashed upon them by the horses' hoofs and by the chariot wheels. Such havoc made Pelides in his ardor for renown, till his invincible hands were foul with blood. Book. Chapter 21. The Battle in the River Scamander. Flight of the Trojans before Achilles, some toward Troy, and the rest toward the river Scamander, 12 Trojan youths made captive in the river, to be butchered at the funeral pile of Patroclus, insult offered by Achilles to the god of the river, who causes his waters to rush against him, and forces him to flee for his life, interference of Vulcan, who is summoned by Juno to the aid of Achilles, and who, by drying up the waters of the river, compels it to submit, combat of Mars and Minerva, and of the other gods, Achilles decoyed away from the gates of Troy by Apollo disguised in the form of Agenor, while the Trojans enter the city. Now when they reached the pleasant banks, the eddying Xanthus runs, the river sprung from deathless Jove, Achilles drave his foes through which asunder part he chased across the plain townward, along the way by which the Greek in terror fled the day before, pursued by glorious Hector. Panic-struck they ran along that way, while, to restrain their flight, before them Juno hung a veil of cloud and darkness. Meanwhile half the flying crowd leaped down to that deep stream and rolled among its silver eddies with a mighty noise. They plunged, the torrent dashed the banks around, remurmured shrilly to the cries of those who floated struggling in the current's whirl, as when before the fierce, devouring flames a swarm of locusts, springing into air, fly toward a river, while the fire behind crackles with sudden fierceness, and in fright they fall into the waves. The roaring stream of the deep-eddied Xanthus thus was filled before Achilles with a mingled crowd of steeds and men. The Jove-descended man left leaning on the tamarisks his spear upon the river's border, and leaped in, armed only with his sword, intent to deal death on the fugitives. On every side he smote, and from the smitten by the sword rose lamentable cries, the waves around grew crimson with their blood, as when before a dolphin of huge bulk the fishes flee in fear, and crowd the creeks that lie around the sheltered haven, for their foe devours all that he overtakes. The Trojans thus hid from his sight among the hollow rocks beside the rushing river. When his hand was weary with the work of death, he took 12 youths alive, whose blood was yet to pay the penalty for Menoetiades, his slaughtered friend. He led them from the stream, passive with fear like fawns, and tied their hands behind them with the well-twined cords that bound their tunics. Then he gave them to his friends, who led the captives to the roomy ships. Again Achilles rushed upon the foe, intent on slaughter. One he met who climbed the river's bank, Dardanian Priam's son, Lycaon, whom in former days he made his captive, by surprise. When in the night he found him lopping with an axe the boughs of a wild fig tree, that the trunk might form the circle of a wheel, Achilles came, an unexpected foe, and bore him off to sea, and sold him in the populous isle of Lemnos. He was bought by Jason's son, the Imbrian prince, Achaean, who had been his host, and now redeemed him with large gifts, and sent him to Arisba's noble town. Yet thence he stole, and reached his father's house again, and there made merry with his friends 11 days. But on the 12th a god delivered him again into the hands of Peleus' son, who now would send his soul repining down to Hades. When the chief, the swift of foot, beheld him stand unarmed, with neither helm nor shield nor spear, for these he had thrown down, faint with the sweaty toil of clambering up the bank, and every limb unstrung with weariness. Then wrathfully thus said Achilles to his mighty soul, "O strange! My eyes behold a miracle. Sure, the brave sons of Troy whom I have slain will rise up from the nether darkness yet, since this man, whom I once reprieved from death, and sold in Lemnos the divine, comes back. Nor could the ocean's grey abyss of brine, beyond which many long in vain to pass, detain him in that isle. But he shall taste the sharpness of my spear, that I may prove whether he after that will reappear, and whether the kind earth, which holds so well the valiant dead, can keep him in her womb." So pondered he and stood. The Trojan drew close to him, with intent to clasp his knees, fear-struck, yet hoping to avoid the doom of bitter death. The great Achilles raised his ponderous spear to strike. Lycaon stooped, and, darting underneath the weapon, seized the hero's knees. Behind him in the ground the spear stood fixed, though eager yet for blood. One arm was round his adversary's knees, the other held, and would not let it go. The spear, while thus with winged words he prayed, "I clasp thy knees, Achilles. Look on me kindly and pity me, O foster child of Jove. I am thy suppliant, and may claim thy mercy. I partook with thee the fruits of Ceres, when amid my fruitful fields thou madest me a captive, carrying me from friends and kindred to the sacred isle of Lemnos. Thou didst sell me there, my price 100 beeves, and thou shalt now receive for ransom thrice as many. It is yet but the 12th morning since I came to Troy, after much hardship, and a pitiless fate betrays me to thy hands. I must believe that Father Jove in wrath delivers me to thee again. Lautho brought me forth to a brief life. That mother was the child of aged Altes, Altes ruling o'er the warlike Leleges, by whom are tilled the heights of Pedasus, where Satnio flows. And Priam wedded her with other maids. She bore 2 children to be slain by thee. One was the godlike Polydore, whom thou didst smite with thy keen spear, in the front rank of those who fought on foot. His evil fate must overtake me now, for, since a god has brought me near thee, there is no escape. Yet let me tell thee this, and weigh it well, and let it save my life. I came not forth from the same womb with Hector, by whose hand thy brave and gentle friend, Patroclus, died. The illustrious son of Priam ended here his prayer, and heard a merciless reply. Fool! Never talk of ransom, not a word, before the evil day on which my friend was slain, it pleased me oftentimes to spare the Trojans. Many a one I took alive and sold. But now no man of all their race, whom any god may bring within my reach, shall leave the field alive, and least of all the sons of Priam. Die thou, then. And why shouldst thou, my friend, lament? Patroclus died, and greatly he excelled thee. Sayest thou not? How eminent in stature and in form am I, whom to a prince renowned for worth a goddess mother bore? Yet will there come to me a violent death at morn, at eve, or at the midday hour, whenever he whose weapon is to take my life shall cast the spear or send an arrow from the string. He spake, the Trojan's heart and knees grew faint. His hand let go the spear, he sat and cowered with outstretched arms. Achilles drew his sword and smote his neck just at the collarbone. The two-edged blade was buried deep. He fell prone on the earth. The black blood spouted forth and steeped the soil. Achilles by the foot flung him to float among the river waves, and uttered, boastfully, these winged words: Lie there among the fishes, who shall feed upon thy blood unscared? No mother there shall weep thee lying on thy bier. Thy corpse Scamander shall bear down to the broad sea, where, as he sees thee darkening its face, some fish shall hasten, darting through the waves, to feed upon Lycaon's fair white limbs. So perish ye, till sacred Troy be ours. You fleeing, while I follow close and slay. This river cannot aid you, this fair stream, with silver eddies, to whose deity ye offer many beeves in sacrifice, and fling into its gulfs your firm-paced steeds. But thus ye all shall perish, till I take full vengeance for Patroclus of the Greeks, whom, while I stood aloof from war, ye slew. He spake, and, deeply moved with inward wrath, the river pondered how to render vain the prowess of Achilles, and avert destruction from the Trojans. Now the son of Peleus rushed, his ponderous spear in hand, to slay Asteropaeus, who was sprung from Pelagon, and Pelagon was born to the broad river Axius, of a maid, the eldest born of Acesamenus, named Peribia. For the river god was joined with her in love. Achilles sprang to meet the youth, as, rising from the stream, armed with two spears, he stood, his heart made strong and resolute by Xanthus, who had seen indignantly so many Trojans die, youths whom Achilles slaughtered in his stream, and had no pity on them. When the twain were near each other, standing face to face, the swift Achilles was the first to speak. Who and whence art thou that dost venture thus to meet me? They who seek to measure strength with me are sons of most unhappy men. And thus the illustrious son of Pelagon made answer: Brave Pelides, why inquire my lineage? I am from a distant coast, Paeonia's fertile fields, I lead to war Paeonia's warriors with long spears, and this is now the 11th morning since I came to join the war at Troy. I claim descent from Axius, the broad Axius, who pours forth the fairest river on the earth. His son was Pelagon, expert to wield the spear, and I was born to Pelagon. And now, illustrious son of Peleus, let us fight. He spake, Achilles raised the Pelian ash to smite. Asteropaeus aimed at him both lances, for he used both hands alike. One struck the Grecian's shield, yet passed not through. Stopped by the god-given gold, the other gashed lightly the elbow of his dexter arm. The black blood spouted forth, the spear passed on. Beyond him, and, still eager for its prey, stood fixed in earth Achilles then, intent to slay Asteropaeus, hurled at him his trusty spear. The weapon missed its mark, and, striking the high bank, was buried there, up to the middle of its ashen staff. Achilles drew the keen sword from his thigh, and flew with fury toward his foe, who toiled in vain with sinewy arm to pluck that spear from out the bank. And thrice he shook the beam fiercely, and thrice desisted, lacking strength. And last he sought, by bending it, to break the ashen weapon of Aeacides. But ere it snapped, Achilles took his life, smiting him at the navel with the sword. Forth gushed the entrails to the ground, and o'er his dying eyes the darkness came. And then Achilles, leaping on his breast, tore off the armor, and exultingly exclaimed, "Lie there! A perilous task it was for thee to combat with a son of Jove, though born thyself to a great river. I can boast descent from sovereign Jove. I owe my birth to Peleus, ruler of the Myrmidons. His father was Aeacus, who was born to Jupiter, a god more potent far than all the rivers flowing to the sea. And mightier is the race of Jupiter than that of any stream. Here close at hand is a great river, if such aid cannot avail thee, but to strive with Jupiter is not permitted. Achilles, king of rivers, cannot vie with him, nor yet the great and mighty deep from which proceed all streams and seas and founts and watery depths. He trembles at the bolt of mighty Jove, and his hoarse thunder crashing in the sky. As thus he spake, he plucked from out the bank his brazen spear, and left the lifeless chief stretched in the sand, where the dark water steeped his limbs, and eels and fishes came and gnawed the warrior's reins. Achilles hastened on, pursuing the Cæonian knights, who now, when they beheld their bravest overthrown in desperate battle by the mighty arm and falchion of Pelides, took to flight along the eddying river. There he slew Mydon, Thersilochus, Astypulus, Nisus, and Thrasius, and struck down in death Aeneas and Ophelestes. Many more of the Cæonians the swift-footed Greek had slain, had not the eddying river, roused to anger, put a human semblance on, and uttered from its whirling deeps a voice. O son of Peleus, thou who dost excel all other men in might and dreadful deeds, for the gods aid thee ever, if the son of Saturn gives thee to destroy the race of Trojans. Drive them from me to the plain, and there perform thy terrible exploits. For now my pleasant waters, in their flow, are choked with heaps of dead, and I no more can pour them into the great deep, so thick the corpses clog my bed, while thou dost slay, and sparest not. Now then, withhold thy hand, Prince of the people. I am horror-struck. Achilles the swift-footed made reply. Be it as thou commandest, foster child of Jove, Scamander. Yet I shall not cease to slay these treaty-breakers till at length I shut them up within their town, and force Hector to meet me, that we may decide which shall o'ercome the other, he or I. He spake, and rushed upon the men of Troy, terrible as a god, while from his bed the eddying river called to Phoebus thus. Why this, thou bearer of the silver bow? Thou son of Jove? Thou heedest not the will of Saturn's son, who strictly bade that thou shouldst aid the Trojans till the latest gleam of sunset, and till night is on the fields. And then Achilles, mighty with the spear, from the steep bank leaped into the midstream, while, foul with ooze, the angry river raised his waves, and pushed along the heaps of dead, slain by Achilles. These, with mighty roar, as of a bellowing ox, Scamander cast aground, the living with his whirling gulfs. He hid, and saved them in his friendly streams. In tumult terribly the surges rose around Achilles, beating on his shield, and made his feet to stagger, till he grasped a tall, fair-growing elm upon the bank. Down came the tree, and in its loosened roots brought the earth with it. The fair stream was checked by the thick branches, and the prostrate trunk bridged it from side to side. Achilles sprang from the deep pool, and fled with rapid feet across the plain in terror. Nor did then the mighty river god refrain, but rose against him with a darker crest, to drive the noble son of Peleus from the field, and so deliver Troy. Iliad sprang. A spear's cast backward, sprang with all the speed of the black eagle's wing, the hunter bird, fleetest and strongest of the fowls of air. Like him he darted, clashing round his breast. The brazen mail rang fearfully. Askance he fled, the water with a mighty roar followed him close, as, when a husbandman leads forth, from some dark spring of earth, a rill among his planted garden beds, and clears its channel, spade in hand. The pebbles there move with the current, which runs murmuring down the sloping surface and outstrips its guide. So rushed the waves where'er Achilles ran, swift as he was. For mightier are the gods than men. As often as the noble son of Peleus made a stand in hope to know whether the deathless gods of the great heaven conspired to make him flee, so often came a mighty billow of the Jove-born stream, and drenched his shoulders. Then again he sprang away, the rapid torrent made his knees to tremble, while it swept, where'er he trod, the earth from underneath his feet. He looked to the broad heaven above him, and complained, "Will not some god, O Father Jove, put forth his power to save me in my hour of need from this fierce river? Any fate but this I am resigned to suffer. None of all the immortal ones is more in fault than she, to whom I owe my birth. Her treacherous words deluded me to think that I should fall beneath the walls of Troy by the swift shafts of Phoebus. Would that Hector, the most brave of warriors reared upon the Trojan soil, had slain me. He had slain a brave man then, and a brave man had stripped me of my arms. But now it is my fate to perish, caught in this great river, like a swineherd's boy, who in the time of rains attempts to pass a torrent, and is overwhelmed and drowned." He spake, and Neptune and Minerva came quickly and stood beside him. In the form of men they came, and took his hand, and cheered his spirit with their words. And thus the god Neptune, who makes the earth to tremble, said, "Fear not, Pelides, neither let thy heart be troubled, since thou hast among the gods, by Jove's consent, auxiliars such as I and Pallas. It is not thy doom to be thus vanquished by a river. Soon its rage will cease, as thou shalt see. Meantime we give this counsel. Heed it well, let not thy hand refrain from slaughter till the Trojan host are all shut up, all that escape thy arm within the lofty walls of Troy. Then take the life of Hector, and return on board thy galleys, we will make that glory thine. Thus having spoken, they withdrew and joined the immortals, while Achilles hastened on, encouraged by the mandate of the gods. Across the plain. The plain was overflowed with water, sumptuous arms were floating round, and bodies of slain youths. Achilles leaped, and stemmed with powerful limbs the stream, and still went forward, for Minerva mightily had strengthened him. Nor did Scamander fail to put forth all his power, and raged the more against the son of Peleus. Higher still his torrent swelled and tossed with all its waves. And thus he called to Simois with a shout, "O brother, join with me to hold in check this man, who threatens soon to overthrow King Priam's noble city. For no more the Trojan host resist him. Come at once, and aid me. Fill thy channel from its springs, and summon all thy brooks, and lift on high a mighty wave, and roll along thy bed, mingled in one great torrent, trees and stones, that we may tame this savage man, who now in triumph walks the field, and bears himself as if he were a god. His strength, I deem, will not avail him, nor his noble form, nor those resplendent arms, which yet shall lie scattered along the bottom of my gulfs, and foul with ooze. Himself too I shall wrap in sand, and pile the rubbish of my bed in heaps around him. Never shall the Greeks know where to gather up his bones, o'erspread by me with river slime, for there shall be his burial place. No other tomb the Greeks will need when they perform his funeral rites." He spake, and wrathfully he rose against Achilles, rose with turbid waves, and noise, and foam, and blood, and bodies of the dead. One purple billow of the Jove-born stream swelled high and whelmed Achilles. Juno saw, and trembled lest the hero should be whirled downward by the great river, and in haste she called to Vulcan, her beloved son. "Vulcan, my son, arise. We deemed that thou and eddying Xanthus were of equal might in battle. Come with instant aid, and bring thy vast array of flames, while from the deep I call a tempest of the winds, the west and the swift south, and they shall sweep along a fiery torrent to consume the foe, warriors and weapons. Thou meantime lay waste the groves along the Xanthus, hurl at him thy fires, nor let him with soft words or threats avert thy fury. Pause not from the work of ruin till I shout and give the sign, and then shalt thou restrain thy restless fires." She spake, and Vulcan at her word sent forth his fierce, devouring flames. Upon the plain they first were kindled, and consumed the dead that strewed it, where Achilles struck them down. The ground was dried, the glimmering flood was stayed, as when the autumnal north wind, breathing a newly watered garden, quickly dries the clammy mold, and makes the tiller glad. So did the spacious plain grow dry on which the dead were turned to ashes. Then the god seized on the river with his glittering fires. The elms, the willows, and the tamarisks fell, scorched to cinders, and the lotus herbs, rushes, and reeds that richly fringed the banks of that fair-flowing current were consumed. The eels and fishes, that were wont to glide hither and thither through the pleasant depths and eddies, languished in the fiery breath of Vulcan, mighty artisan. The strength of the great river withered, and he spake, "O Vulcan, there is none of all the gods who may contend with thee. I combat not with fires like thine. Cease then. With my consent, the noble son of Peleus may drive out the Trojans from their city. What have I to do with war, the attack or the defense? Thus in that fiery glow he spake, while seethed his pleasant streams, as over a strong fire a cauldron filled with fat of pampered swine glows bubbling on all sides, while underneath burns the dry fuel. Thus were his fair streams scorched by the heat, and simmered, while the blast sent forth by Vulcan, the great artisan, tormented him, and he besought the aid of Juno with these supplicating words. Why should thy son, O Juno, wreak on me his fury, more than on the other gods? My fault is less than theirs who give their aid to Troy, and I will cease, if thou command. Bid him desist, and here I pledge my oath not to attempt to save the Trojan race from ruin, though their city sink in flames before the torches of the warlike Greeks. This when the white-armed goddess Juno heard, she said to Vulcan, her beloved son, Dear son, refrain, it is not well that thus a god should suffer for the sake of men. She spake, and Vulcan quenched his dreadful fires, and back the pleasant waters to their bed went gliding. Xanthus had been made to yield, and the two combatants no longer strove, since Juno, though offended, bade them cease. Yet was the conflict terrible among the other gods, as zeal for different sides impelled them. With a loud uproar they met each other in the field. The spacious earth rebellowed to the noise, and the great heaven returned it. To the ear of Jove it rose, who, sitting on Olympus, laughed within his secret heart as he beheld the gods contending, for not long they stood apart. Shield-breaking Mars began the assault. He rushed toward Pallas, brandishing his brazen spear, and thus accosted her with insolent words. Thou shameless one, thou whose effrontery is boundless, why wilt thou provoke the gods to strife? Thy temper is most arrogant. Rememberest thou the time when thou didst prompt Tydides Diomed to strike at me? It was thy hand that held his shining spear, and aimed it well, and gave the wound, but now will I take vengeance on thee for that wrong. He spake, and smote Minerva's fringed shield, the dreadful aegis, which not even Jove could pierce with thunderbolts. The murderous Mars smote it with his huge spear. She only stepped backward a space, and with her powerful hand lifted a stone that lay upon the plain, black, huge, and jagged, which the men of old had placed there for a landmark. This she hurled at Mars, and struck him on the neck. He fell with nerveless limbs, and covered, as he lay, 7 acres of the field. His armor clashed around him in his fall. His locks all soiled lay in the trodden dust. The goddess stood o'er him, and boasted thus with winged words. Fool that thou art, hast thou not learned how much the might I boast excels thine own? That thus thou measurest strength with me? Now dost thou feel thy mother's curse fulfilled, who meditates thy chastisement, since thou hast left the Greeks, and joined the treaty-breaking sons of Troy. She spake, and turned away her glorious eyes. Jove's daughter, Venus, took the hand of Mars, and led him groaning thence, while hardly yet his strength came back. The white-armed Juno saw, and spake to Pallas thus, with winged words. See, daughter of the aegis-bearer, Jove, unconquerable maid, that shameless one Through all the tumult, from the thick of fight, leads hence the murderous Mars, but follow her. She spake, and Pallas gladly hastened forth, and, overtaking Venus, dealt at her a mighty buffet on the breast. Her heart fainted, her knees gave way, and, as she lay prostrate with Mars upon the fruitful earth, exulting Pallas spake these winged words: Would that all those who aid the cause of Troy and combat with the mailed Greeks were thus. Would that they were as hardy and as brave as Venus here, who ventured to the help of Mars, and met the force of my right arm. Then had the stately Ilium been o'erthrown long since, and we had rested from the war. She spake, the white-armed Juno gently smiled. And then King Neptune to Apollo said, Why, Phoebus, stand we thus aloof? It ill becomes us, while the other gods engage in conflict. 'Twere a shame should we return up to Olympus and the brazen halls of Jove with no blow struck. Begin, for thou art younger born, and I, who both in years and knowledge am before thee, must not make the assault. O silly god, and slow of thought! Hast thou indeed forgotten all the wrongs we suffered once in Troy, and only we, of all the gods, when, sent to earth by Jove, we served a 12-month for a certain hire, the proud Laomedon, by whom our tasks were set? I built a city and a wall of broad extent, and beautiful, and strong, to stand assault. And, Phoebus, thou didst feed his stamping oxen with curved horns, among the lawns of woody Ida seamed with glens. But when the welcome hours had brought the day of our reward, the ruffian king refused the promised wages, and dismissed us both with menaces to bind thee hand and foot. He threatened, and to sell thee as a slave in distant isles, and to cut off the ears of both of us. So we returned to heaven, incensed at him who thus withheld the hire he promised. Dost thou favor Troy for this? Wilt thou not rather act with us until these treaty breakers, with their children all, and their chaste matrons, perish utterly? Then thus the archer-king, Apollo, spake. Thou wouldst not deem me wise, should I contend with thee, O Neptune, for the sake of men, who flourish like the forest leaves awhile, and feed upon the fruits of earth and then decay and perish. Let us quit the field, and leave the combat to the warring hosts. He spake, and turned, afraid to meet in arms his uncle. But the sylvan Dian heard his sister, mistress of the beasts that range the wilds, and harshly thus upbraided him. O mighty archer! Dost thou flee and yield the victory to Neptune, who bears off a glory cheaply earned? Why dost thou bear that idle bow, thou coxcomb? I shall hope no more to hear thee in our father's halls, and in the presence of the immortals, boast that thou wilt fight with Neptune hand to bard. The archer-god, Apollo, answered not, but thus the imperial wife of Jupiter, indignantly and with reproachful words, rebuked the quivered goddess of the chase. How is it that thou darest, shameless one, resist me? Thou wilt find it hard, though trained in archery, to match thy strength with mine, though Jove has made thee among womankind a lioness, and though he gives thee power to slay whomever of thy sex thou wilt, yet wilt thou find it easier to strike down the mountain beasts of prey, and forest deer, than combat with thy betters. If thou choose to try the event of battle, then put forth thy strength against me, and thou shalt be taught How greatly I excel in might of arm. Thus Juno spake, and grasped in her left hand both Dian's wrists, and, plucking with her right the quiver from her shoulders, beat with it her ears, and smiled as under her quick blows the sufferer writhed. To earth the arrows fell, and Dian weeping fled, as when a dove, not fated to be overtaken yet, flees from a hawk to find her hiding place. The hollow rock, so Dian fled in tears, and left her arrows to Latona. Then heaven's messenger, the Argus queller, spake. Far be it from me to contend with thee, Latona. Perilous it were to meet a consort of the cloud compeller, Jove, in combat. Go and freely make thy boast among the gods that thou hast vanquished me. He spake. Latona gathered from the ground the bow and shafts which in that whirl of dust had fallen here and there, and, bearing them, followed her daughter, who meantime had reached Olympus and the brazen halls of Jove. And there, a daughter at her father's knees, she sat her down, while, as she wept, her robe of heavenly texture trembled graciously. Jove smiled, and drew her toward him and inquired, what dweller of the sky has dared do this, dear child, as though some flagrant guilt were thine? And thus replied the mistress of the chase. Crowned with the crescent, father, 'twas thy queen, the white-armed Juno, she who causes strife and wrath among the gods has done me wrong. So talked they, while to sacred Ilium came Phoebus Apollo. 'Twas his charge to watch the well-built city's ramparts, lest the Greeks that day should lay it waste against the will of fate. The other gods went back to heaven, some angry, some exulting. They sat down beside the All-Father, him who darkens heaven with gathered clouds. Meantime Achilles chased and slew the Trojans and their firm-paced steeds. As, when the smoke rolls heavenward from a town, given by the angry gods a prey to fire. Toil is the lot of all, and bitter woe the fate of many. Such the woe and toil caused by Achilles to the sons of Troy. The aged Priam from a lofty tower beheld the large-limbed son of Peleus range the field, and all the Trojans helplessly fleeing in tumult. With a cry of grief, he came from that high station to the ground, and gave commandment to the sturdy men who stood to watch the gates along the wall. Hold the gates open while the flying host enter the city. For Achilles comes, routing them, near at hand, and we may see terrible havoc. But when all our troops are once within the walls, and breathe again, shut the close-fitting portals. For I dread lest that fierce warrior rush into our streets. He spake, they drew the bolts and opened wide the gates, and gave a refuge to the host. Then leaped Apollo forth to meet their flight, and rescue them. All faint with burning thirst, and grimed with dust, they hurried o'er the plain, and toward the city and its lofty walls, while eagerly Achilles on their track pressed with his spear. His heart was full of rage, and all on fire his spirit with desire for glory. Then the Greeks had overthrown the towery Troy, if Phoebus had not moved Agenor, a young hero, nobly born, blameless, and brave, Antenor's son, to meet Achilles. Phoebus breathed into his heart courage, as, standing by the youth, he leaned against a beechen tree, and, wrapped from sight in darkness, watched to rescue him from death. Agenor stood as he beheld approach the mighty spoiler, and, perplexed in mind, sighed heavily, and said to his great soul, Ah me! If with the routed troops I flee from fierce Achilles, he will overtake and slay me, I shall die as cowards die. But if I leave the host to be pursued by Peleus' son, and by another way flee from the wall across the plain, until I reach the lawns of Ida, and am hid among its thickets, then I may at eve bathe in the river and return refreshed to Troy. But why give way to thoughts like these? For he may yet observe me as I haste from Ilium o'er the plain, and his swift feet may follow. There will then be no escape from death and fate, since he in might of arm excels all other men. If now I here confront him before Troy, I cannot think that he is weapon-proof. One life alone dwells in him, though Saturnian Jupiter bestows on him the glory of the day. He spake, and firmly waited for the son of Peleus. Eagerly his fearless heart longed for the combat, as a panther leaves the covert of the wood and comes to meet a huntsman, nor is scared nor put to flight by noise of baying hounds. Not even though a spear's thrust or a javelin flung from far have wounded him, yet, wounded, he fights on until he grapples with his enemy or perishes. Thus did the noble son of the renowned Antenor press to try his prowess with Achilles, and disdained to flee before him, holding his round shield before his face, and with his lifted spear aimed at the Greek, he shouted thus aloud: Renowned Achilles, thou dost fondly know that thou today wilt overthrow the town of the magnanimous Trojans. Many toils, thou fool, must be endured ere that can be. For we are many and are brave who dwell within it, and shall well defend the town. For our beloved parents and our wives and little ones, here shall thou meet thy doom. Brave as thou art, and terrible in war. As thus he spake, his powerful hand dismissed the keen-edged spear, nor missed his aim. It struck the son of Peleus just below the knee. The tin of which the greave was newly forged rang shrilly, and sent back the brazen point. It could not pierce the armor which a god had given. And then the son of Peleus aimed his weapon at Agenor. Phoebus came and snatched away his triumph, bearing off the godlike youth, Agenor, in a veil of darkness from the perils of the war. Then he decoyed Achilles from the host of Troy. The archer of the skies put on Agenor's perfect semblance, and appeared before the Greek, and fled. His hasty flight was followed close. Achilles chased the god ever before him, yet still near, across the fruitful fields, to the deep-eddied stream of Xanthus. For Apollo artfully made it to seem that he should soon o'ertake his flying foe, and thus beguiled him on. Meantime the routed Trojans gladly thronged into the city, filled the streets, and closed the portals. None now dared without the walls to wait for others, or remain to know who had escaped with life, and who were slain in battle. Eagerly they flung themselves into the city, everyone whose feet and knees had borne him from the field alive. Book. Chapter 22. The death of Hector. Refusal of Hector to enter the city, though entreated by Priam and Hecuba, his resolve to meet Achilles. And his flight when Achilles approaches, descent of Minerva to aid Achilles, deceit practiced by her on Hector, when, assuming the form of his brother Deiphobus, she induces him to encounter Achilles, his death, his body dragged at the chariot wheels of the victor, lament of Priam and Hecuba, the news brought to Andromache while engaged at the loom, her sorrow and lamentation. Thus were they driven within the city walls, like fright fawns, and their dispersing cooled their sweaty limbs, and quenched their eager thirst, and rested on the battlements. The Greeks, bearing their shields upon their shoulders, came close to the ramparts. Hector's adverse fate detained him still without the walls of Troy, and near the Scaean gates. Meantime the god Apollo to the son of Peleus said, O son of Peleus, why pursue me thus? With thy swift feet, a mortal man in chase of an immortal? That I am a god thou sayest not yet, but turnest all thy rage on me, and, having put the host of Troy to rout, dost think of them no more. They find a refuge in their town, while far astray thou wanderest hither. Thou hast not the power to slay me, I am not of mortal birth. The swift Achilles angrily replied, O archer god, thou most unjust of all the immortals, thou hast wronged me, luring me aside, since many a warrior I had forced to bite the dust before they reached the gates of Ilium, but for thee, who from my grasp hast snatched the glory and hast rescued them. Thou didst not fear my vengeance, yet if power were given me, I would punish thee for this. He spake, and with heroic purpose turned toward Ilium, as a steed that wins the race flies at his utmost speed across the plain, and whirls along the chariot with such speed. The son of Peleus moved his rapid feet. The aged monarch Priam was the first to see him as he scoured the plain, and shone like to the star which in the autumn time rises and glows among the lights of heaven, with eminent luster at the dead of night. Orion's hound they call it, bright indeed, and yet of baleful omen, for it brings distressing heat to miserable men. So shone the brass upon the warrior's breast, as on he flew. The aged Priam groaned, and smote his head with lifted hands, and called aloud, imploring his beloved son, who eagerly before the city gate waited his foe Achilles. Priam thus, with outstretched hands, besought him piteously, O wait not, Hector, my beloved son, to combat with Pelides, thus alone, and far from succor, lest thou meet thy death slain by his hand, for he is mightier far than thou art. Would that he, the cruel one, were but as much the favorite of the gods as he is mine. Then should the birds of prey and dogs devour his carcass, and the grief that weighs upon my spirit would depart. I have been robbed by him of many sons, brave youths, whom he has slain or sold as slaves in distant isles, and now I see no more among our host on whom the gates are closed my Polydorus and Lycaon, whom the peerless dame Lautho bore to me. If yet they are within the Grecian camp, I will redeem their lives with brass and gold, for I have store, which Altes, the renowned and aged, gave his daughter. If they live no longer, but have passed to the abode of Hades, bitter will our sorrow be, mine and their mothers, but the popular grief will sooner be consoled if thou fall not slain by Achilles. Come within the walls, my son, that thou mayst still be the defense of Ilium's sons and daughters, nor increase the glory of Pelides with the loss of thine own life. Have pity upon me, who only live to suffer, whom the son of Saturn, on the threshold of my age, hath destined to endure 1,000 griefs, and then to be destroyed, to see my sons slain by the sword, my daughters dragged away into captivity, their chambers made a spoil. Our infants dashed against the ground. By cruel hands, the consorts of my sons, borne off by the ferocious Greeks. And last, perchance the very dogs which I have fed, here in my palaces and at my board, the guardians of my doors, when, by the spear or sword, some enemy shall take my life, and at my threshold leave me stretched a corpse, will rend me, and, with savage greediness, will lap my blood, and in the porch lie down. When one in prime of youth lies slain in war, gashed with the spear, his wounds become him well, and honor him in all men's eyes. But when an aged man is slain, and his white head, and his white beard and limbs are foully torn by ravening dogs, there is no sadder sight. So the old monarch spake, and with his hands tore his grey hair, but moved not Hector thus. Then came, with lamentations and in tears, the warrior's mother forward. One hand laid her bosom bare, she pressed the other hand beneath it, sobbed, and spake these winged words: Revere this bosom, Hector, and on me have pity. If when thou wert but a babe, I ever on this bosom stilled thy cries, think of it now, beloved child, avoid that dreadful chief. Withdraw within the walls, nor madly think to encounter him alone. Son of my love and of my womb, if he should slay thee, I shall not lament thy death. Above thy bier, I, nor thy noble wife. But far from us the greedy dogs will throng, to mangle thee beside the Grecian fleet. Thus, weeping bitterly, the aged pair entreated their dear son, yet moved him not. He stood and waited for his mighty foe. Achilles, as a serpent at his den, fed on the poisons of the wild, awaits the traveler, and, fierce with hate of man, and glaring fearfully, lies coiled within. So waited Hector with a resolute heart, and kept his ground, and, leaning his bright shield against a tower that jutted from the walls, conferred with his great soul impatiently. Ah me! If I should pass within the walls, then will Polydamas be first to cast reproach upon me. For he counseled me to lead the Trojans back into the town, that fatal night which saw Achilles rise to join the war again. I yielded not to his advice, far better if I had. Now, since my fatal stubbornness has brought this ruin on my people, I most dread the censure of the men and long-robed dames of Ilium. Men less brave than I will say. Foolhardy Hector in his pride has thrown his people's lives away. So will they speak. And better were it for me to return Achilles slain, or, slain myself by him, to perish for my country gloriously. But should I lay aside this bossy shield, and this stout helm, and lean against the wall, this spear, and go to meet the gallant son of Peleus, with a promise to restore Helen and all the treasure brought with her to Troy by Paris, in his roomy ships, all that the war was waged for, that the sons of Atreus may convey it hence, besides wealth drawn from all the hoards within the town, and to be shared among the Greeks. For I would bind the Trojans by a solemn oath, to keep back nothing, but divide the whole, whatever of riches this fair town contains, into 2 parts. But why should I waste thought on plans like these? I must not act the part of suppliant to a man who may not show regard or mercy, but may hew me down, defenseless, with my armor laid aside, as if I were a woman. Not with him may I hold parley from a tree or rock, as youths and maidens with each other hold light converse. Better 'twere to rush at once. To combat, and the sooner learn to whom Olympian Jove decrees the victory. Such were his thoughts. Achilles now drew near. Like crested Mars, the warrior god, he came. On his right shoulder quivered fearfully the Pelian ash, and from his burnished mail there streamed a light as of a blazing fire, or of the rising sun. When Hector saw, he trembled, nor could venture to remain, but left the gates and fled away in fear. Pelides, trusting to his rapid feet, pursued him, as, among the mountain wilds, a falcon, fleetest of the birds of air, darts toward a timid dove that wheels away, to shun him by a sidelong flight, while he springs after her again and yet again, and screaming follows, certain of his prey. Thus onward flew Achilles, while as fast fled Hector in dismay, with hurrying feet. Beside the wall they passed the mount of view, and the wind-beaten fig tree, and they ran along the public way by which the wall was skirted, till they came where from the ground the two fair springs of eddying Xanthus rise, one pouring a warm stream from which ascends and spreads a vapor like a smoke from fire, the other, even in summer, sending forth a current cold as hail, or snow, or ice. And there were broad stone basins, fairly wrought, at which, in time of peace, before the Greeks had landed on the plain, the Trojan dames and their fair daughters washed their sumptuous robes. Past these they swept, one fled, and one pursued. A brave man fled, a braver followed close, and swiftly both, not for a common prize, a victim from the herd, a bullock's hide, such as reward the fleet of foot, they ran. The race was for the knightly Hector's life, as firm-paced coursers, that are wont to win, fly toward the goal, when some magnificent prize, a tripod or a damsel, is proposed, in honor of some hero's obsequies. So these flew thrice on rapid feet around the city of Priam. All the gods of heaven looked on, and thus the Almighty Father spake. Alas! I see a hero dear to me, pursued around the wall. My heart is grieved for Hector, who has brought so many thighs of bullocks to my altar on the side of Ida, ploughed with glens, or on the heights of Ilium. The renowned Achilles now is chasing him with rapid feet around the city of Priam. Now bethink yourselves, and answer. Shall we rescue him from death? Or shall we doom him, valiant as he is, to perish by the hand of Peleus' son? Minerva, blue-eyed goddess, answered thus. O Father, who dost hurl the thunderbolt, and hide the sky in clouds, what hast thou said? Wouldst thou reprieve from death a mortal man, whose doom is fixed? Then do it, but know this, that all the other gods will not approve. Then spake again the cloud-compeller Jove. Tritonia, my dear child, be calm. I spake of no design. I would be kind to thee. Do as thou wilt, and be there no delay. He spake. And Pallas from the Olympian peaks, encouraged by his words in what her thought had planned already, downward shot to earth. Still, with quick steps, the fleet Achilles pressed on Hector's flight, as when a hound has roused a fawn from its retreat among the hills, and chases it through glen and forest ground, and to close thickets, where it skulks in fear, until he overtake it. Hector thus sought vainly to elude the fleet pursuit of Peleus' son, as often as he thought, by springing toward the gates of Troy, to gain aid from the weapons of his friends who stood on the tall towers. So often was the Greek before him, forcing him to turn away from Ilium toward the plain. Achilles thus kept nearest to the city. As in dreams, the fleet pursuer cannot overtake, nor the pursued escape, so was it now. One followed but in vain, the other fled as fruitlessly. But how could Hector thus have put aside the imminent doom of death? Had not Apollo met him once again, for the last time, and given him strength and speed? The great Achilles nodded to his host, a sign that no man should presume to strike at Hector with his weapon, lest perchance another, wounding him, should bear away the glory, and Pelides only wear the second honors. When the twain had come for the fourth time beside Scamander's springs, the All-Father raised the golden balance high, and, placing in the scales two lots which bring death's long dark sleep, one lot for Peleus' son, and one for knightly Hector, by the midst he poised the balance. Hector's fate sank down to Hades, and Apollo left the field. The blue-eyed goddess Pallas then approached the son of Peleus with these winged words: "Renowned Achilles, dear to Jupiter, now may we, as I hope, at last return to the Achaean army and the fleet. With glory, Hector slain, the terrible. In war escape he cannot, even though the archer-god Apollo fling himself with passionate entreaty at the feet of Jove the aegis-bearer. Stay thou here, and breathe a moment, while I go to him, and lure him hither to encounter thee." She spake, and he obeyed, and gladly stood propped on the ashen stem of his keen spear, while, passing on, Minerva overtook the noble Hector in the outward form, and with the strong voice of Deiphobus she stood by him and spake these winged words: "Hard pressed I find thee, brother, by the swift Achilles, who, with feet that never rest, pursues thee round the walls of Priam's town. But let us make a stand and beat him back." And then the crested Hector spake in turn: "Deiphobus, thou ever hast been dear to me beyond my other brethren, sons of Hecuba and Priam. Now still more I honor thee, since thou hast seen my plight, and for my sake hast ventured forth without the gates, while all the rest remain within." And then the blue-eyed Pallas spake again: "Brother, 'tis true, my father, and the queen, my mother, and my comrades, clasped my knees in turn, and earnestly entreated me that I would not go forth, such fear had fallen on all of them. But I was grieved for thee. Now let us combat valiantly, nor spare the weapons that we bear, and we shall learn whether Achilles, having slain us both, will carry to the fleet our bloody spoil, or die himself, the victim of thy spear." The treacherous goddess spake, and led the way. And when the advancing chiefs stood face to face, the crested hero, Hector, thus began: "No longer I avoid thee as of late, O son of Peleus. Thrice around the walls of Priam's mighty city have I fled, nor dared to wait thy coming. Now my heart bids me encounter thee, my time is come to slay or to be slain. Now let us call the gods to witness, who attest and guard the covenants of men. Should Jove bestow on me the victory, and I take thy life, thou shalt meet no dishonor at my hands. But, stripping off the armor, I will send the Greeks thy body. Do the like by me." The swift Achilles answered with a frown: "Accursed Hector, never talk to me of covenants. Men and lions plight no faith, nor wolves agree with lambs, but each must plan evil against the other. So between thyself and me no compact can exist, or understood intent. First, one of us must fall and yield his lifeblood to the god of battles. Summon all thy valor now. A skillful spearman thou hast need to be, and a bold warrior. There is no escape. For now doth Pallas doom thee to be slain. By my good spear thou shalt repay to me the evil thou hast done my countrymen, my friends whom thou hast slaughtered in thy rage. He spake, and, brandishing his massive spear, hurled it at Hector, who beheld its aim. From where he stood, he stooped, and over him the brazen weapon passed, and plunged to earth. Unseen by royal Hector, Pallas went and plucked it from the ground, and brought it back, and gave it to the hands of Peleus' son. While Hector said to his illustrious foe, godlike Achilles, thou hast missed thy mark. Nor hast thou learned my doom from Jupiter, as thou pretendest. Thou art glib of tongue, and cunningly thou orderest thy speech, in hope that I who hear thee may forget my might and valor. Think not I shall flee, that thou mayst pierce my back. For thou shalt send thy spear, if God permit thee, through my breast, as I rush on thee. Now avoid in turn my brazen weapon. Would that it might pass clean through thee, all its length. The tasks of war for us of Troy were lighter for thy death, thou pest and deadly foe of all our race. He spake, and brandishing his massive spear, hurled it, nor missed, but in the center smote the buckler of Pelides. Far away it bounded from the brass, and he was vexed to see that the swift weapon from his hand had flown in vain. He stood perplexed and sad. No second spear had he. He called aloud on the white-bucklered chief, Deiphobus, to bring another, but that chief was far. And Hector saw that it was so, and said, Ah me! The gods have summoned me to die. I thought my warrior friend, Deiphobus, was by my side, but he is still in Troy. And Pallas has deceived me. Now my death cannot be far, is near. There is no hope of my escape, for so it pleases Jove, and Jove's great archer son, who have till now delivered me. My hour at last is come. Yet not ingloriously or passively. I die, but first will do some valiant deed, of which mankind shall hear in after time. He spake, and drew the keen-edged sword that hung, massive and finely tempered, at his side, and sprang, as when an eagle high in heaven, through the thick cloud, darts downward to the plain, to clutch some tender lamb or timid hare. So Hector, brandishing that keen-edged sword, sprang forward, while Achilles opposite leaped toward him, all on fire with savage hate, and holding his bright buckler, nobly wrought, before him. On his shining helmet waved the fourfold crest, there tossed the golden tufts, with which the hand of Vulcan lavishly had decked it. As in the still hours of night, Hesper goes forth among the host of stars. The fairest light of heaven, so brightly shone, brandished in the right hand of Peleus' son, the spear's keen blade, as, confident to slay the noble Hector, o'er his glorious form. His quick eye ran, exploring where to plant the surest wound. The glittering mail of brass, one from the slain Patroclus guarded well. Each part, save only where the collar bones divide the shoulder from the neck, and there appeared the throat, the spot where life is most in peril. Through that part the noble son of Peleus drave his spear, it went quite through the tender neck, and yet the brazen blade cleft not the windpipe, and the power to speak remained. The Trojan fell amid the dust. And thus Achilles boasted o'er his fall. Hector, when from the slain Patroclus thou didst strip his armor, little didst thou think of danger. Thou hadst then no fear of me, who was not near thee to avenge his death. Fool! There was left within the roomy ships a mightier one than he, who should come forth, the avenger of his blood, to take thy life. Foul dogs and birds of prey shall tear thy flesh. The Greeks shall honor him with funeral rites. And then the crested Hector faintly said, I pray thee by thy life, and by thy knees, and by thy parents, suffer not the dogs to tear me at the galleys of the Greeks. Accept abundant store of brass and gold, which gladly will my father and the queen, my mother, give in ransom. Send to them my body, that the warriors and the dames of Troy may light for me the funeral pile. The swift Achilles answered with a frown. Nay, by my knees entreat me not, thou cur, nor by my parents. I could even wish. My fury prompted me to cut thy flesh in fragments, and devour it, such the wrong that I have had from thee. There will be none to drive away the dogs about thy head. Not though thy Trojan friends should bring to me tenfold and 20-fold the offered gifts, and promise others, not though Priam, sprung from Dardanus, should send thy weight in gold. Thy mother shall not lay thee on thy bier, to sorrow over thee whom she brought forth. But dogs and birds of prey shall mangle thee. And then the crested Hector, dying, said, I know thee, and too clearly I foresaw I should not move thee, for thou hast a heart of iron. Yet reflect that for my sake the anger of the gods may fall on thee, when Paris and Apollo strike thee down, strong as thou art, before the Scaean gates. Thus Hector spake, and straightway o'er him closed the night of death. The soul forsook his limbs, and flew to Hades, grieving for its fate, so soon divorced from youth and youthful might. Then said the great Achilles to the dead, Die thou, and I, whenever it shall please, Jove and the other gods, will meet my fate. He spake, and, plucking forth his brazen lance, he laid it by, and from the body stripped the bloody mail. The thronging Greeks beheld with wonder Hector's tall and stately form, and no one came who did not add a wound. And, looking to each other, thus they said, How much more tamely Hector now endures our touch than when he set the fleet on fire. Such were the words of those who smote the dead. But now, when swift Achilles from the corpse had stripped the armor, he stood forth among the Achaean host, and spake these winged words. Leaders and princes of the Grecian host, since we, my friends, by favor of the gods, have overcome the chief who wrought more harm to us than all the rest, let us assault the town, and learn what they of Troy intend, whether their troops will leave the citadel, since he is slain, or hold it with strong hand. Though Hector is no more. But why give thought to plans like these while yet Patroclus lies, a corse unwept, unburied, at the fleet? I never will forget him while I live, and while these limbs have motion. Though below in Hades they forget the dead, yet I will there remember my beloved friend. Now then, ye youths of Greece, move on and chant a paean, while, returning to the fleet, we bring great glory with us. We have slain the noble Hector, whom, throughout their town, the Trojans ever worshipped like a god. He spake, and, planning in his mind to treat the noble Hector shamefully, he bored the sinews of his feet between the heel and ankle, drawing through them leathern thongs. He bound them to the car, but left the head to trail in dust. And then he climbed the car, took in the shining mail, and lashed to speed the coursers. Not unwillingly they flew around the dead, as he was dragged along. The dust arose. His dark locks swept the ground. That head, of late so noble in men's eyes, lay deep amid the dust, for Jove that day suffered the foes of Hector to insult his corse in his own land. His mother saw, and tore her hair, and flung her lustrous veil away, and uttered piercing shrieks. No less. His father, who so loved him, piteously bewailed him. And in all the streets of Troy the people wept aloud, with such lament, as if the towery Ilium were in flames. Even to its loftiest roofs they scarce could keep the aged king within, who, wild with grief, struggled to rush through the Dardanian gates, and, rolling in the dust, entreated all who stood around him, calling them by name. Refrain, my friends, though kind be your intent. Let me go forth alone, and at the fleet of Greece will I entreat this man of blood and violence. He may perchance be moved with reverence for my age, and pity me in my grey hairs. For such a one as I is Peleus, his own father, by whose care this Greek was reared to be a scourge to Troy, and, more than all, a cause of grief to me. So many sons of mine in life's fresh prime have fallen by his hand. I mourn for them, but not with such keen anguish as I mourn for Hector. Sorrow for his death will bring my soul to Hades. Would that he had died here in my arms. This solace had been ours. His most unhappy mother and myself had stooped to shed these tears upon his bier. He spake, and wept, and all the citizens wept with him. Hecuba among the dames took up the lamentation, and began. Why do I live, my son, when thou art dead? And I so wretched? Thou who wert my boast ever, by night and day, where'er I went, and whom the Trojan men and matrons called their bulwark, honoring thee as if thou wert a god. They glory in thy might no more, since fate and death have overtaken thee. Weeping she spake. Meantime Andromache had heard no tidings of her husband yet. No messenger had even come to say that he was still without the gates. She sat in a recess of those magnificent halls, and wove a twofold web of brilliant hues, on which were scattered flowers of rare device. And she had given her bright-haired maidens charge to place an ample cauldron on the fire, that Hector, coming from the battlefield, might find the warm bath ready. Thoughtless one! She knew not that the blue-eyed archer-queen, far from the bath prepared for him, had slain her husband by the hand of Peleus' son. She heard the shrieks, the wail upon the tower, trembled in every limb, and quickly dropped the shuttle, saying to her bright-haired maids, Come with me, two of you, that I may learn what now has happened. 'Tis my mother's voice that I have heard. My heart leaps to my mouth. My limbs fail under me. Some deadly harm hangs over Priam's sons, far be the hour when I shall hear of it. And yet I fear lest that Achilles, having got between the daring Hector and the city gates, may drive him to the plain alone, and quell the desperate valor that was ever his. For never would he keep the ranks, but ranged beyond them, and gave way to no man's might. She spake, and from the royal mansion rushed distractedly, and with a beating heart. Her maids went with her. When she reached the tower, and throng of men, and, standing on the wall, looked forth, she saw her husband dragged away before the city, toward the Grecian fleet. The swift steeds drew him. Sudden darkness came over her eyes, and in a breathless swoon she sank away and fell. The ornaments dropped from her brow, the wreath, the woven band, the net, the veil which golden Venus gave. That day when crested Hector wedded her, dowered with large gifts, and led her from her home, Aeacian's palace. Round her in a throng, her sisters of the house of Priam pressed, and gently raised her in that death-like swoon. But when she breathed again, and to its seat, the conscious mind returned, as in their arms she lay, with sobs and broken speech she said, Hector, O wretched me! We both were born to sorrow, thou at Troy, in Priam's house, and I at Thebe in Aeacian's halls, by woody Placos. From a little child he reared me there, unhappy he, and I. Unhappy! Oh, that I had ne'er been born! Thou goest down to Hades and the depths of earth, and leavest me in thine abode, widowed, and never to be comforted. Thy son, a speechless babe, to whom we two gave being, hapless parents, cannot have thy loving guardianship now thou art dead, nor be a joy to thee, though he survive the cruel warfare which the sons of Greece are waging. Hard and evil yet will be his lot hereafter. Others will remove his landmarks and will make his fields their own. The day in which a boy is fatherless makes him companionless. With downcast eyes he wanders, and his cheeks are stained with tears. Unfed he goes where sit his father's friends, and plucks one by the cloak, and by the robe another. One who pities him shall give a scanty draught, which only wets his lips, but not his palate. While another boy, whose parents both are living, thrusts him thence. With blows and vulgar clamor, get thee gone. Thy father is not with us at the feast. Then to his widowed mother shall return Astyanax in tears, who not long since was fed, while sitting in his father's lap, on marrow and the delicate fat of lambs. And ever when his childish sports had tired the boy, and sleep came stealing over him, he slumbered, softly cushioned, on a couch, and in his nurse's arms, his heart at ease, and satiate with delights. But now thy son, Astyanax, whom so the Trojans name, because thy valor guarded gate and tower, thy care withdrawn, shall suffer many things, while far from those who gave thee birth, beside the roomy ships of Greece, the restless worms shall make thy flesh their banquet when the dogs have gorged themselves. Thy garments yet remain within the palace, delicately wrought and graceful, woven by the women's hands. And these, since thou shalt put them on no more, nor wear them in thy death, I burn with fire before the Trojan men and dames, and all shall see how gloriously thou wert arrayed. Weeping she spake, and with her wept her maid. Book. Chapter 23. The Funeral of Patroclus. Preparations for the funeral of Patroclus hastened by his appearance to Achilles in a dream, wood brought from the forest for the funeral pile, a funeral procession, with offerings of hair shorn from the heads of the chiefs and laid on the dead, sacrifice offered, and the 12 Trojan youths slain, and the pile kindled, the funeral games, at which Achilles presides. So mourned they in the city. But the Greeks, when they had reached the fleet and Hellespont, dispersed, repairing each one to his ship, save that Achilles suffered not his band. of Myrmidons to part in disarray. And thus the chief enjoined his warrior friends. Myrmidons, gallant knights, my cherished friends. Let us not yet unyoke our firm-paced steeds, but bring them with the chariots, and bewail Patroclus with the honors due the dead. And, when we have indulged in grief, release our steeds and take our evening banquet here. He spake, and led by him the host broke forth in lamentation thrice around the dead. Weeping, they drave their steeds with stately manes, while Thetis in their hearts awoke the sense of hopeless loss. Their tears bedewed the sands, and dropped upon their arms, so brave was he for whom they sorrowed. Peleus' son began the mourning on the breast of his dead friend. He placed his homicidal hands, and said, Hail thou, Patroclus, even amid the shades. For now shall I perform what once I vowed, that, dragging Hector hither, I will give his corse to dogs, and they shall rend his flesh. And at thy funeral pile there shall be slain 12 noble Trojan youths, to avenge thy death. So spake he, meditating outrages to noble Hector's corse, which he had flung beside the bier of Menoetiades. Amid the dust, the Myrmidons unbraced their shining brazen armor, and unyoked their neighing steeds, and sat in thick array beside the ship of swift Aeacides, while he set forth a sumptuous funeral feast. Many a white ox, that day, beneath the axe, fell to the earth, and many bleeding goats and sheep were slain, and many fattened swine, white-toothed, were stretched to roast before the flame of Vulcan, and around the corse the earth floated with blood. Meantime the Grecian chiefs to noble Agamemnon's royal tent led the swift son of Peleus, though he went unwillingly. Such anger for the death of his companion burned within his heart. As soon as they had reached his tent, the king bade the clear-throated heralds o'er the fire place a huge tripod, that Pelides there might wash away the bloody stains he bore. Yet would he not, and with an oath replied, No! By the greatest and the best of gods, by Jupiter, I may not plunge my head into the bath before I lay my friend Patroclus on the fire, and heap his mound, and till my hair is shorn. For nevermore in life will be so great a sorrow mine. But now attend we to this mournful feast, and with the morn, O King of men, command that would be brought, and all things duly done, which may beseem a warrior who goes down into the lower darkness. Let the flames seize fiercely and consume him from our sight, and leave the people to the tasks of war. He spake. They hearkened and obeyed, and all prepared with diligent hands the meal, and each sat down and took his portion of the feast. And when their thirst and hunger were allayed, most to their tents betook them and to rest. But Peleus' son, lamenting bitterly, lay down among his Myrmidons, beside the murmuring ocean, in the open space where plashed the billows on the beach. And there, when slumber, bringing respite from his cares, came softly and enfolded him, for much his shapely limbs were wearied with the chase of Hector round the windy Ilium's walls, the soul of his poor friend Patroclus came, like him in all things, stature, beautiful eyes, and voice, and garments which he wore in life. Beside his head the vision stood and spake. Achilles, sleepest thou, forgetting me? Never of me unmindful in my life. Thou dost neglect me dead. Oh, bury me quickly, and give me entrance through the gates of Hades. For the souls, the forms of those who live no more, repulse me, suffering not that I should join their company beyond the river. And I now must wander round the spacious portals of the house of death. Give me thy hand, I pray, for never more shall I return to earth when once the fire shall have consumed me. Never shall we take counsel together, living, as we sit apart from our companions. The hard fate appointed me at birth hath drawn me down. Thou too, O godlike man, wilt fall beneath the ramparts of the noble sons of Troy. Yet this I ask, and if thou wilt obey, this I command thee, not to let my bones be laid apart from thine, as we were reared under thy roof together, from the time when first Menoetius brought thee, yet a boy, from Opus, where I caused a sorrowful death. For by my hand, when wrangling at the dice, another boy, son of Amphidamas, was slain without design, and Peleus made his halls my home, and reared me tenderly, and made me thy companion. So at last may one receptacle, the golden vase, given by thy gracious mother, hold our bones. The swift Achilles answered, O most loved and honored, wherefore art thou come, and why dost thou command me thus? I shall fulfill obediently thy wish. Yet draw thou near, and let us give at least a brief embrace, and so indulge our grief. He said, and stretched his longing arms to clasp the shade. In vain. Away like smoke it went, with gibbering cry, down to the earth. Achilles sprang upright, astonished, clapped his hands, and sadly said, Surely there dwell within the realm below both soul and form, though bodiless. All night hath stood the spirit of my hapless friend Patroclus near me, sad and sorrowful, and asking many duties at my hands, a marvelous semblance of the living man. He spake, and moved the hearts of all to grief and lamentation. Rosy-fingered morn dawned on them as around the hapless dead. They stood and wept. Then Agamemnon sent in haste from all the tents the mules and men to gather wood, and summon to the task Marians, himself a gallant chief, attendant on the brave Idomeneus. These went with woodmen's axes and with ropes well twisted, and before them went the mules. O'er steep, o'er glen, by straight, by winding ways, they journeyed till they reached the woodland wilds of Ida, fresh with springs, and quickly felled with the keen steel the towering oaks that came crashing to earth. Then, splitting the great trunk, they bound them on the mules that beat the earth with hasty footsteps through the tangled wood, impatient for the plain. Each woodcutter shouldered a tree, for so Marians, companion of the brave Idomeneus, commanded, and at last they laid them down in order on the shore, where Peleus' son planned that a mighty sepulchre should rise, both for his friend Patroclus and himself. So brought they to the spot vast heaps of wood, and sat them down, a numerous crowd. But then Achilles bade his valiant Myrmidons put on their brazen mail and yoke their steeds. At once they rose, and put their harness on, and they who fought from chariots climbed their seats, with those who reined the steeds. These led the van, and after them a cloud of men on foot by thousands followed. In the midst was borne Patroclus by his comrades, cutting off their hair, they strewed it, covering the dead. Behind the corpse, Achilles in his hands sustained the head, and wept, for on that day he gave to Hades his most cherished friend. Now when they reached the spot which Pelca's son had chosen, they laid down the dead, and piled the wood around him, while the swift of foot The great Achilles, bent on other thoughts, standing apart, cut off his amber hair, which for the river Spercheius he had long nourished to ample growth, and, sighing, turned his eyes upon the dark blue sea, and said, Spercheius, in vain my father made a vow, that I, returning to my native shore, should bring my hair, an offering to thee, and slay a consecrated hecatomb, and burn a sacrifice of 50 rams, beside the springs where in a sacred field thy fragrant altar stands. Such was the vow made by the aged man, yet hast thou not fulfilled his wish. And now, since I no more shall see my native land, the land I love, let the slain hero bear these locks away. He spake, and in his dear companion's hands he placed the hair, and all around were moved to deeper grief. The setting sun had left the host lamenting, had not Peleus' son addressed Atrides, standing at his side. Atrides, thou whose word the Greeks obey most readily, all mourning has an end. Dismiss the people from the pyre to take their evening meal, while we with whom it rests to pay these mournful duties to the dead will close the rites, but let the chiefs remain. This when the monarch Agamemnon heard, instantly he dismissed to their good ships the people. They who had the dead in charge remained, and heaped the wood, and built a pyre 100 feet each way from side to side. With sorrowful hearts they raised and laid the corse upon the summit. Then they flayed and dressed before it many fatlings of the flock, and oxen with curved feet and crooked horns. From these magnanimous Achilles took the fat, and covered with it carefully the dead from head to foot, beside the bier, and leaning toward it, jars of honey and oil he placed, and flung, with many a deep-drawn sigh, 12 high-necked steeds upon the pile. 9 hounds there were, which from the table of the prince were daily fed. Of these Achilles struck the heads from 2, and laid them on the wood. And after these, and last, 12 gallant sons of the brave Trojans, butchered by the sword, for he was bent on evil. To the pile he put the iron violence of fire, and, wailing, called by name the friend he loved. Rejoice, Patroclus, even in the land of souls. Lo! I perform the vow I made. 12 gallant sons of the brave men of Troy the fire consumes with thee. For Hector's corse the flames shall not devour it, but the dogs. Such was his threat. But Hector was not made the prey of dogs, for Venus, born to Jove, drave off by night and day the ravenous tribe, and with a rosy and ambrosial oil anointed him, that he might not be torn when dragged along the earth. Above the spot, and all around it, where the body lay, Phoebus Apollo drew a veil of clouds, reaching from heaven, that on his limbs the flesh and sinews might not stiffen in the sun. The flame seized not upon the funeral pile of the dead chief. Pelides, swift of foot, bethought him of another rite. He stood apart, and offered vows to the 2 winds, Boreas and Zephyr, promising to bring fair offerings to their shrines, and pouring out libations from a golden cup, he prayed that they would haste and wrap the pile in flames, and burn the dead to ashes. At his prayer, fleet Iris on a message to the winds took instant wing. They sat within the halls of murmuring Zephyr, at a solemn feast. Their Iris lighted on the threshold stone. As soon as they beheld her, each arose and bade her sit beside him. She refused to seat her at the banquet, and replied, "Not now. For I again must take my way over the ocean currents to the land where dwell the Ethiopians, who adore the gods with hecatombs, to take my share of sacrifice." Achilles supplicates, with promise of munificent offerings, Boreas and sounding Zephyrus to come and blow the funeral structure into flames, on which, bewailed by all the Grecian host, Patroclus lies, and waits to be consumed. So spake she, and departed. Suddenly arose the winds with tumult, driving on the clouds before them. Soon they reached the deep, beneath the violence of their sounding breath. The billows heaved. They swept the fertile fields of Troas, and descended on the pyre. And mightily it blazed with fearful roar. All night they howled and tossed the flames. All night stood swift Achilles, holding in his hand a double beaker from a golden jar. He dipped the wine, and poured it forth, and steeped the earth around, and called upon the soul of his unhappy friend, as one laments a newly married son upon whose course the flames are feeding, and whose death has made his parents wretched. So did Peleus' son, burning the body of his comrade, mourn, as round the pyre he moved with frequent sighs. Now when the star that ushers in the day appeared, and after it the morning, clad in saffron robes, had overspread the sea, the pyre sank wasted, and the flames arose no longer. And the winds, departing, flew homeward across the Thracian sea, which tossed and roared with swollen billows as they went. And now Pelides from the pyre apart, weary lay down, and gentle slumber soon came stealing over him. Meantime the Greeks gathered round Agamemnon, and the stir and bustle of their coming woke the chief, who sat upright and thus addressed his friends: "Atrides, and all ye who lead the hosts of Greece, our task is, first to quench the pyre with dark red wine where'er the flames have spread, and next to gather, with discerning care, the bones of Menoetiades. And these may well be known, for in the middle space he lay, and round about him, and apart upon the border, were the rest consumed, the bodies of the captives and the steeds. Be his enclosed within a golden vase, and wrapped around with caul, a double fold, till I too pass into the realm of death, and be a tomb not over spacious reared, but of becoming size, which afterward ye whom we leave behind in our good ships, when we are gone, will build more broad and high." So spake the swift Pelides, and the chiefs complied, and first they quenched with dark red wine the pyre, where'er the flames had spread, and where lay the deep ashes. Then, with many tears, gathered the white bones of their gentle friend, and laid them in a golden vase, wrapped round with caul, a double fold. Within the tents they placed them softly, wrapped in delicate lawn. Then drew a circle for the sepulchre, and, laying its foundations to enclose the pyre, they heaped the earth, and, having reared a mound, withdrew. Achilles yet detained the multitude, and made them all sit down. A vast assembly from the ships he brought the prizes, cauldrons, tripods, steeds, and mules, oxen in sturdy pairs, and graceful maids, and shining steel. Then for the swiftest steeds a princely prize he offered first, a maid of peerless form, and skilled in household arts, and a two-handled tripod of a size for 22 measures. He gave out the second prize, a mare unbroken yet of 6 years old, and pregnant with a mule. For the third winner in the race he staked a cauldron that had never felt the fire, holding 4 measures, beautiful, and yet untarnished. For the fourth, he offered gold, 2 talents. For the fifth, and last, remained a double vessel never touched by fire. He rose and stood, and thus addressed the Greeks. Atrides, and ye other well-armed Greeks, these prizes lie within the chariot course, and wait the charioteers. Were but these games in honor of another, then would I contend, and win and carry to my tent the first among these prizes. For my steeds, ye know, surpass the rest in speed, since they are of immortal birth, by Neptune given to Peleus, and by him in turn bestowed on me his son. But I and they will keep aloof, they miss their skillful charioteer, who washed in limpid water from the fount their manes, and moistened them with softening oil. And now they mourn their friend, and sadly stand with drooping heads and manes that touch the ground. Let such of you as trust in their swift steeds and their strong cars prepare to join the games. Pelides spake, the abler charioteers arose, and, first of all, the king of men, Eumelus, eminent in horsemanship, the dear son of Admetus. Then arose the valiant son of Tydeus, Diomed, and led beneath the yoke the Trojan steeds, one from Aeneas when Apollo saved that chief from death. The son of Atreus next, the noble Menelaus, yellow-haired, brought 2 swift coursers underneath the yoke, King Agamemnon's Eve, and with her his own Podargus, Echepolus once, and Chryses' son, sent Eve as a gift to Agamemnon, that he might be free from following with the army to the heights of Ilium, and enjoy the ease he loved. For Jove had given him wealth, and he abode on Sicyon's plains. Now, eager for the race, she took the yoke. Antilochus, the fourth, the gallant son of the magnanimous king, Nelean Nestor, harnessed next his steeds with stately manes, swift coursers that were foaled. At Pylus drew his chariot to his side as his father came and stood, and spake and gave wise counsels, though the youth himself was wise. Antilochus, I cannot doubt that Jove and Neptune both have loved thee, teaching thee, young as thou art, all feats of horsemanship. Small is the need to instruct thee. Thou dost know well how to turn the goal, and yet thy steeds are slow, and ill for thee may be the event. Their steeds are swift, yet have they never learned to govern them with greater skill than thou. Now then, dear son, bethink thee heedfully of all precautions, lest thou miss the prize. By skill the woodman, rather than by strength, brings down the oak. By skill the pilot guides his wind-tossed galley over the dark sea. And thus by skill the charioteer o'ercomes his rival, he who trusts too much his steeds, and chariot lets them veer from side to side along the course, nor keeps a steady rein straight on, while one expert in horsemanship, though drawn by slower horses, carefully observes the goal, and closely passes it, nor fails to know how soon to turn his course, drawing the leathern reins, and steadily keeps on, and watches him who goes before. Now must I show the goal which, easily discerned, will not escape thine eye. It stands an ell above the ground, a sapless post of oak or larch, a wood of slow decay. By rain, and at its foot on either side, lies a white stone. There narrow is the way. But level is the race course all around. The monument it is of one long dead. Or haply it has been in former days. A goal, as the swift-footed Peleus' son has now appointed it. Approach it near, driving thy chariot close upon its foot. Then in thy seat lean gently to the left, and cheer the right-hand horse, and ply the lash, and give him a loose rein. Yet firmly keep the left-hand courser close beside the goal, so close that the wheel's nave may seem to touch the summit of the post. Yet strike thou not the stone beside it, lest thou lame thy steeds, and break the chariot, to thy own disgrace, and laughter of the others. My dear son, be on thy guard, for if thou pass the goal before the rest, no man in the pursuit can overtake or pass thee, though he drave the noble courser of Adrastus, named Arion the swift-footed, which a god bade spring to life, or those of matchless speed, reared here in Ilium by Laomedon. Nelean Nestor spake, and, having thus given all the needful cautions, took his seat in his own place. Marians, the fifth, harnessed his steeds with stately manes, and all mounted their chariots. Lots were cast. The son of Peleus shook the helmet, and the lot of Nestor's son, Antilochus, leaped forth. And next the lot of King Eumelus came. And Menelaus, mighty with the spear, had the third lot. Marians was next. And to the bravest of them all, the son of Tydeus, fell the final lot and place. They stood in order, while Achilles showed the goal far off upon the level plain. And near it, as the umpire of the race, he placed the godlike Phoenix, who had been his father's armor-bearer, to observe with judging eye, and bring a true report. All raised at once the lash above their steeds, and smote them with the reins, and cheered them on with vehement cries. Across the plain they swept, far from the fleet. Beneath them rose the dust, a cloud, a tempest, and their tossing manes were lifted by the wind. And now the cars touched earth, and now were flung into the air. Erect the drivers stood, with beating hearts, eager for victory, each encouraging his steeds, that flew beneath the shroud of dust. But when they turned their course, and swiftly ran back to the hoary deep to close the course, well did the skill of every chief appear. They put their horses to the utmost speed, and then did the quick-footed steeds that drew Eumelus bear him on beyond the rest. But with his Trojan coursers Diomed came next, so near it seemed that they would mount the car before them, and upon the back and ample shoulders of Eumelus smote their steaming breath, for as they ran their heads leaned over him. And then would Diomed have passed him by, or would at least have made the victory doubtful, had not Phoebus struck in his displeasure, from the hero's hand, the shining scourge. It fell, and to his eyes started indignant tears, for now he saw the others gaining on him, while the speed of his own steeds, which feared the lash no more, was slackened. Yet Apollo's stratagem was not unseen by Pallas, who o'ertook the shepherd of the people, and restored the scourge he dropped, and put into his steeds new spirit. In her anger she approached Eumelus, snapped his yoke, and caused his mares to start asunder from the track. The pole was dashed into the ground, and from the seat the chief was flung beside the wheel, his mouth, elbows, and nostrils torn, his forehead bruised. Grief filled his eyes with tears and choked his voice, while Diomed drave by his firm-paced steeds, outstripping all the rest. for Pallas nerved their limbs with vigor, and bestowed on him abundant glory. After him the son of Atreus, fair-haired Menelaus, came, while Nestor's son cheered on his father's steeds. On, on! Press onward with your utmost speed. Not that I bid you strive against the steeds of warlike Diomed, for Pallas gives swiftness to them and glory to the man who holds the reins. But let us overtake the horses of Atrides, nor submit to be thus distanced, lest the victory of the mare Eve cover you with shame. Fleet as ye are, why linger? This at least I tell you, and my words will be fulfilled. Look not for kindly care at Nestor's hands, that shepherd of the people, but for death with the sharp steel. If through your fault we take a meaner prize, then onward and away with all your strength, for this is my design, to pass by Menelaus where the way is narrow, and he cannot thwart my plan. He spake, and they who feared their master's threat mended their speed awhile. The warlike son of Nestor saw just then the narrow pass, within the hollow way, a furrow ploughed by winter floods, which there had torn the course and deepened it. Atrides, to avoid the clash of wheels, drave thither too. Antilochus, who turned his firm-paced steeds a little from the track in which they ran, followed him close. Atrides saw with fear, and shouted to Antilochus aloud. Antilochus, thou drivest rashly, rein thy horses in. The way is narrow here, but soon will broaden, and thou then canst pass. Beware lest with thy chariot wheels thou dash against my own, and harm befall us both. He spake. But all the more Antilochus urged on his coursers with the lash, as if he had not heard. As far as flies a quoit thrown from the shoulder of a vigorous youth who tries his strength, so far they ran abreast. The horses of Atrides then fell back. He slacked the reins, for much he feared the steeds would dash against each other in the way, and overturn the sumptuous cars, and fling the charioteers contending for the prize upon the dusty track. With angry words the fair-haired Menelaus chided thus: Antilochus, there is no man so prone as thou to mischief, and we greatly err, we Greeks, who call thee wise. Go now, and yet thou shalt not take the prize without an oath. Again he spake, encouraging his steeds. Check not your speed, nor sorrowfully stand. Their feet and knees will fail with weariness. Before your own, they are no longer young. He spake, the coursers, honoring his voice, ran with fresh speed, and soon were near to those of Nestor's son. Meantime the assembled Greeks sat looking where the horses scoured the plain and filled the air with dust. Idomeneus, the lord of Crete, descried the coursers first, for on a height he sat above the crowd. He heard the chief encouraging his steeds, and knew him, and he marked before the rest a courser, chestnut-colored save a spot upon the middle of the forehead, white and round as the full moon. And then he stood upright, and from his place harangued the Greeks. O friends, the chiefs and leaders of the Greeks, am I the sole one that descries the steeds? Or do ye also? Those who lead the race, I think, are not the same, and with them comes a different charioteer. The mares, which late were foremost, may have somewhere come to harm. I saw them first to turn the goal, and now I can no more discern them, though my sight sweeps the whole Trojan plain from side to side. Either the charioteer has dropped the reins, and could not duly round the goal, or else met with disaster at the turn, o'erthrown, his chariot broken, and the affrighted Mares darting, unmastered, madly from the way. But rise, look forth yourselves. I cannot well discern, but think the charioteer is one who, born of an Aetolian stock, commands among the Argives, valiant Diomed, a son of Tydeus, tamer of wild steeds, and Ajax, swift of foot, Oileus' son, answered with bitter words, Idomeneus, why this perpetual prating? Far away the Mares with rapid hoofs are traversing the plain, and thou art not the youngest here among the Argives, nor hast such sharp eyes beneath thy brows. Yet must thou chatter still. Among thy betters here it ill becomes a man like thee to be so free of tongue. The coursers of Eumelus, which at first outran the rest, are yet before them all. And he is drawing near and holds the reins. The Cretan leader angrily rejoined, Ajax, thou railer, first in brawls, yet known as in all else below the other Greeks, a man of brutal mood, come. Let us stake a tripod or a cauldron, and appoint as umpire Agamemnon, to decide which horses are the foremost in the race, that when thou losest thou mayst be convinced. He spake. Oilean Ajax, swift of foot, started in anger from his seat, to cast reproaches back, and long and fierce had been the quarrel if Achilles had not risen, and said, no longer let this strife go on. Idomeneus and Ajax, ill such words become you, ye would blame in other men. What now ye do? Sit then among the rest, and watch the race. For soon the charioteers, contending for the victory, will be here. And each of you, for well ye know the steeds of the Greek chieftains, for himself will see whose hold the second place, and whose are first. He spake. Tydides rapidly drew near, lashing the shoulders of his steeds, and they seemed in the air as, to complete the course, they flew along, and flung the dust they trod back on the charioteer. All bright with tin and gold, the car rolled after them, its tires made but a slender trace in the light dust. So rapidly they ran. And now he stopped within the circle, while his steeds were steeped in sweat, that fell in drops from neck and breast. Then from his shining seat he leaped, and laid his scourge against the yoke. Brave Sthenelus came forward, and at once received the prize for Diomed, and bade his comrades lead the maid away, and in their arms bear off the tripod, while himself unyoked the steeds. Next the Nelean chief, Antilochus, came with his coursers, more by fraud than speed. He distanced Menelaus, yet that chief drave his fleet horses near him, just so far as runs the will behind a steed that draws his master swiftly o'er the plain, his tail touching the tire with its long hairs, and small the space between them as the spacious plain is traversed. Menelaus just so far as was distanced by renowned Antilochus. For though at first he fell as far behind as a quoit's cast, yet was he gaining ground rapidly, now that Agamemnon's mare, eth the stately maned, increased her speed. And Menelaus, had the race for both been longer, would have passed his rival by, nor left the victory doubtful. After him, a spear's throw distant, came Merion's, the gallant comrade of Idomeneus, whose full-maned steeds were slower than the rest, and he unskilled in contests such as these. And last of all Eumelus came. He drew his showy chariot after him, and drave his steeds before him. Great Achilles saw with pity, and from where he stood among the Greeks addressed him thus with winged words. The ablest horseman brings his steeds the last. But let us, as is just, confer on him the second prize. Tydides takes the first. He spake, and all approved his words. And now the mare, to please the Greeks, had been bestowed upon Eumelus, if Antilochus, son of magnanimous Nestor, had not risen to plead for justice with Achilles thus. Achilles, I shall deem it grave offense if thou fulfill thy word. For thou wilt take my prize, because thou sayest that this man's car and his fleet steeds have suffered injury. Though he be skillful, yet he should have prayed to the good gods. Then had he not been seen bringing his steeds the last. But if thou feel compassion for him, and if so thou please, large store of brass and gold is in thy tent. And thine are cattle, and handmaidens thine, and firm-paced steeds. Hereafter give of these a nobler largess, or bestow it now. And here the Greeks applaud thee. But this prize I yield not. Let the warrior who may claim to take it try with me his strength of arm. He ceased, the noble son of Peleus smiled, and, pleased to see Antilochus succeed, for he was a beloved friend, he spake these winged words, since, then, Antilochus, thou wilt that I bestow some recompense upon Eumelus from my store, I give the brazen corslet which my arm in war took from Asteropaeus, edged around with shining tin, a gift of no mean price. He ceased, and sent his friend Automedon to bring it from the tent. He went and brought the corslet, and Eumelus joyfully received it from Achilles. Then arose among them Menelaus, ill at ease, and angry with Antilochus. He took the scepter from a herald's hand, who hushed the crowd to silence, and the hero spake. Antilochus, who wert till now discreet, what hast thou done? Thou hast disgraced my skill, and wronged my steeds by thrusting in thine own, which were less fleet, before them. Now, ye chiefs and leaders of the Achaeans, judge between this man and me, and judge impartially, lest that some warrior of the Greeks should say that Menelaus, having overcome Antilochus by falsehood, led away the mare a prize. For his were slower steeds, but he the mightier man in feats of arms. Nay, I myself will judge, and none of all the Greeks will censure me, for what I do will be but just. Antilochus, step forth, illustrious as thou art, and in due form, standing before thy horses and thy car, and taking in thy hand the pliant scourge, which thou just now hast wielded. Touch thy steeds, and swear by Neptune, whose embrace surrounds the earth, that thou hast wittingly employed no stratagem to break my chariot's speed. And thus discreet Antilochus replied, have patience with me, I am younger far than thou, King Menelaus, thou art both my elder and my better. Thou dost know the faults to which the young are ever prone. The will is quick to act, the judgment weak. Bear with me then. The mare which I received, I cheerfully make over to thy hands. And if thou wilt yet more of what I have, I give it willingly and instantly. Rather, O loved of Jove, than lose a place in thy goodwill, and sin against the gods. The son of large-souled Nestor, speaking thus, led forth the mare, and gave her to the hand Of Menelaus, o'er whose spirit came a gladness, as upon a field of wheat, bristling with ears gathers the freshening dew. So was his spirit gladdened in his breast. And he bespake the youth with winged words. Antilochus, now shall my anger cease. For hitherto thou hast not shown thyself foolish or fickle, though the heat of youth just now hath led thee wrong. In time to come, beware to practice stealthy arts on men of higher rank than thou. No other Greek would easily have made his peace with me. But thou hast suffered much, and much hast done. Thou, and thy worthy father, and his son, thy brother, for my sake. I therefore yield to thy petition. Yet I give to thee the mare, though mine she be, that these who stand around us may perceive that I am not of unforgiving or unyielding mood. He spake, and to Noman gave the mare. Noman, comrade of Antilochus, to lead her thence, while for himself he took the shining cauldron. Then Marians, fourth in the race, received the prize of gold, 2 talents. But the fifth prize and the last, the double goblet, still was left unclaimed. And this Achilles carried through the crowd of Greeks, and placed in Nestor's hands, and said, Receive thou this, O ancient man, to keep in memory of the funeral honors paid Patroclus, whom thou never more shalt see among the Greeks. I give this prize, which thou hast not contended for, since thou wilt wield no more the cestus, nor wilt wrestle more, nor hurl the javelin at the mark, nor join the foot race. Age lies heavy on thy limbs. He spake, and gave the prize, which Nestor took, well pleased, and thus with winged words replied. Son, thou hast spoken rightly, for these limbs are strong no longer. Neither feet nor hands move on each side with vigor as of yore. Would I were but as young, with strength as great, as when the Epeans in Buprasium laid King Amarynceus in the sepulchre, and funeral games were offered by his sons. Then of the Epeans there was none like me, nor of the Pylian youths, nor yet among the brave Aetolians. In the boxing match I took the prize from Clytomedes, son of Enops, and in wrestling overcame Ancaeus the Pleuronian, who rose up against me. In the foot race I outstripped, fleet as he was, Iphiclus, and beyond Phyleus and Polydore I threw the spear. Only the sons of Actor won the race against me with their chariot, and they won through force of numbers. Much they envied me, and feared lest I should bear away the prize. For largest in that contest of the steeds was the reward, and they were 2, one held steadily held the reins, the other swung the lash. Such was I once. Now feats like these belong to other, younger men, and I, though eminent among the heroes once, must do as sad old age admonishes. Go thou, and honor thy friend's funeral with games. Thy gift I willingly accept, rejoicing that thy thoughts revert to one who loves thee, and that thou forgettest not to pay the honor due to me among the Greeks. The gods will give thee thy reward. He ceased. The son of Peleus, having heard this praise from Nestor, left him, and passed through the mighty concourse of the Greeks. He laid before them prizes for the difficult strife between the boxers. To the middle space he led a mule, and bound him, 6 years old, and strong for toil, unbroken and most hard to break, while to the vanquished he assigned a goblet. Rising, he addressed the host. Ye sons of Atreus and ye well-armed Greeks! We call for two of the most skilled to strive. For these, by striking with the lifted fist. And he to whom Apollo shall decree the victory, acknowledged by you all, shall have this sturdy mule to lead away. The vanquished takes this goblet as his meed. He spake. A warrior strong and huge of limb, skilled in the cestus, named Hippias, son of Panopeus, rose at the word, and laid his hand upon the sturdy mule, and said, Let him appear whose lot will be to take the goblet. No man of the Grecian host will get the mule by overcoming me. In combat with the cestus, so I deem. In that I claim to be the best man here. And should it not suffice that in the war others surpass me? All cannot excel in everything alike. I promise this, and shall fulfill my word, that I will crush his body, and will break his bones. His friend should all remain upon the ground to bear their comrade off when beaten by my hand. He spake, and all were silent. Only rose Euryalus, whose father was the king, Mecisteus of Talaion's line, the same, who went to Thebes and overcame, of old, in all the funeral games of Oedipus, the sons of Cadmus. To Euryalus came Diomed, the spearman, bidding him expect the victory which he greatly wished his friend might gain. Around his waist he drew a girdle, adding straps that from the hide of a wild bull were cut with dexterous care. And, fully now arrayed, the twain stepped forth into the middle space, and both began the combat. Lifting their strong arms, they brought their heavy hands together. Fearfully was heard the crash of jaws, from every limb. The sweat was streaming. As Euryalus looked round, his noble adversary sprang, and smote him on the cheek, too rude a blow to be withstood. His shapely limbs gave way beneath him, as upon the weedy shore, when the fresh north wind stirs the water's face. A fish leaps forth to light, and then again the dark wave covers it, so sprang and fell. The chief, magnanimous Hippias gave his hands and raised him up. His friends came round, and led him thence with dragging feet, and head that drooped from side to side, while from his mouth came clotted blood. They placed him in the midst, unconscious still, and sent and took the cup. Then, third in order, for the wrestling match, the son of Peleus brought and showed the Greeks yet other prizes. To the conqueror, a tripod for the hearth, of ample size. He offered, twice 6 oxen, as the Greeks esteemed it, were its price. And next he placed in view a damsel for the vanquished, trained in household arts, for beeves were deemed her price. Then rose Achilles, and addressed the Greeks. Ye who would try your fortune in this strife, arise. He spake, and mighty Ajax rose, the son of Telamon, and after him the wise Ulysses, trained to stratagems. They, girding up their loins, came forth and stood in the mid-space, and there with vigorous arms they clasped each other, locked like rafters framed by some wise builder for the lofty roof of a great mansion proof against the winds. Then their backs creaked beneath the powerful strain of their strong hands, the sweat ran down their limbs. Large whelks upon their sides and shoulders rose, crimson with blood. Still eagerly they strove for victory and the tripod. Yet in vain. Ulysses labored to supplant his foe and throw him to the ground, and equally did Ajax strive in vain, for with sheer strength Ulysses foiled his efforts. When they saw that the Greeks wearied of the spectacle, the mighty Telamonian Ajax said, "Son of Laertes, nobly born and trained to wise expedients, lift me up, or I will lift up thee, and leave the rest to Jove." He spake, and raised Ulysses from the ground, who dealt, with ready stratagem, a blow upon the ham of Ajax, and the limb gave way. The hero fell upon his back, and on his breast Ulysses, while the host stood wondering and amazed. Ulysses strove in turn, to lift his rival, but prevailed only to move him from his place. He caught the knee of Ajax in his own, and both came to the ground together, soiled with dust. They rose to wrestle still, but from his seat Achilles started, and forbade them thus: "Contend no longer, nor exhaust your strength with struggling. There is victory for both, and equal prizes. Now depart, and leave the field of contest to the other Greeks." He spake, they listened and obeyed, and wiped the dust away, and put their garments on. And then the son of Peleus placed in sight prizes of swiftness, a wrought silver cup that held 6 measures, and in beauty far excelled all others known. The cunning hands of the Sidonian artisans had given its graceful shape, and over the dark sea men of Phoenicia brought it, with their wares, to the Greek harbors. They bestowed it there on Thoas. Afterward Euneus, son of Jason, gave it to the hero chief Patroclus, to redeem a captive friend. Lycaon, Priam's son, Achilles now brought it before the assembly as a prize, for which, in honor of the friend he loved, the swiftest runners of the host should strive. Next, for the second in the race, he showed a noble fatling ox, and for the last, gold, 1/2 a talent. Then he stood and said to the Achaeans, those who would contend for these rewards, rise up. And then arose Oilean Ajax, fleet of foot, and next Ulysses the sagacious. Last upstood Antilochus, the son of Nestor, known as swiftest of the youths. In due array they stood, Achilles showed the goal. At once forward they sprang. Oilean Ajax soon gained on the rest, but close behind him ran the great Ulysses, as a shapely maid, flinging the shuttle, draws with careful hand the thread that fills the warp, and so brings near the shuttle to her bosom. Just so near to Ajax ran Ulysses, in the prints made by his rival's feet, before the dust fell back upon them. As he ran, his breath smote on the head of Ajax. All the Greeks shouted applause to him, encouraging his ardor for the victory. But when now they neared the goal, Ulysses silently prayed thus to Pallas: "Goddess, hear my prayer, and help these feet to win." The goddess heard, and lightened all his limbs, his feet, his hands. And just as they were rushing on the prize, Ajax, in running, slipped and fell, the work of Pallas, where in heaps the refuse lay, from entrails of the bellowing oxen slain, in honor of Patroclus by the hand of swift Achilles. Mouth and nostrils both were choked with filth. The much-enduring man, Ulysses, coming first, received the cup, while Ajax took the ox, and as he stood, holding the animal's horn and spitting forth the dirt, he said to those around, "'Tis plain the goddess caused my feet to slide. She aids Ulysses like a mother." So he said, and the Greeks laughed. And then Antilochus received the third reward, and with a smile said to the Greeks, I tell you all, my friends, what you must know already, that the gods honor the aged ever. Ajax stands somewhat in years above me, but this chief who takes the prize is of a former age and earlier race of men. They call him old. But hard it were for any Greek to vie with him in swiftness, save Achilles here. Such praise he gave Pelides, fleet of foot, who answered, Thy good word, Antilochus, shall not be vainly spoken. I will add yet half a talent to thy gold. He said, and gave the gold. Antilochus, well pleased, received it. Then Pelides brought a spear of ponderous length into the middle space, and laid it down, and placed a buckler near, and helmet which had been Sarpedon's arms, and which Patroclus won of him in war. Then stood Achilles and addressed the Greeks. I call on too, the bravest of the host, to arm themselves and take their spears in hand, and in a contest for these weapons put each other to the proof. Whoever first shall wound his adversary, piercing through the armor to the delicate skin beneath, and draw the crimson blood, to him I give this beautiful sword of Thrace, with silver studs, one from Asteropaeus. And let both bear off these arms, a common gift, and both shall sit and banquet nobly in my tent. He spake, and Telamonian Ajax rose, the large of limb, Tydides diamed, the strong, rose also. When they had put on their arms apart from all the host, they came, all eager for the combat, to the lists. And fearful was their aspect. All the Greeks looked on with dread and wonder, and when now stood face to face the warriors, thrice they rushed against each other, thrice they dealt their blows. Then Ajax thrust through Diom's round shield his weapon, but it wounded not the mail. Beyond it stopped the stroke. Tydides aimed over his adversary's mighty shield a blow to reach his neck. The Greeks, alarmed for Ajax, shouted that the strife should cease, and both divide the prize. Achilles heard, but gave to Diom the ponderous sword, its sheath, and the fair belt from which it hung. Again Pelides placed before the host a mass of iron, shapeless from the forge, which once the strong Achaean used to hurl. But swift Achilles, when he took his life, brought it with other booty in his ships to Troas. Rising, he addressed the Greeks. Stand forth, whoever will contend for this. And if broad fields and rich be his, this mass will last him many years. The man who tends his flocks, or guides his plough, need not be sent to town for iron, he will have it here. He spake, and warlike Polypides rose. Uprose the strong Leonteus, who in form was like a god, the son of Telamon. Rose also, and Hippias nobly born. Each took his place. Hippias seized the mass and sent it whirling. All the Achaeans laughed. The loved of Mars, Leonteus, flung it next. And after him the son of Telamon, the large-limbed Ajax, from his vigorous arm, sent it beyond the mark of both. But when the sturdy warrior Polypides took the mass in hand, as far as o'er his beeves a herdsman sends his whirling staff, so far this cast outdid the rest. A shout arose. The friends of sturdy Polypides took the prize, and bore it to the hollow ships. Achilles for the archers brought forth steel, tempered for arrowheads, 10 axes, each, with double edge, and single axes 10. And from a galley's azure prow took off a mast, and reared it on the sands afar. And, tying to its summit by the foot a timorous dove, he bade them aim at her. Whoever strikes the bird shall bear away the double axes to his tent, while he who hits the cord, but not the bird, shall take the single axes, as the humbler prize. He ceased, and then arose the stalwart king Teucer. Then also rose Meriones, the valiant comrade of Idomeneus. The lots were shaken in a brazen helm, and Teucer's lot was first. He straightway sent a shaft with all his strength, but made no vow of a choice hecatomb of firstling lambs to Phoebus, monarch god. He missed the bird. Such was the will of Phoebus, but he struck close to her foot the cord that made her fast. The keen shaft severed it, the dove flew up into the heavens. The fillet dropped to earth amid the loud applauses of the Greeks. And then Meriones made haste to take the bow from Teucer's hand. Long time he held the arrow aimed, the while he made a vow to Phoebus, the great archer, promising a chosen hecatomb of firstling lambs. Then, looking toward the dove, as high in air she wheeled beneath the clouds, he pierced her breast beneath the wing. The shaft went through and fell fixed in the ground, beside Meriones, while the bird settled on the galley's mast with drooping head and open wings. The breath forsook her soon, and down from that high perch she fell to earth. The people all looked on, admiring and amazed. Meriones took up the double axes as his prize, while Teucer bore the others to the fleet. And then Pelides brought into the midst a ponderous spear, and laid a cauldron down, which never felt the fire, inwrought with flowers, its price an ox. And then the spearman rose. Atrides Agamemnon, mighty king, first rose, and after him Meriones, the brave companion of Idomeneus. And thus to both the swift Achilles said, O son of Atreus, for we know how far thou dost excel all others, and dost cast the spear with passing strength and skill. Bear thou this prize, as victor, to the roomy ships. And if it please thee, let us, as I wish, give to our brave Meriones the spear. He spake, and Agamemnon, king of men, complied, and gave Meriones in hand the brazen spear, while to Talthybius, the herald, he consigned the greater prize. Book. Chapter 24. The body of Hector recovered. A council of the gods, Thetis sent to make Achilles willing to restore the body of Hector to his friends. Iris sent to Priam, bidding him go in person to Achilles and ask for the body. Visit of Priam made by night to the tent of Achilles, who is moved by his entreaties and magnificent presence to deliver up the remains of his son. Departure of Priam by night with the body from the tent of Achilles. Lament of Andromache, Hector, and Helen over the dead. The funeral of Hector, with which the poem closes. The assembly was dissolved, the people all dispersed to their swift galleys, and prepared with food and gentle slumber to refresh their wearied frames. But still Achilles wept, remembering his dear comrade. Sleep, whose sway is over all, came not, he turned and tossed, still yearning for his strong and valiant friend Patroclus. All that they had ever done together, all the hardships they had borne, the battles fought with heroes, the wild seas Irpist, came thronging on his memory. He shed warm tears, as now upon his sides, now on his back, now on his face he lay. Then, starting from his couch, he wandered forth in sorrow by the margin of the deep. Nor did the morn that rose o'er sea and shore dawn unperceived by him. For then he yoked his fleet steeds to the chariot, and made fast the course of Hector, that it might be dragged after the wheels 3 times around the tomb of Menoetiades. He dragged the slain, then turned and sought his tent again to rest, and left him there stretched out amid the dust, with the face downward. Yet Apollo, moved with pity for the hero, kept him free from soil or stain, though dead, and o'er him held the golden aegis, lest, when roughly dragged along the ground, the body might be torn. So in his anger did Achilles treat unworthily the noble Hector's course. The blessed gods themselves with pity looked upon the slain, and bade the vigilant one, the Argus queller, bear him thence by stealth. This counsel pleased the immortals all, except Juno and Neptune and the blue-eyed maid. And these persisted in their wrath. To them Ilium, the hallowed city, and its king, Priam, and all his people, from the first, were hateful. 'Twas for Alexander's fault, affronting the 2 goddesses what time they sought his cottage, and preferring her, who ministered to his calamitous love. But now, when the 12th morning from that day arose, Apollo spake among the gods. Cruel are ye, O gods, and prone to wrong. For was not Hector wont before your shrines to burn the thighs of chosen bulls and goats? And now that he is dead ye venture not to rescue him, and let his wife and son, and mother and King Priam look again upon his face. Soon would they light the pile, and burn the dead, and pay the funeral rite. Ye seek to favor, O ye gods, that pest Achilles, in whose breast there dwells no love of justice, nor a temper to be moved by prayers, but who delights in savage deeds. And as a lion, conscious of vast strength, and scornful of resistance, falls upon the shepherd's flock, and slays for his repast. Thus with Achilles neither mercy dwells, nor shame, which often profits, often harms mankind. For when another man has met a greater grief than he, has lost, perchance, a brother or a son, he dries at length his tears, and ceases to lament. For fate bestows the power to suffer patiently. But this Achilles, after he has spoiled the godlike Hector of his life in war, hath bound him to his chariot, and hath dragged the course around his dear companion's tomb. Unseemly is the deed, and small will be the good it brings him, brave although he be. We may be angry with him when he thus insults a portion of insensible earth. The white-armed Juno was incensed, and spake. So mightst thou say, God of the silver bow, were equal honor to Achilles due. And Hector is a mortal man, and suckled at a woman's breast. Not so Achilles, he was born of one of us, a goddess whom I nurtured and brought up, and gave to Peleus. Ye were present all, ye gods, when they were wedded. Thou wert there to share the marriage banquet, harp in hand. Thou plotter with the viol, thou faithless one. Then answered cloud-compelling Jove, and said, Let not thy anger rise against the gods. O Juno, for the honor of the chiefs shall not be equal. Yet of all the race of mortals dwelling in the city of Troy, was Hector dearest to the gods, to me. He ever was, and never did he fail to offer welcome gifts. My altar ne'er lacked fitting feast, libation, and the fume of incense, hallowed rites which are our due. Yet seek we not to steal away the course of valiant Hector, that we could not do without his slayer's knowledge, who by night And day is ever near to him and keeps watch o'er him like a mother. Let some god call hither Thetis. I will counsel her prudently, that Achilles may receive ransom from Priam, and restore his son. He ceased, and with the swiftness of the storm rose Iris up, to be his messenger. Halfway, twixt Samos and the rugged coast of Imbros down she plunged to the dark sea, entering the deep with noise. Far down she sank, as sinks the ball of lead, that, sliding o'er a wild bull's horn, bears into ocean's depths death to the greedy fishes. There she found Thetis within her roomy cave, among the goddesses of ocean, seated round in full assembly. Thetis in the midst bewailed the fate of her own blameless son, about to perish on the fertile soil of Troy, and far from Greece. The swift of wing Iris approached her and addressed her thus: Arise, O Thetis! Father Jupiter, whose counsel stands forever, sends for thee. And silver-footed Thetis answered him: Why should that potent deity require my presence, who have many griefs, and shrink from mingling with immortals? Yet I go perforce, for never doth he speak in vain. So spake the goddess queen, and, speaking, took her mantle, darker web was never worn, and onward went. Wind-footed Iris led the way, the waters of the sea withdrew on either side. They climbed the steepy shore, and took their way to heaven. They found the son of Saturn, him of the far-sounding voice, with all the blessed, ever-living gods assembled round him, close to Father Jove. She took her seat, for Pallas yielded it, and Juno put a beautiful cup of gold into her hand, and spake consoling words. She drank and gave it back, and thus began: The Father of immortals and of men, thou comest to Olympus, though in grief, O goddess Thetis. And I know the cause that makes thee sad and will not from thy thoughts. Yet let me now declare why I have called thee hither. For 9 days the immortal gods have been at strife concerning Hector's course, and Peleus' son, the spoiler. They have asked the vigilant Argus queller to remove the dead by stealth. But I must yet bestow fresh honor on Achilles, and thus keep thy love and reverence. Now descend at once into the camp and carry to thy son my message, say that it offends the gods, and me the most, that in his spite he keeps the course of Hector at the beaked ships, refusing to restore it. He perchance will listen, and, revering me, give back the slain. And I will send a messenger, Iris, to large-souled Priam, bidding him hasten in person to the Grecian fleet, to ransom his beloved son, and bring Achilles gifts that shall appease his rage. He spake, the goddess of the silver feet. Thetis obeyed, and with precipitate flight descended from the mountain peaks. She came to her son's tent, and found him uttering moans continually, while his beloved friends were busy round him. They prepared a feast, and had just slain within the tent a ewe of ample size and fleece. She took her seat beside her son, and smoothed his brow, and said, How long, my son, wilt thou lament and grieve, and pine at heart, abstaining from the feast, and from thy couch? Yet well it is to seek a woman's love. Thy life will not be spared long time to me, for death and cruel fate stand near thee. Listen to me. I am come, a messenger from Jove, who bids me say, the immortals are offended, and himself. The most, that thou shouldst in thy spite detain the course of Hector at the beaked ships, refusing its release. Comply thou then, and take the ransom and restore the dead. And thus Achilles, swift of foot, replied. Let him who brings the ransom come and take the body, if it be the will of Jove. Thus did the mother and the son confer among the galleys, and between them passed full many a winged word. While Saturn's son bade Iris go with speed to sacred Troy. Fleet Iris, haste thee. Leave the Olympian seats, and send magnanimous Priam to the fleet, to ransom his dear son, and bear him back to Ilium. Let him carry gifts to calm the anger of Achilles. He should go alone, no Trojan with him, save a man in years, a herald, who may guide the mules and strong-wheeled chariot, harnessed to bear back him whom the great Achilles has o'erthrown. And let him fear not death nor other harm, for we will send a guide to lead him safe, the Argus queller, till he stand beside Achilles. And when once he comes within the warrior's tent, Achilles will not raise his hand to slay, but will restrain the rest. Nor mad, nor rash, nor criminal is he, and will humanely spare a suppliant man. He spake, and Iris, the swift messenger, whose feet are like the wind, went forth with speed, and came to Priam's palace, where she found sorrow and wailing. Round the father sat his sons within the hall, and steeped with tears their garments. In the midst the aged man sat with a cloak wrapped round him, and much dust strewn on his head and neck, which, when he rolled upon the earth, he gathered with his hands. His daughters and the consorts of his sons filled with their cries the mansion, sorrowing for those, the many and brave, who now lay slain by Grecian hands. The ambassadress of Jove stood beside Priam, and in soft, low tones, while his limbs shook with fear, addressed him thus. Be comforted, and have no fear. For I am come, Dardanian Priam, not to bring mischief, but blessing. I am sent to thee, a messenger from Jove, who, though afar, pities thee and will aid thee. He who rules Olympus bids thee ransom thy slain son, the noble Hector, carrying gifts to calm the anger of Achilles. Thou shouldst go alone, no Trojan with thee, save a man in years, a herald, who shall guide the mules and strong-wheeled chariot, harnessed to bring back him whom the great Achilles has o'erthrown. And have no fear of death or other harm. A guide shall go with thee to lead thee safe, the Argus queller, till thou stand beside Achilles, and when once thou art within the warrior's tent, Achilles will not raise his hand to slay, but will restrain the rest. He is not mad, nor rash, nor prone to crime, and will humanely spare a suppliant man. Thus the swift-footed Iris spake, and then departed. Priam bade his sons prepare the strong-wheeled chariot, drawn by mules, and bind a coffer on it. He descended next into a fragrant chamber, cedar-lined, high-roofed, and stored with many things of price. And calling Hecuba, his wife, he said, Dear wife, a message from Olympian Jove commands that I betake me to the fleet, and thence redeem my slaughtered son with gifts, that may appease Achilles. Tell me now how this may seem to thee, for I am moved by a strong impulse to approach the ships, and venture into the great Grecian camp. He spake, his consort wept, and answered thus. Ah me! the prudence which was once so praised by strangers and by those who own thy sway. Where is it now? Why wouldst thou go alone to the Greek fleet, to meet the eye of him who slew so many of thy gallant sons? An iron heart is thine. If that false man, remorseless as he is, should see thee there, and seize thee, neither pity nor respect hast thou to hope from him. Let us lament our Hector in these halls. A cruel fate spun, when I brought him forth, his thread of life, that far from us his course should feed the hounds, near that fierce man, whose liver I could tear from out his bosom. Then the indignities done to my son would be repaid, for he was slain, not shunning combat, coward-like, but fighting to defend the men of Troy and the deep-bosomed Trojan dames. He fell without a thought of flight or of retreat. And thus the aged, godlike king rejoined, keep me not back from going, nor be thou a bird of evil omen in these halls, for thou shalt not persuade me. This I say, if any of the dwellers of the earth, soothsayer, seer, or priest, had said to me what I have heard, I well might deem the words a lie, and heed them not. But since I heard myself the mandate from a deity, and saw her face to face, I certainly will go, nor shall the message be in vain. And should it be my fate to perish there, beside the galleys of the mail-clad Greeks, so be it. For Achilles will forthwith put me to death embracing my poor son, and satisfying my desire to weep. He spake, and, raising the fair coffer lids, took out 12 robes of state most beautiful, 12 single cloaks, as many tapestried mats, and tunics next and mantles 12 of each, and 10 whole talents of pure gold, which first he weighed. 2 burnished tripods from his store he added, and 4 goblets and a cup of eminent beauty, which the men of Thrace gave him when, as an envoy to their coast, he came from Troy, a sumptuous gift, and yet the aged king reserved not even this. To deck his palace, such was his desire, to ransom his dear son. And then he drave away the Trojans hovering round his porch, rebuking them with sharp and bitter words. Hence with you, worthless wretches! Have ye not sorrow enough at home, that ye are come to vex me thus? Or doth it seem to you of little moment, that Saturnian Jove hath sent such grief upon me in the loss of my most valiant son? Ye yet will know how great that loss has been. For it will be a lighter task for the beleaguering Greeks to work our ruin, now that he is dead. But I shall sink to Hades ere mine eyes behold the city sacked and made a spoil. He spake, and with his staff he chased away the loiterers, forth before the aged man. They went. With like harsh words he chid his sons, Helenus, Paris, noble Agathon, Pammon, Antiphanus, Deiphobus, Polites, great in war, Hippothus, and gallant Dios, 9 in all he called. And thus bespake them with reproachful words. Make haste, ye idle fellows, my disgrace. Would ye had all been slain beside the fleet, instead of Hector. Woe is me! The most unhappy of mankind am I, who had the bravest sons in all the town of Troy. And none of them, I think, are left to me. Mestor, divine in presence, Troilus, the gallant knight, and Hector, he who looked a god among his countrymen, no son of man he seemed, but of immortal birth. Those Mars has slain, but these who are my shame remain, these liars, dancers, excellent. Inquires, whose trade is public robbery of lambs and kids. Why haste ye not to get my chariot ready, and bestow these things within it, that my journey may begin? He spake, and they, in fear of his rebuke, lifted from out its place the strong-wheeled car, framed to be drawn by mules, and beautiful, and newly built. And on it they made fast the coffer. From its pin they next took down the boxwood mule yoke, fitted well with rings, and carved with a smooth boss. With this they brought a yoke band 9 ells long, which carefully adjusting to the polished pole's far end, they cast the ring upon the bolt, and thrice wound the long band on each side of the bolt around the yoke, and made it fast, and turned the loose ends under. Then they carried forth the treasures that should ransom Hector's corse, and having piled them in the polished car, they yoked the hardy, strong-hoofed mules which once the Mysians gave to Priam, princely gifts. To bear the yoke of Priam they led forth the horses which the aged man himself fed at the polished manger. These the king yoked, aided by the herald, while in mind within the palace court they both revolved their prudent counsels. Hecuba, the queen, came to them in deep sorrow. In her hand she bore a golden cup of delicate wine, that they might make libations and depart. She stood before the steeds, and thus she spake. Take this, and pour to Father Jove, and pray that thou mayst safely leave the enemy's camp for home, since 'tis thy will, though I dissuade, to go among the ships. Implore thou then the god of Ida and the gatherer of the black tempest, Saturn's son, who looks down on all Troy, to send his messenger, his swift and favorite bird, of matchless strength, on thy right hand, that, with thine eye on him, thou mayst with courage journey to the ships of the Greek horsemen. But if Jupiter, all-seeing, should withhold his messenger, I cannot bid thee, eager as thou art, adventure near the galleys of the Greeks. And thus the godlike Priam made reply. Dear wife, indeed, I will not disobey thy counsel. Meet it is to raise our hands to Jove, and ask him to be merciful. He spake, and bade the attendant handmaid pour pure water on his hands, for near him stood a maid who came and held a basin forth and ewer. When his hands were washed, he took the goblet from the queen, and then, in prayer, stood in the middle of the court, and poured the wine, and, looking heavenward, spake aloud. O Father Jove, most glorious and most great, who rulest all from Ida, let me find favor and pity with Achilles. Send a messenger, thy own swift, favorite bird, of matchless strength, on my right hand, that I, beholding him, may confidently pass to where the fleet of the Greek horsemen lies. Thus in his prayer he spake, and Jupiter, the all-disposer, hearkened, and sent forth an eagle, bird of surest augury, named the Black Chaser, and by others called Percnose, with wings as broad as is the door, skillfully fashioned for the lofty hall of some rich man, and fastened with a bolt. Such ample wings he spread on either side. As townward on the right they saw him fly. They saw and they rejoiced. Their hearts grew light within their bosoms. Then the aged king hastened to mount the polished car, and drave through vestibule and echoing porch. The mules, harnessed to draw the four-wheeled car, went first, driven by the sage Idaeus, after them the horses, urged by Priam with the lash, rapidly through the city. All his friends followed lamenting, as for one who went to meet his death. And now when they had reached the plain descending from the town, the sons and sons-in-law of Priam all returned to Ilium, and the twain proceeded on. Yet not unmarked by all beholding Jove, who, moved with pity for the aged man, turned to his well-beloved son and said, Hermes, who more than any other god delightest to consort with humankind, and willingly dost listen to their prayers, haste, guide King Priam to the Grecian fleet, yet so that none may see him, and no Greek know of his coming, till he stand before Pelides. Thus he spake, the messenger, who slew the Argus hearkened and obeyed, and hastily beneath his feet he bound the fair, ambrosial, golden sandals worn, to bear him over ocean like the wind, and o'er the boundless land. His wand he took, wherewith he seals in sleep the eyes of men, and opens them at will. With this in hand, the mighty Argus queller flew, and soon was at the Troad and the Hellespont. Like to some royal stripling seemed the god, in youth's first prime, when youth has most of grace. And there the Trojans twain, when they had passed the tomb of Elos, halted with their mules and horses, that the beasts might drink the stream. For twilight now was creeping o'er the earth. The herald looked, and saw that Mercury was near, and thus, addressing Priam, said, Be on thy guard, O son of Dardanus. For here is cause for wariness. I see a warrior, and I think he seeks our lives. Now let us urge our steeds and fly, or else descend and clasp his knees, and sue for grace. He spake, and greatly was the aged king bewildered by his words. With hair erect he stood, and motionless, while Mercury drew near, and took the old man's hand, and asked, Whither, O father, guidest thou thy mules and steeds in the dim night, while others sleep? Fearest thou nothing from the warlike Greeks, thy foes, who hate thee, and are near at hand? Should one of them behold thee bearing off these treasures in the swiftly darkening night, what wouldst thou do? Thou art not young, and he who comes with thee is old. Ye could not make defense against the foe. Fear not from me, and I will save thee, since thou art so like to my own father, from all other harm. Priam, the godlike ancient, answered thus, Thou sayest true, dear son. But sure some god holds over me his kind, protecting hand, who sends a guide like thee to join me here. So noble art thou both in form and air, and gracious are thy thoughts, and blessed they who gave thee birth. With that the messenger, the Argus queller, spake again, and said, Most wisely hast thou spoken, aged man. But tell, and truly, why thou bearest hence this store of treasures among stranger men? Is it that they may be preserved for thee? Or are ye all deserting in alarm your hallowed Troy? For such a man of might was thy brave son who died, that I may say, the Greeks in battle had no braver man. And Priam, godlike ancient, spake in turn, Who then art thou, and of what parents born? Excellent youth, who dost in such kind words speak of the death of my unhappy son? The herald, Argus queller, answered him, I see that thou wouldst prove me, aged man, by questions touching Hector, whom I oft have seen with mine own eyes in glorious fight, putting the Greeks to rout and slaying them by their swift ships with that sharp spear of his. We stood and marveled, for Achilles, wroth with Agamemnon, would not suffer us to join the combat. I attend on him. The same good galley brought us to this shore. and I am one among his myrmidons. Polyctor is my father, who is rich, and now as old as thou. 6 are his sons. Beside me, I the 7th. In casting lots with them, it fell to me that I should come to Ilium with Achilles. I am here. In coming from the fleet, for with the dawn, the dark-eyed Greeks are planning to renew the war around the city. They have grown impatient of long idleness. Their chiefs seek vainly to restrain their warlike rage. Then spake the godlike ancient, Priam, thus: If thou indeed dost serve Pelides, tell, and truly tell me, whether yet my son is at the fleet, or has Achilles cast torn limb from limb, his body to the hounds? The herald, Argus queller, thus replied: O aged monarch, neither have the hounds devoured thy son, nor yet the birds of prey, but near the galleys of Achilles still he lies neglected and among the tents. 12 mornings have beheld him lying there, nor hath corruption touched him, nor the worms that make the slain their feast begun to feed. 'Tis true that, when the holy morning dawns, Achilles drags him fiercely round the tomb of his dear friend, yet that disfigures not the dead. Shouldst thou approach him, thou wouldst see with marveling eyes how fresh and dewy still the body lies, the blood all cleansed away, unsoiled in every part, and all the wounds closed up wherever made, for many a spear was thrust into his sides. Thus tenderly the blessed gods regard thy son, though dead, for dearly was he loved by them in life. He spake. The aged man was comforted, and said, 'Tis meet, O son, that we should pay oblations to the immortals for my son, while yet alive, neglected not within his palace the due worship of the gods, who dwell upon Olympus. Therefore they are mindful of him, even after death. Take this magnificent goblet, be my guard, and guide me, by the favor of the gods, until I reach Pelides in his tent. Again the herald, Argus queller, spake. Thou seekest yet to try me, aged man, who younger am than thou. Yet think thou not that I, without the knowledge of my chief, will take thy gifts, for in my heart I fear Achilles, nor would wrong him in the least, lest evil come upon me. Yet I go willingly with thee, as thy faithful guide, were it as far as Argos the renowned, in a swift galley, or on foot by land. Yet none would dare to harm thee while with me. So Hermes spake, and leaped into the car, and took into his hands the lash and reins, and breathed into the horses and the mules fresh vigor. Coming to the wall and trench about the ships, they found the guard engaged with their night meal. The herald Argicide poured sleep upon them all, and quickly flung the gates apart, and pushed aside the bars, and led in Priam, with the costly gifts heaped on the car. They went until they reached the lofty tent in which Achilles sat, reared by the Myrmidons to lodge their king, with timbers of hewn fir, and over-roofed with thatch, for which the meadows had been mown, and fenced for safety round with rows of stakes. One fir-tree bar made fast its gate, which 3 strong Greeks were wont to raise aloft, and 3 were needed to take down the massive beam. Achilles wielded the vast weight alone. Beneficent Hermes opened it before the aged man, and brought the treasures in, designed for swift Achilles. Then he left the car and stood upon the ground, and said, O aged monarch, I am Mercury, an ever-living god. My father, Jove, bade me attend thy journey. I shall now return, nor must Achilles look on me It is not meet that an immortal god should openly befriend a mortal man. Enter, approach Pelides, clasp his knees. Entreat him by his father, and his son, and fair-haired mother, so shall he be moved. Thus having spoken, Hermes took his way back to the Olympian summit. Priam then sprang from the chariot to the ground. He left Idaeus there to guard the steeds and mules. And, hastening to the tent where, dear to Jove, Achilles lodged, he found the chief within, while his companions sat apart. Save two, Automedon the brave, and Alcimus, who claimed descent from Mars. These stood nearby, and ministered to Peleus' son, who then was closing a repast, and had just left the food and wine, and still the table stood. Unmarked the royal Priam entered in, and, coming to Achilles, clasped his knees, and kissed those fearful slaughter-dealing hands, by which so many of his sons had died. And as, when some blood-guilty man, whose hand in his own land has slain a fellow man, flees to another country, and the abode of some great chieftain, all men look on him astonished, so, when godlike Priam first was seen, Achilles was amazed, and all looked on each other, wondering at the sight. And thus King Priam supplicating spake: Think of thy father, an old man like me, godlike Achilles. On the dreary verge of closing life he stands, and even now haply is fiercely pressed by those who dwell around him, and has none to shield his age from war and its disasters. Yet his heart rejoices when he hears thou yet dost live, and every day he hopes that his dear son will come again from Troy. My lot is hard, for I was father of the bravest sons in all wide Troy, and none are left me now. 50 were with me when the men of Greece arrived upon our coast. 19 of these owned the same mother, and the rest were born within my palaces. Remorseless Mars already had laid lifeless most of these. And Hector, whom I cherished most, whose arm defended both our city and ourselves, him didst thou lately slay while combating for his dear country. For his sake I come to the Greek fleet, and to redeem his course I bring uncounted ransom. Oh, revere the gods, Achilles, and be merciful, calling to mind thy father. Happier he than I, for I have borne what no man else that dwells on earth could bear, have laid my lips upon the hand of him who slew my son. He spake, Achilles sorrowfully thought of his own father. By the hand he took the suppliant, and with gentle force removed the old man from him. Both in memory of those they loved were weeping. The old king, with many tears, and rolling in the dust, before Achilles, mourned his gallant son. Achilles sorrowed for his father's sake, and then bewailed Patroclus, and the sound of lamentation filled the tent. At last, Achilles, when he felt his heart relieved by tears, and that strong grief had spent its force, sprang from his seat. Then lifting by the hand the aged man, and pitying his white head and his white chin, he spake these winged words: Great have thy sufferings been, unhappy king. How couldst thou venture to approach alone the Grecian fleet, and show thyself to him who slew so many of thy valiant sons? An iron heart is thine. But seat thyself, and let us, though afflicted grievously, allow our woes to sleep awhile, for grief indulged can bring no good. The gods ordain the lot of man to suffer, while themselves are free from care. Beside Jove's threshold stand 2 casks of gifts for man. 1 cask contains the evil, 1 the good, and he to whom the thunderer gives them mingled sometimes falls into misfortune, and is sometimes crowned with blessings. But the man to whom he gives the evil only stands a mark exposed to wrong, and, chased by grim calamity, wanders the teeming earth, alike unloved by gods and men. So did the gods bestow munificent gifts on Peleus from his birth. For eminent was he among mankind, for wealth and plenty. O'er the Myrmidons he ruled, and, though a mortal, he was given a goddess for a wife. Yet did the gods add evil to the good, for not to him was born a family of kingly sons. Within his house, successors to his reign. 1 short-lived son is his, nor am I there to cherish him in his old age, but here do I remain, far from my native land, in Troy, and causing grief to thee and thine. Of thee too, aged king, they speak, as one whose wealth was large in former days, when all that Lesbos, seat of Maker, owns was thine, and all in Phrygia and the shores that bound the Hellespont. Men said thou didst excel all others in thy riches and thy sons. But since the gods have brought this strife on thee, war and perpetual slaughter of brave men are round thy city. Yet be firm of heart, nor grieve forever. Sorrow for thy son will profit not. It cannot bring the dead to life again, and while thou dost afflict thyself for him, fresh woes may fall on thee. And thus the godlike Priam, aged king, made answer, bid me not be seated here, nursling of Jove, while Hector lies among thy tents unburied. Let me ransom him at once, that I may look on him once more with my own eyes. Receive the many gifts we bring thee, and mayst thou possess them long, and reach thy native shore, since by thy grace I live and yet behold the light of day. Achilles heard, and, frowning, thus rejoined. Anger me not, old man, 'twas in my thought to let thee ransom Hector. To my tent the mother came who bore me, sent from Jove, the daughter of the Ancient of the Sea. And I perceive, nor can it be concealed, O Priam, that some god hath guided thee to our swift galleys. For no mortal man, though in his prime of youthful strength, would dare to come into the camp, he could not pass the guard, nor move the beams that bar our gates. So then remind me of my griefs no more, lest, suppliant as thou art, I leave thee not unharmed, and thus transgress the laws of Jove. He spake, the aged man in fear obeyed. And then Pelides like a lion leaped forth from the door, yet not alone he went. 4 of his comrades too, Automedon, the hero, and his comrade Alcimus, he whom Achilles held in most esteem, after the slain Patroclus, followed him. The mules and horses they unyoked, and led the aged monarch's clear-voiced herald in, and bade him sit. Then from the polished car they took the costly ransom of the corse of Hector, save 2 cloaks, which back they laid, with a fair tunic that their chief might give the body shrouded to be borne to Troy. And then he called the maidens, bidding them wash and anoint the dead, yet far apart from Priam, lest, with looking on his son, the grief within his heart might rise uncurbed to anger, and Achilles in his rage might stay him and transgress the laws of Jove. And when the handmaids finished, having washed the body and anointed it with oil, and wrapped a sumptuous cloak and tunic round the limbs, Achilles lifted it himself, and placed it on a bier. His comrades gave their aid, and raised it to the polished car. When all was done, Achilles groaned, and called by name the friend he dearly loved, and said, "O my Patroclus! Be not wroth with me. Shouldst thou in Hades hear that I restore Hector to his dear father, since I take a ransom not unworthy, but of this I yield to thee the portion justly thine." So spake the godlike warrior, and withdrew into his tent, and took the princely seat, from which he had arisen, opposite to that of Priam, whom he thus bespake: "Behold, thy son is ransomed, aged man, as thou hast asked, and lies upon his bier. Thou shalt behold him with the early dawn, and bear him hence. Now let us break our fast." For even Niobe, the golden-haired, refrained not from her food, though children 12 perished within her palace, 6 young sons and 6 fair daughters. Phoebus slew the sons with arrows from his silver bow, incensed at Niobe, while Dian, archer queen, struck down the daughters. For the mother dared to make herself the peer of rosy-cheeked Latona, who, she boastfully proclaimed, had borne 2 children only, while herself had brought forth many. Yet, though only 2, the children of Latona took the lives of all her own. 9 days the corses lay in blood, and there was none to bury them. For Jove had changed the dwellers of the place to stone. But on the 10th the gods of heaven gave burial to the dead. Yet Niobe, though spent with weeping long, did not refrain from food. And now forever mid the rocks and desert hills of Sipylus, where lie, fame says, the couches of the goddess nymphs, who lead the dance where Achilles flows. Although she be transformed to stone, she broods over the woes inflicted by the gods. But now, O noble ancient, let us sit at our repast, and thou mayst afterward mourn thy beloved son, while bearing him homeward, to be bewailed with many tears. Achilles, the swift-footed, spake, and left his seat, and, slaying a white sheep, he bade his comrades flay and dress it. Then they carved the flesh in portions which they fixed on spits, and roasted carefully, and drew them back. And then Automedon distributed the bread in shapely canisters around the table, while Achilles served the flesh. And all put forth their hands and shared the feast. But when their thirst and hunger were appeased, Dardanian Priam fixed a wondering look upon Achilles, who in nobleness of form was like the gods. Achilles fixed a look of equal wonder on his guest, Dardanian Priam, for he much admired his gracious aspect and his pleasant speech. And when at length they both withdrew their gaze, Priam, the godlike ancient, spake, and said, "Nursling of Jove, dismiss me speedily to rest, that we may lie and be refreshed with gentle slumbers. Never have these eyes been closed beneath their lids, since by thy hand my Hector lost his life. And evermore I mourn and cherish all my griefs, and writhe upon the ground within my palace courts. But I have taken food at last, and drunk draughts of red wine, untasted till this hour." Achilles bade the attending men and maids place couches in the porch, and over them draw sumptuous purple mats on which to lay embroidered tapestries. And on each of these spread a broad, fleecy mantle, covering all. Forth went the train with torches in their hands, and quickly spread 2 couches. Then the swift Achilles pleasantly to Priam said, "Sleep, excellent old man, without the tent. Lest some one of our counselors arrive, such as oft come within my tent to sit, and talk of warlike matters. Seeing thee in the dark hours of night, he might relate the tale to Agamemnon, king of men, and hinder thus the ransom of thy son. But say, and truly say, how many days requirest thou to pay the funeral rites to noble Hector, so that I may rest? As many, and restrain the troops from war. Then answered godlike Priam, aged king, since, then, thou wilt, Achilles, that we pay the rites of burial to my noble son, I own the favor. Well thou knowest how we Trojans are constrained to keep within the city walls, for it is far to bring wood from the mountains, and we fear to dare the journey. 9 days would we mourn the dead within our dwellings, and upon the 10th would bury him, and make a solemn feast. And the next day would rear his monument. And on the 12th, if needful, fight again. And swift Achilles, godlike chief, rejoined, be it, O reverend Priam, as thou wilt. And for that space will I delay the war. He spake, and that the aged king might feel no fear, he grasped his right hand at the wrist. And then King Priam and the herald went to sleep within the porch, but wary still. Achilles slumbered in his stately tent, the rosy-cheeked Briseis at his side, and all the other gods and men who fought in chariots gave themselves to slumber, save beneficent Hermes. Sleep came not to him, for still he meditated how to bring King Priam back from the Achaean fleet, unnoticed by the watchers at the gate. So at the monarch's head he stood, and spake, O aged king, thou givest little heed to danger, sleeping thus amid thy foes. Because Achilles spares thee, thou hast paid large ransom for thy well-beloved son. And yet the sons whom thou hast left in Troy would pay 3 times that ransom for thy life. Should Agamemnon, son of Atreus, learn, or any of the Greeks, that thou art here. He spake, the aged king in fear awaked. The herald Hermes yoked the steeds and mules, and drave them quickly through the camp unmarked by any there. But when they reached the ford, where Xanthus, progeny of Jupiter, rolls the smooth eddies of his stream, the god deputed for the Olympian height, and morn in saffron robes o'erspread the earth with light. Townward they urged the steeds, and as they went, sorrowed and wailed, the mules conveyed the dead. And they were seen by none of all the men and graceful dames of Troy save one alone. Cassandra, beautiful as Venus, stood on Pergamus, and from its height discerned her whither, standing on the chariot seat, and knew the herald, him whose voice so oft summoned the citizens, and knew the dead stretched on a litter drawn by mules. She raised her voice, and called to all the city thus, O Trojan men and women, hasten forth to look on Hector, if ye e'er rejoiced to see him coming from the field alive, the pride of Troy, and all who dwell in her. She spake, and suddenly was neither man nor woman left within the city bounds. Deep grief was on them all. They went to meet, near to the gates, the monarch bringing home the dead. And first the wife whom Hector loved rushed with his reverend mother to the car. As it rolled on, and, plucking out their hair, touched with their hands the forehead of the dead, while round it pressed the multitude, and wept, and would have wept before the gates all day, even to the set of sun, in bitter grief for Hector's loss. Had not the aged man addressed the people from his chariot seat, Give place to me, and let the mules pass on. And ye may weep your fill when once the dead is laid within the palace. As he spake, the throng gave way and let the chariot pass. And having brought it to the royal halls, on a fair couch they laid the corse, and placed singers beside it, leaders of the dirge, who sang a sorrowful, lamenting strain. And all the women answered it with sobs. White-armed Andromache in both her hands took warlike Hector's head, and over it began the lamentation midst them all. Thou hast died young, my husband, leaving me in this thy home a widow, and one son, an infant yet, to an unhappy pair. He owes his birth, and never will, I fear, bloom into youth. For ere that day will Troy be overthrown, since thou, its chief defense, art dead, the guardian of its walls and all its noble matrons and its speechless babes, yet to be carried captive far away. And I among them, in the hollow barks. And thou, my son, wilt either go with me, where thou shalt toil at menial tasks for some pitiless master, or perhaps some Greek will seize thy little arm, and in his rage will hurl thee from a tower and dash thee dead, remembering how thy father, Hector, slew his brother, son, or father. For the hand of Hector forced full many a Greek to bite the dust of earth. Not slow to smite was he in the fierce conflict. Therefore all who dwell within the city sorrow for his fall. Thou bringest an unutterable grief, O Hector, on thy parents, and on me, the sharpest sorrows. Thou didst not stretch forth thy hands to me, in dying, from thy couch, nor speak a word to comfort me, which I might ever think of night and day with tears. So spake the weeping wife, the women all mingled their wail with hers, and Hecuba took up the passionate lamentation next. O Hector, thou who wert most fondly loved of all my sons, while yet thou wert alive, dear wert thou to the gods, who even now, when death has overtaken thee, bestow such care upon thee. All my other sons, whom swift Achilles took in war, he sold at Samos, Imbrus, by the barren sea, and Lemnos harborless. But as for thee, when he had taken with his cruel spear thy life, he dragged thee round and round the tomb of his young friend, Patroclus, whom thy hand had slain. Yet raised he not by this the dead. And now thou liest in the palace here, fresh and besprinkled as with early dew, like one just slain with silent arrows aimed by Phoebus, bearer of the silver bow. Weeping she spake, and woke in all who heard grief without measure. Helen, last of all, took up the lamentation, and began. O Hector, who wert dearest to my heart of all my husband's brothers, for the wife am I of godlike Paris, him whose fleet brought me to Troy, would I had sooner died. And now the 20th year is past since first I came a stranger from my native shore. Yet have I never heard from thee a word of anger or reproach. And when the sons of Priam, and his daughters, and the wives of Priam's sons, in all their fair array, taunted me grievously, or Hecuba herself, for Priam ever was to me a gracious father, thou didst take my part with kindly admonitions, and restrain their tongues with soft address and gentle words. Therefore my heart is grieved, and I bewail thee and myself at once, unhappy me. For now I have no friend in all wide Troy, none to be kind to me, they hate me all. Weeping she spake, the mighty throng again answered with wailing. Priam then addressed the people, now bring wood, ye men of Troy. Into the city. Let there be no fear of ambush from the Greeks, for when of late I left Achilles at the dark-hulled barks, he gave his promise to molest no more the men of Troy till the 12th morn shall rise. He spake, and speedily they yoked the mules and oxen to the wains, and came in throngs before the city walls. 9 days they toiled to bring the trunks of trees, and when the 10th arose to light the abodes of men, they brought the corse of valiant Hector from the town with many tears, and laid it on the wood high up, and flung the fire to light the pile. Now when the early rosy-fingered dawn looked forth, the people gathered round the pile of glorious Hector. When they all had come together, first they quenched the funeral fires wherever they had spread, with dark red wine. And then his brothers and companions searched for the white bones in sorrow and in tears that streaming stained their cheeks. They gathered them and placed them in a golden o'er this they drew a covering of soft purple robes, and laid it in a hollow grave, and piled fragments of rock above it, many and huge. In haste they reared the tomb, with sentries set on every side, lest all too soon the Greeks should come in armor to renew the war. When now the tomb was built, the multitude returned, and in the halls where Priam dwelt, nursling of Jove, were feasted royally. Such was the mighty Hector's burial rite.